the listening test. So I want you to pay attention. I want you to listen carefully. I want you to apply all what we learned during the previous part of our session. Actually, in this part, we're going to have a lot of practices. We're going to have practices covering different types of questions. Also, most of these exercises are from previous tests, extracts of previous tests. So actually, they are test-based questions. I want you to listen carefully. I want you to think carefully, okay, before you give your answer. So let's have a look. We're going to have a full test, by the way. So I want you, let's go ahead. Okay, let's have a look at this part. This is part number 1, by the way. And one of the most important things that you need to look at what? At the instructions. So the instructions are saying what? No more than 2 words and or a number. So in this case, you have 5 options, by the way. I mean that your answer may take the form of one of 5 forms. You know? Number 1, 1 word only. It's okay. Number 2, 2, or let me say 1 word and a number. 1 word plus number. Number 3, 2 words. Number 4, 2 words plus number. And number 5, just a number. So your answer is going to be one of these 5 options. Okay, clear? So can I write 3 words? No, your answer is going to be considered what? Your answer is going to be considered incorrect in this case. Okay, great. Let's move on. Now we're going to do what? Analyze the question. Dubai Palm apartment. What does it mean by apartment? Apartment is a kind of what? It's a kind of hotel, flats. Okay, very good, very good, very good. So you're gonna hear a man phoning to ask about a holiday apartment before you listen and answer this question. Okay, forget about that. And 2 words and a number. No more than 2 words and or a number. So I can add a number, no problem. Inquiry, you know, inquiry is what? Inquiry is a kind of questionnaire, you know, questionnaire, yes, seeking information by asking question. Very good, Mr. Hadi. Yes, questionnaire. Okay. And the person who took the questionnaire is called what? It's called Amanda, right? And she is a girl. So 100% the other speaker is going to be what? It's going to be a man. Yes, very good. And now we need to get the name of this man. So 100% you are going to listen to the spelling out of this man. And by the way, this is one of the most common questions in part number 1. So you're going to listen to the spelling out of specific names, right? So I'm going to write the name of this man. So I want you to write what I say, okay? I mean that they are going to give you the spelling and you need to write the spelling. So I want you to write what I say, okay? Double M. It's easy, right? Double N. It's easy as well. Double L. Okay. Double O. Good. W. Great. W. So that's it. Please stop posting now. So again, I said double O, W, and W. So it's extremely important to listen well. It's extremely important to listen well to the spelling out of the name. Otherwise, you are going to make some mistakes. Okay, so again, double O, W, and then W. W. This is the letter W. Okay, I want you to write the following as well. I want you to write double B. Double B. Thank you. And double P. Double P. It's going to be PP. So it's important to differentiate or distinguish between these two sounds as well. Double B and double P. P, 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 and B. So I say, for example, Pepsi and Bock, B. Great. Good. Address, you know the address is the place where someone lives, right? And you have, we're going to write what here? Can you make a guess? Are we going to write a name or a number? And I mean a noun or a number? But we have the number here. So 100% we're going to write what? If you look here, you will find that we have the number. So it's a mixture, of course, but you got to write a name of the street, for example, a noun, I mean. Telephone number, 100%, I'm going to write what here? So as long as it is a number, so 100%, I'm going to write what? I'm going to write a number. So I want you to write the following number, okay? Okay, 053, 053, 053, 22, 111, 51. Good. So again, 053, 22, 111, right? 51. So actually part of this number is my number. Okay, so the first and the last three numbers are my contact number, by the way. Okay, so 0 or O, which of them? Both are correct, but actually in the listening test, you will listen to O. So if you are doing the computer test, I'm going to write O or 0. Yeah, what do you think? Of course, you need to write 0. 0. Never write. So never write. Okay. So in the computer test, you're going to write 0. Never write not O. O is wrong. Okay, clear?
And double one means to write number, double two means to write number 2 twice, and triple 3 means to write number 1, sorry, 3 times. Okay, I think it is clear. Good, let's move on. Okay, so starting, number of people. So this is a piece of information given to you. How many people are going to be there? There are 4 people. Okay, great. Starting date. What are you find here? Can you make a guess? In the starting date, I'm going to have number or a word, but you have given the month. Okay, you are going to be given, you are given the month. Yeah. So look here, keep in mind that when I say first, first, maybe 1st of January. So 1st of equals what? It equals 1 and then ST. So we just take the last 2 letters, okay? And we have 2nd of, okay? So 2nd equals 2 with ND. And we have 3rd, okay? 3rd of, so 3rd equals 3 and RD. And what about 4th? 4th is going to be 4 and TH, right? What about 21st? It is going to be like that, 2, 1 and ST. It's going to be the same, okay? So which is better, to write 1st of or to write 1 ST? Both are correct, by the way. Both are correct. What about the numbers? What about the numbers here? For example, in this one, in number 5, length of stay. It's going to be a number, right? A number and a word. Yeah. For example, I'm going to write something like 2 weeks, 3 months, right? So if I have 3 weeks, is it correct to write 3, or is it better to write 3 like that, or to write 3 weeks like that? Which one is much more correct? Which one is much more correct? Actually, both are correct. But which one is much more safer? The second one. To write the numbers, or to write numbers in digits, not in words, okay? So here I wrote number 3 in words, but here I wrote number 3 in digits. So writing them in digits will help you avoid what? Writing them in digits will help you to avoid what? Yeah, mistakes in what? Typos or spelling mistakes. That's it. Great. Great. I think it is clear. I'm going to erase that. Okay, no problem. No issue. No issue. Okay, now let's have a look here. Maximum price per day. So the price per day is going to be maximum what? But no, you cannot write like that. Yes, I'm going to write a number because I have the currency here. The currency is euros, right? So I'm going to write the number. And the price per day for the suitable price for whom? For the speaker or for the addressee? I mean that the person who is going to dwell. Of course, for the person who is speaking, okay? Sonel, 100% you are going to be given the currency. So don't worry about that, okay? I mean the sign. If you talk about the sign, the dollar sign or the euro sign or the pound sign, they are going to be given to you. Okay, now fully equipped. If you are going to hire a flat in a hotel, what or which part of the flat you want to be fully equipped? Yeah, fully equipped what? I want to make a guess here. Fully equipped kitchen, very good. Furniture, maybe. Great, your answers are great one. Facilities, okay. Dining room, okay. Raffle, okay. What else? Okay, very good. If you are gonna hire a flat, what view you want to see? A view of what? Of sea, good. The ocean, perfect. Swimming pool. Can I say the swimming pool? Can I write view of the swimming pool? No, why? Yes, because I need just 2 words. Okay, great. Great. And the air conditioning must be what? Can you make a guess about that? The air conditioning, the AC must be what? Functional, okay. Off, why not? Cold, perfect, working, available, okay. Automated, maybe. Centralized, right? Centralized, right? Okay. And what do you want for your car? You will need parking, okay. You need service. You need gas. You need keys for your cars. Umbrella, okay. Okay. Now let's move on. I think now you have a very clear idea about this part, right? This part is extremely clear for you. Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, let's move on. Now we're gonna listen, by the way. So I want you to listen carefully. Okay, clear? Ready? Are ready for that? Okay, let's go ahead. By the way, during this part, I'm gonna disable the chat box, okay? Because as I said, please never write answers because we are gonna reveal the answers. We're gonna discuss the answers once we finish this part. So I'm gonna disable the chat box and I'm gonna enable it at the end of this part. And I'm gonna mute myself. So if you can hear well, just raise your hand to let me know. And I am following you I'm following myself from another device. Anyway, I will be very grateful if you switch off your cameras, please. Switch off your cameras. Okay. I didn't start yet, so you can raise your hand when you listen to that. Okay. Let's go ahead.
Amanda, I'm ringing to inquire about a holiday apartment.
Okay, no problem. let me get your details first, then I'll tell you what we've got. Is that all right?
Fine, go ahead.
Okay. Can I have your name first, please?
Yes, it's Leo Blücher. That's Leo. That's my first name. And my surname is Blucher.
Okay, I've got that. Where are you from, just out of interest, Leo?
I'm Austrian.
Right, okay. And what's your address?
It's number 37, Blumengasse in Vienna.
Right. Could you just spell Blumengasse for me, please, Leo? My German's not too good.
Sure. It's Blumengasse.
Great, thanks. And what's the weather like in Vienna at the moment?
It's pretty grey and rainy, I'm afraid. Hope it's better in Dubai.
Yes, it's lovely at the moment. Sunny and warm, but not too hot. Now, can you give me your phone number?
Yes, it's 4312 11057.
Great. So, you're looking for a holiday apartment, Leo. How many people is it for? Just yourself?
No, there'll be 4 of us, 2 adults and 2 children.
Fine. And when would you like it from?
Ideally from the 1st of January.
January the 1st. Okay. I'll have a look and see what we've got. How long would you like to stay?
Well, it depends a little bit on the price, but I think that about 9 days would be perfect.
Fine. And talking of prices, what would be your maximum, do you think?
Well, I've looked on the internet, but I don't know if I'm being realistic if I say 200 euros per day. Things seem to range from 150 to well over 400.
Well, it depends where, of course, but I think we could probably find something for you at that price.
Great. There are various other things, though. Our children are quite small, and we don't want to take them to restaurants all the time. So one thing we'd really appreciate is a fully equipped kitchen so we can do some cooking.
Yes, I completely understand. Do you have any other special requirements?
Yes, we live in the city centre, hundreds of miles from the sea, so we'd really like to be able to see it from our apartment.
Okay, I'll note that down. All our apartments come with air conditioning and central heating, by the way.
Oh dear, one thing I don't like is the noise of air conditioning in the background. Can you make sure it's as quiet as possible?
Yes, I'll look into that. Anything else?
Yes, just one more thing. We'd like to hire a car while we're in Dubai, so we'll need to have a parking space, I think. We don't want to have to walk a long way from the car to the apartment.
I think you're quite right. I'll look into all these things and make a list of possible apartments. Do you have an email address so I can send them to you?
Okay. So let me enable the chat box. I think this one is a piece of cake for you, right? I think it's clear, easy, direct. You have no issues, right? Okay. So you're able to listen well. You're able to. Yeah, great. So let's reveal the answers. His name is Leo Plutcher, and I think that the spelling out of his name was very clear. And number 2, yes, it is Blumengasse. By the way, Blumengasse should be one word. He seems to make a pause, but it should be one word. And this is the number. And 1st of January. And 9 days, by the way, the word 9 can be written in number or digits, as I said, in a word or a digit. And the maximum is 200 euros. By the way, this point is a little bit confusing because he said things range between 150 up to 400. But this is about what he found when he searched the internet. But when he spoke about himself, he said that ideally 200 euros. Okay. And yes, a fully equipped kitchen. View of, by the way, you can write C or you can write the C. I bought the word the between two parentheses between, you can use it or not. And the air conditioning must be quiet. By the way, some people may write it with TE, and this is wrong. It should be IET. And the last one, he need what? What for his car? Yeah. Just give me your suggestions. Parking space is also correct. Space is also correct. So you have three options, actually. You can write parking space, parking, or the word space. So all these options are correct. By the way, any of these answers is a correct answer. You can write 1st of January, by the way, no issue. So no, it's clear. So just tell me how many correct answers did you get in this part? How many correct answers? 9, 10, 9, 10. Okay, great. You did a great job, actually. I'm so happy about that. Okay, let's move on because we have, we do not have a lot of time. Okay, let's move on. Ready? Okay, so let's have a look at this one. So here we have a dialogue, okay, between a man and a woman as well. So let's have a look here. We need to analyze that quickly because we're short of time, as I said. So let's do that. Ready? Okay, let's analyze. So his name is Sanjay, and then I'm going to listen to his what? Yeah. Yes, I'm going to listen to the last name or the surname. Very good. And his age. So something, is it necessary for me to write years? I'm going to write a number. Yes. For example, 29, 39, okay, 38. So I'm going to write a number. Okay. Is it necessary to write the word years? Is it necessary? No. And if you write it, it's okay, no problem. I mean that if you write, for example, 38 years or write 38, it's okay. Occupation means what? Occupations is a job title. Very good. Or a job, a kind of work. You can write all in capital letters, no issues, as I said. You know, what is an expedition? Expedition is a kind of what? It is a kind of trip. Yes, it's a kind of trip, but for a scientific purpose. So again, expedition is a kind of trip that is made for a scientific purpose. Okay. So number one, he has crossed what? A name of what here? A name of a place. Crossed a river, crossed a desert, crossed something, right? And he has climbed mount. As long as you have the word mount, that means you are going to write what? The name of a mountain. The name of a mountain. Very good. Let's move on. By the way, we started a new test. So I want you to concentrate and I want you to count your correct answers. Regarding the skills, he has done a specific course. So can you make a guess of a name of a course? Like what? Which is important for scientific expeditions. What course? IELTS course? Of course, it's not important. But man, who knows? Okay. Survival, diving, English course. Okay. Okay. So can't speak. How many languages? First aid course. It's perfect. Emergency course, computer course. Can I say speak English and Arabic? Can I say he is going to speak English and Arabic or English and Germany, English and French? No, because I have to write no more than 2 or words and or a number. Okay. Anthropology. Okay. Degree in, a degree means what? A certificate. This is his qualification. He has a certificate, diploma certificate, PhD in what? In a specific major. And free time activity. What are other words that can use instead of free time? So I can say free time. I can say leisure time. I can say spare time. And activities means hobbies. So what hobbies people have? Watching movies, reading, writing, swimming. Keeping what? Keeping what? Keeping fit. keeping things, okay, keeping pets, right? Keeping healthy. Okay, I think it is clear for you right now, right? So let's move on to listen to the track. Are you ready? So I'm gonna disable the chat box. Let's move on.
Track 11. Unit 2. Listening. Exercise 7.
Hello?
Hi, Clive, is that you?
Yes, hi, Debbie.
Did you manage to see those candidates for our expedition?
Yes, I did, and there was an extra one who was quite a surprise. You know, he hadn't applied, and he just turned up out of the blue, so we haven't got any details for him.
Really? Tell me about him.
Okay, and you can take some notes, then we'll see what we think.
Fine.
First, he's called Sanjay Debashi.
Okay, Sanjay is spelled S-A-N-J-A-Y, right?
Correct. And Dubashi is D-U-B-A-S-H-I.
D-U-B-A-S-H-I. Fine, thanks. I'm just getting that down. And did you find out how old he is?
Sure, he's round about our age, you know. Well, a couple of years older. He's 27. Quite a big man, quite muscular, impressive, with a big moustache.
And what does he do?
Well, actually, he just says he's an office worker, you know, just one of those people with quite a routine job in an office.
Doesn't sound like he finds his job very interesting. Has he got any experience, do you know, of going off to remote places on foot?
Yes, he's been all over the place. He was telling me all about a trip he made in a Land Rover across Central Africa from one side to the other, which sounded pretty exciting and dangerous.
Great. I think it would be really interesting to cross Central Africa. I'd love to do that. Anything physical? I mean, where he actually had to walk instead of driving? You know, being so muscular, as you say.
I was coming to that. Last year, he went to Russia with some friends in their summer holidays, and they went up a mountain. Let's see, Mount Elbrus, it's called.
Wow, now that's really quite something. By the way, Elbrus is spelled E-L-B-R-O-S, isn't it?
Not quite, it's U-S.
Ah, okay. What qualifications does he have which would interest us? Has he done any sort of specialist training, for example?
Well, he's done a course in first aid, which may be pretty useful. If any of us get injured, he should know what to do.
Good. It might be useful to have someone who knows how to do first aid in case someone has an accident. Can he swim?
I didn't ask now you mention it. I forgot. But he did tell me he can hold conversations in 5 languages. He's not fluent in all of them, but he can get by. He grew up in India, and I suppose that helps, you know, for learning languages, though now he lives over here.
Right. What else? Has he been to university, for instance?
Yes, he graduated in media studies, though he says he's never worked in the media.
Okay. And when he's not off on expeditions to remote places, what does he like doing in his spare time?
He seems to do all sorts of things. One thing he told me, which could be useful, is that he likes fishing.
Yes, we'd better tell him to bring his fishing rod. That is, if we choose him.
And he seems to spend a lot of time at the gym. He says he really likes to keep fit. And when you meet him, you'll believe it's true.
Great. Another fitness fanatic like you. Well, sounds like I should meet him, doesn't it? When can you fix that up?
Okay, I think that this is another easy part, isn't it? Okay, let's reveal the answers. I think that this part is extremely easy. That's why I say that actually I want you to work hard on yourselves until you are pretty sure that you are going to get 0 mistakes in this part. Here are the answers. I want you to check the answers. By the way, here there was some kind of self-correction. I think that you noticed that. So it's extremely important. By the way, for the first aid, the word first aid, it could be written in 3 ways. First aid as 1 word, first aid as 2 words, first aid as a hyphenated word. Okay. Yes. How many correct answers did you get here? Yes. How many correct answers? Great, great, great. Now most of you were able to get 10 out of 10. Great, great. You can write 5 in numbers, of course. Yes, you can write 5 in numbers. It's correct. Great. I think it's easy, right? So now we're going to move to part number what? Part number 2. No, it's still part number 1. So now we're going to move to part number 2. Okay. So let's have a look at part number 2. Aid with E is not correct. If you mean that you can leave a space, yes, it's okay. You can leave a space. Now we're going to listen to this part. This is part number. You need to, Basmala, you need to work on yourself actually regarding this point. Yeah. Actually, most Arabs are unable to differentiate between them. So actually they need to work hard on themselves to differentiate between them. Okay, let's move on. So let's paraphrase. Let's analyze this part. Okay, so here you will find one of the tricks. You know what is this trick? You will listen to a lot of irrelevant points. Okay, here before you reach the part that may carry the answer. What is the first answer? It's many different. It is a park. Okay, we're talking about a park. So here we have 3 different parks. 3 different what? 3 different parks. So as long as it's a park, many different what in the park? Can you make a guess about that? Yeah. My voice is not clear, really? I cannot believe that. No, my voice is extremely clear. I'm following myself from another. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So many different what? Ali, check your device. Many different activities. Okay. What else? It's a park, dear brothers and sisters. So in the park you can find different what? Different animals, different trees. Okay. Different. Yeah, I know that my voice is clear. I think that my voice is clear to you all. I can hear myself well. Okay, I am following myself, and I find it's crystal clear actually. Yes. So, and the timing, the opening times between what and what? It may be between an hour and another. For example, between 5 and 9, or between a day and a day. So this is going to be between 2 days, right? So between 2 days or between 2 hours. So for example, between 2 days, something like Saturday to Thursday, okay? So as for Longfield Park reconstruction means what? What is another word can be used instead of reconstruction? Renovation, you know the word renovation. Yes, renovation, very good. Rebuilt of something which is 2,000 years old. They are gonna rebuild something which is 2,000 years old, and it has a lot of activities for whom? For the children. Okay, ready? Let's listen to this part, and then we are gonna complete. Okay. Please do not send the answers. Please do not send the answers until I stop and I say I'm waiting for your answers. Okay, clear?
Section 2.
Oh, I'm sorry.
listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 13.
Hello, I'm delighted to welcome you to our wildlife club and very pleased that you're interested in the countryside and the plants and creatures of this area. I think you'll be surprised at the variety we have here, even though we're not far from London. I'll start by telling you about some of the parks and open spaces nearby. One very pleasant place is Halland Common. This has been public land for hundreds of years, and what you'll find interesting is that the River Ouse, which flows into the sea 80 kilometres away, has its source in the common. There's an information board about the plants and animals you can see here, and, by the way, the common is accessible 24 hours a day. Then there's Holt Island, which is noted for its great range of trees. In the past, willows were grown here commercially for basket making, and this ancient craft has recently been reintroduced. The island is only open to the public from Friday to Sunday because it's quite small, and if there were people around every day, much of the wildlife would keep away. From there, it's just a short walk across the bridge to Longfield Country Park. Longfield has a modern replica of a farm from over 2,000 years ago. Children's activities are often arranged there, like bread making and face painting. The park is only open during daylight hours, so bear that in mind if you decide to go there.
Before you hear the rest of the talk, you have some time to look at questions 14 to 20.
Okay, so we are going to have the time. Okay, so the answer of the first question is question number 11. Yeah, many different trees, and the opening times from Friday to Sunday, and reconstruction of a farm in British English, which is a farm. I think this part is clear as well, right? Now let's move to the second part. Yes, actually in this part you need to, let me tell you something here. Actually, this part, which is the multiple choice part, this type of questions is extremely important to do what? Yes, it is arranged, as I said. You will listen to the answers one by one. So you will not listen to the answer of 13 before 11. Keep that in mind. As I said, here you need, for this type of questions, you need to look for, yes, highlight Monday's activity. So what will happen in Monday's activity? Visitors will prepare food, and this will be with herbs, using herbs, I mean. Okay, or they will meet, not watch, by the way. They will meet a well-known herbalist, meet him. Or they will dye cloth using herbs. What does it mean by dye cloth? To give what? To give what to the cloth? To give color. What about the activity on Wednesday? On Wednesday, what will happen? Okay, so on Wednesday, they will only group bookings are accepted, or you should book in advance, or the attendance is free attendance. I mean that they will pay nothing. What about the Saturday activity? You need to come in some suitable clothing. I mean, you need to wear some suitable cloth, or you need to stay for the whole day, or you need to tell them the event, what they wish to do. You need to tell what you wish to do. Okay, so one of the most important points here, both American and British spellings are okay, no issue. Do not worry about that. You can use any of them. I mean that you can write color, C-O-L-O-R or C-O-L-O-U-R. Both are correct, okay? Both spellings are correct, no issue. So one of the pieces of advice that you need to keep in mind regarding MCQs is that you need to exclude while listening. I mean that I need to exclude some answers. I need to exclude some options. I mean, I have 3 options here. So while listening, I'm going to exclude some of them. And one of them is going to be the correct answer, as I said. Okay, ready? Let's listen to this part.
Longfield Park has a programme of activities throughout the year, and to give you a sample, this is what's happening in the next few days. On Monday, you can learn about herbs and how they've been used over the centuries. You'll start with a tour of our herb garden, practice the technique of using them as colour dyes for cloth, and listen to an illustrated talk about their use in cooking and medicine. Then on Wednesday...
So, will you prepare food with herbs here? Yes or no? Will you prepare? No. You are going to listen to a documentary about how they are used to prepare food. Will you meet a well-known herbalist? Of course, no. But you are going to practice. When I say practice, means that you are going to do that yourself. Practice color dye. Color dye is dyeing cloth with herbs. Okay, clear? Let's go on.
You can join local experts to discover the variety of insects and birds that appear in the evening. We keep to a small number of people in the group, so if you want to go, you'll need to phone the park ranger a few days ahead. There's a small charge which you should pay when you turn up.
So the question is the attendance free? Is the attendance free? No, because you're going to pay a few charge. And now, are only group bookings allowed? No, you can come individually. But the most important point is that you need to book some days ahead, which means what? To book in what? Book in advance. Yes, that's it. Let's move on.
I'm sure you're all keen to help with the practical task of looking after the park. So on Saturday, you can join a working party. You'll have a choice of all sorts of activities, from planting hedges to picking up litter. So you'll be able to change from one to another when you feel like it.
So, is it necessary for you to tell the rangers before the event what you wish to do? Is it necessary? No, because you can change from one activity to another, right? Good.
The rangers will be hard at work all day, but do come and join in, even for just a short while.
So is it necessary for you to stay for the whole day? No, it is not.
One thing, though, is to make sure you're wearing something that you don't mind getting dirty.
You need to wear something that you do not mind if it gets dirty. So what is the correct answer here? It's A. Yes. I think this part is clear for you, right? This part is clear for you. You have no issue. Until now, everything goes well, right? Go ahead. Okay, very good, very good. Now let's move on. We're going to move to a very important question, a very important type of questions, which is what? Labeling a map. A lot of people actually may find this this part as a difficult one. I mean that they are afraid of maps. Okay. Yes, I'm going to provide you with I already provided you with different links to practice IELTS, but I'm going to provide you with another one. Don't worry. Okay, just hold on. So a very important point regarding maps is what? Is to know some important points regarding the map itself. Okay. So number one, you need to do what? You need to know from what are the main entrances. Okay. So here, the first east gate, and we have the west gate. So these are the main two entrances, right? So it's important to know from where to enter the place. And after that, you need to focus your mind on the main features. I mean, the main places found in the map. What are the main two places here? Number one, the lake, and number two, the refreshments. Okay. So these are the two main places. Why? Because I may say what? It is on the right of the lake. So this is going to be what? Okay, I'm going to do that, Mr. Osama. Don't worry. Okay. It's D. And if I say it's on the left of the lake, it's going to be D, not D. It's A. Very good. If I say it's on the right of the refreshments, and it is going to be I. Yes, great. So also you need to keep the main directions in mind. So north, east, west, south. And also you need to keep the peripheral points. Okay, I mean, what about the peripheral points? This part is called what? You know? It's called the... Yeah. Yeah. Northeast. Yes, that's it. It's the northeast. And here we have what? Here we have the northwest. Yes. And here we have the southeast. And here we have the southwest. Okay, I think it's clear, right? Clear. And also, you need to learn about the prepositions of place. Something like behind, you know, behind, and in front of. These are examples, of course. Something like near, okay, close to, okay, along, opposite, next to, right, below or beneath. Okay, so these are just examples. For more examples, you can. I already posted a very important PDF regarding maps listening and listening. You can check the Telegram channel. You will find it. It's a very important. It's a very beneficial PDF. Actually, it's gonna facilitate the map a lot for you. Okay. I'm gonna erase that so you can take a screenshot if you want. Okay. Let's go ahead. Good. So what are the places I need to mark on the? We have 4 places: bird hide, dog walking area, flower garden, and wooded area. So you are going to listen to them one by one, right? I want you to listen carefully. I want you to keep that in mind, okay? I will be very grateful if one of you just downloaded the PDF for the maps, okay, for the maps in the listening test, and just send it via the Telegram, via the WhatsApp group for those who are not able to reach the Telegram channel, okay? Let's start. Please do not send the answers. We're gonna wait for a while, okay? Let's go ahead.
Section 2. You will hear a man giving a talk to new...
I'd like to tell you about our new wildlife area, Hinchingbrook Park, which will be opened to the public next month. This slide doesn't really indicate how big it is, but anyway, you can see the 2 gates into the park and the main paths. As you can see, there's a lake in the northwest of the park with a bird hide to the west of it at the end of a path. So it'll be a nice, quiet place for watching the birds on the lake. Fairly close to where refreshments are available, there's a dog walking area in the southern part of the park, leading off from the path. And if you just want to sit and relax, you can go to the flower garden. That's the circular area on the map, surrounded by paths. And finally, there's a wooded area in the western section of the park, between 2 paths. Okay, that's enough
clear,
from
right?
me. So
I think you have no issues regarding that. So very, very close to the refreshment area. Okay, sorry. Yes, so the bird hide is to the west of the lake. Okay, right?
That is the end of section 2.
No,
You now have half a minute to check your
Why it
answers.
is difficult? Yes. And then F, and then E. I think it is clear for you. Okay, let me repeat this part, although we do not have that enough time. But I'm gonna repeat it. Okay,
There's a dog walking area. And finally, I'd like to tell you about our new... This slide doesn't really indicate how big it is, but anyway, you can see the 2 gates into the park and the main paths. As you can see, there's a lake in the northwest of the park with a bird hide to the west of it at the end of the path. So it'll be a nice, quiet place for watching the birds on the lake. Fairly close to where refreshments are available, there's a dog walking area in the southern part of the park, leading off from the path. And if you just want to sit and relax, you can go to the flower garden. That's the circular area on the map, surrounded by paths. And finally, there's a wooded area in the western section of the
western?
park between
It is
two
between
paths.
two paths. This is the
Okay,
first
that's
path,
enough from me.
This is the
So
second one,
let's get on.
and the wooded area is between them. I think now it is very clear to you, right?
That is the end of section 2. You now have...
Now let's move to part number 3, okay? So in part number 3, actually, we have 2 different types of questions. I'm so sorry about that. So the first of them is... I'm here. Okay, so now, as I said, we have 2 different types of questions. The first is MCQs, and the second one is multiple, fill in the blank. Okay, so as I said, for the MCQs, you need to analyze both the answers and the question itself, or the options and the question. So let's have a look here. Students want to keep the self-access center. Why? Do they enjoy the variety of equipment? So when I say enjoy the variety of equipment, it means that there are different types of equipment, right? For example, like computers, DVDs, CDs, so that's all. And when I say work on their own, that means they share the equipment or not. They share the equipment or not. No, because on their own means alone. It's important part of their studies. What is another word for important part? We said that work on their own means alone, right? So on their own means alone. And important part means major part, right? Essential, crucial, right? Essential or crucial, vital. Okay, what about the teachers? The teacher like to do what? Prefer means like to do what? To close the center, move it elsewhere, or to restrict access to the center. And what about the students' concern? So I'm talking about the students' concern about what? About the library. Is it the size, or getting help, or lack of materials? And what about the director concern? Is it the cost, or is it the space of the center, or supervising the center? We're going to listen to this part, okay? I think it is clear now, right? I think we analyzed it well. Let's listen.
Answer questions 21 to 24.
Okay.
Hi, Yun. As you know, I've asked you here today to discuss the future of our self-access centre. We have to decide what we want to do about this very important resource for our English language students. So, can you tell me what the students think about this?
Well, from the students' point of view, we would like to keep it. The majority of students say that they enjoy using it because it provides a variation on the classroom routine, and they see it as a pretty major component of their course. But we would like to see some improvements to the equipment, particularly the computers. There aren't enough for one each at the moment, and we always have to share.
Well, yes, the teachers agree that it is a very valuable resource, but one thing we have noticed is that a lot of the students are using it to check their personal emails. We don't want to stop you students using it, but we think the computers should be used as a learning resource, not for emails. Some of us also think that we could benefit a lot more by relocating the Self-Access Centre to the main university library building. How do you think the students would feel about that, Yun?
Well, the library is big enough to incorporate the Self-Access Centre, but it wouldn't be like a class activity anymore. Our main worry would be not being able to go to a teacher for advice. I'm sure there would be plenty of things to do, but we really need teachers to help us choose the best activities.
Well, there would still be a teacher present and he or she would guide the activities of the students We wouldn't just leave them to get on with it.
Yes, but I think the students would be much happier keeping the existing setup. They really like going to the self-access centre with their teacher and staying together as a group to do activities. If we could just improve the resources and facilities, I think it would be fine. Is the cost going to be a problem?
It's not so much the expense that I'm worried about, and we've certainly got room to do it, but it's the problem of timetabling a teacher to be in there outside class hours. If we're going to spend a lot of money on equipment and resources, we really need to make sure that everything is looked after properly. Anyway, let's make some notes to see just what needs doing to improve the centre.
Okay. Let's reveal the answers. I think this was easy as well. So, yeah, why do they want to keep the self-access center? Because it's, by the way, there is no variety of equipment and they cannot work alone because they have to share. So actually, yes, because it's a major part of it. And some teachers would prefer to do what? To the self-access center. Yeah. They would like to relocate. So the word relocate means to move. Very good. And the student's main concern is not the size. It is not the lack of materials, but actually in getting help to find teachers to ask or to turn to them when they have something they need to ask about. And the director's main concern is not the cost. It is not the space. Actually, the problem is finding teachers to supervise the center. I think this part is also an easy one. I want you to count your answers, by the way, count your correct answers. Now, before we listen to this part, we need to analyze it. Okay, so here we may find something of, or some part of relevant information. And about the resources. What about the resources? The level of which materials should be shown, should be clearly shown. Which materials? And they need to upgrade which collection? And they need to buy somewhat and divide them up to distribute them to the students. And regarding the use of the room, they need to speak to the teacher and organize what to supervise the center. Can you make a guess about this point? They need to organize what? Any guess? Timetable, very good. Or a schedule, very good, very good. And they need to install what in the room? If you have a room, a library, you need to install a system, okay? What else? Computers, okay. Alarm, you need to use cameras. But you have an. So it should start with what here? The word should start with what? A vowel, very good. So it should be A, E, O, I, something like that. And they need to limit the personal usage of what? On the computers. Let's listen to this part. Ready?
Before you hear questions 25 to 30.
Now, what about the computers? I think it might be a good idea to install some new models. They would take up a lot less room, and so that would increase the workspace for textbooks and so on.
That would be great. It is a bit cramped in there at times.
What about other resources? Do you have a list of things that the students would like to see improved?
Yes, one of the comments that students frequently make is that they find it difficult to find materials that are appropriate for their level, especially reading resources. So I think we need to label them more clearly.
Well, that's easy enough. We can get that organised very quickly. In fact, I think we should review all of the study resources as some of them are looking a bit out of date.
Definitely. The CD section especially needs to be more current. I think we should get some of the ones that go with our latest course books and also make multiple copies.
Good. Now, I was also thinking about some different materials that we haven't got in there at all. What do you think of the idea of introducing some workbooks? If we break them up into separate pages and laminate them, they'd be a great resource. The students could study the main coursebook in class and then do follow-up practice in the self-access centre.
That sounds good.
OK. Now, finally, we need to think about how the room is used. I'll have to talk to the teachers and make sure we can all reach some agreement on a timetable to supervise the centre after class. But we also need to think about security too, especially if we're going to invest in some new equipment.
What about putting in an alarm?
Good idea. The other thing I'd like to do is talk to our technicians and see whether we could somehow limit the access to email. I really don't want to see that resource misused.
What about if we agree to only use it before and after class?
Yes, that would be fine. Okay, anyway.
Okay, I think that this part is also clear, right? So here are the answers. I want you to check your answers and just count how many correct answers you have, because I'm going to reveal a very important point at the end. I mean that at the end, I'm going to clarify how many correct answers you need to get band 7 or band 8, for example. Okay, done? Now let's move to the last part of our session and the last part of this test, which is great, mashallah, which is part number 4. As I said, you are going to listen to all the questions, one shot. Okay, this time I will not analyze. I'm going to play the audio. I'm going to give you the time to analyze that yourself. So I'm going to play the audio. I'm going to mute.
Section 4. You will hear the beginning of a lecture about business cultures. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Good morning, everyone. Now, whether you're going to university to study business or some other subject, many of you will eventually end up working for a company of some kind. Now, when you first start working somewhere, you will realize that the organization you've joined has certain characteristics. And we often refer to these social characteristics as the culture of the organization. This includes its unwritten ideas, beliefs, values, and things like that. One well-known writer has classified company cultures by identifying 4 major types. The first type is called the power culture, and it's usually found in small organizations. It's the type of culture that needs a central source of power to be effective. And because control is in the hands of just 1 or 2 people, there aren't many rules or procedures. Another characteristic is that communication usually takes the form of conversations rather than, say, formal meetings or written memos. Now, one of the benefits of this culture is that the organization has the ability to act quickly. So it responds well to threat or danger on the one hand, and opportunity on the other. But on the negative side, this type of organization doesn't always act effectively, because it depends too much on 1 or 2 people at the top. And when these people make poor decisions, there's no one else who can influence them. And the kind of person who does well in this type of business culture is one who is happy to take risks, and for whom job security is a low priority. The next type is known as role culture. That's R-O-L-E, not R-O-L-L, by the way. And this type is usually found in large companies, which have lots of different levels in them. These organizations usually have separate departments that specialize in things like finance or sales or maintenance or whatever. Each one is coordinated at the top by a small group of senior managers, and typically everyone's job is controlled by sets of rules and procedures. For example, there are specific job descriptions, rules for discipline, and so on. What are the benefits of this kind of culture? Well, firstly, because it's found in large organizations, its fixed costs, or overheads as they're known, are low in relation to its output or what it produces. In other words, it can achieve economies of scale. And secondly, it is particularly successful in business markets where technical expertise is important. On the other hand, this culture is often very slow to recognize the need for change, and even slower to react. What kind of person does this type of culture suit? Well, it suits employees who value security and who don't particularly want to have responsibility. Moving on now to task cultures. This type is found in organizations that are project-oriented. You usually find it where the market for the company's product is extremely competitive, or where the products themselves have a short lifespan. Usually, top management delegates the projects, the people, and other resources, and once these have been allocated, little day-to-day control is exercised from the top, because this would seem like breaking the rules. Now, one of the major benefits of this culture is that it's flexible, but it does have some major disadvantages too. For instance, it can't produce economies of scale or great depth of expertise.
Okay, I think now we finished this part, so let's have a look at the answers. I'm going to reveal the answers. So these are the answers in front of you. I want to have a look, compare the model answers with your answers. And now I want you to tell me how many correct answers you have in total. I mean, out of 40. How many correct answers out of 40 you have here? 38. Perfect. I said, how many correct answers out of 40? 39. Wow, wow, wow. You did a great job, actually. Now, let me reveal a secret. I told you that 40 out of 40, mashallah. So here are the raw marks and or the raw scores, and here is the equivalent band score. The equivalent band score. Okay, so if you have a look here. Okay, sorry, just hold on. So actually, it seems that most of you were 31 means 7, band 7, by the way. So 32 means band 7. 33 and 34 means 7.5. Okay? So that's it, actually. That's it. 27 equals 6.5. Okay, very good, very good. You did a great job. And in brief, this is a brief synopsis or a summary of what I said. By the end of the session, I hope that I already facilitated the listening part of the IELTS test to you. I hope that you already found it clear. As I said, Mr. Muhammad, it's the listening test is going to be the same for both academic and general training, so you'll find no differences. So I hope that you already found this session informative, helpful, and beneficial. That's all for today's session. And as I said, I hope you already enjoyed the session.
Easier than the academic test, but it is not fair, right? I found what more easier than the academic. Okay, so this will be like I get a comprehension and then okay, academic. I just wanted to ask that the practice Cambridge books and found it very harder than any exam I had taken. So okay, I'm gonna answer this one. Okay. So actually, to be honest with you, yes, the academic test is much more tougher, much more difficult, much more challenging than the general training test. These sessions are for both. Today's session is going to be for both academic and general training. Okay, if you cannot hear well, just ask them to enable the device's sound. Okay, it's important to do that. I think my screen is clear to you all, right? You can see my screen well. Right? Okay, very good, very good, very good. So now let's move on. Good. Just a minute. Make a co-host. Yes. And now let me rename myself. So this is home and this is Dr. Yeah. Okay. Good. So can we get the PDF? What PDF you mean? Okay. I don't understand that. So anyway, let's move on. Let's move on to complete this part. Good. So during this session, actually, I promise to have a very fruitful session. I promise that you can no, of course, this PPT is confidential. It cannot be shared. Okay, it cannot be shared simply because it's my own mate. Okay. So anyway, you can take screenshots as you can. Okay. So during this session, we are going to gain a lot of practical tips. Okay, this is number one. And you are going to know how you will be scored. I said that the general training test is much more easier than the academic test. But actually, it's extremely fair because the marking scheme is not the same. I mean that the marking scheme in the academic test is completely different from the general training test. And I'm going to explain this point at the end of this session. And it may be a surprise to a lot of you. So you are going to know how you will be scored. I mean, how many correct answers to get a specific band score. Okay. And I'm going to show the IELTS reading components. What are the components of the test? I'm going to highlight the essential sub-skills that you need to do well to maximize your band score while doing the reading test. And I'm going to identify the common mistakes that you can avoid in order to enhance your performance during the test. Okay, IELTS is not scary. IELTS requires effort, as I said. IELTS requires effort. Okay. So our session today is going to be for both academic and general training, as I said, and you have to know a lot of important points here. So how much time is the reading test? Actually, the reading test is, as you can see here, the reading test is 60 minutes, okay, an hour, for both academic and general training. So if you are academic, you're going to have 60 minutes. If you are general training, you are also going to have 60 minutes. So during these 60 minutes, you need to do a lot of things, actually. For example, you need to read the passage, right? You need to read the questions. You need to find the answer of these questions. You need to make sure that these are the correct answers, and you need to type the answers, or you need to write them down in your answer sheet, right? So this is a long process. This is a long process. And a lot of people actually may think that the reading test is the most challenging one. You know why? Why? Why the reading test is the most challenging part of the IELTS test? Why do you think that? Sometimes we get with the content. Okay, this is one point. The questions may not be direct. Very good. It contains traps, a lot of traps actually, not only traps. Okay, short time. Yes, Mr. Ammar. This is one of the most important factors here. Actually, here you are in a race with time. I mean that you lack time actually. Okay, and you need to manage your time well. You need to manage your time wisely. So this is the point here. The test is not the difficult one, by the way. If you have enough time, I think that you're going to be able to do well in this test. But the problem here is you are, as I said, you lack time. You lack time. So how many parts? Actually, we changed the word section with the word part. I mean that in the test itself, we're going to find the word part. So we are going to have 3 parts, and I'm going to explain this point in detail, okay? And this is a very good question, Peter, okay? And we're going to have 40 questions. So three parts and 40 questions. So how many marks each question receives, you know? Okay, cool. So again, how many marks each question receives? Yes. Yeah, that's it. Actually, each question receives just 1 mark. Very good. That means how many marks do we have in total? 40 marks in total. Great. Very good. Okay. So now let me... Okay, so we have 60 minutes, 3 sections or 3 parts and 40 questions, 40 marks in total. So do you have a 10-minute transfer time at the end of the test? Yes. What do you think about that? Do you have a 10-minute transfer time at the end of the test? Actually, no. And this is one of the common misconceptions regarding the reading test. I mean that a lot of test takers do what? They start reading the passages, answering the questions, thinking deeply and carefully about the answers, okay? But the problem is that they do not know that you do not have 10-minute transfer time at the end of the test. Although the examiner and the invigilators inform them you do not have 10-minute transfer time, they may ignore that, or they may not pay attention to the instructions. So what may happen if the time is over without transferring the answers or writing the answers to the answer sheet if you are doing the paper test? Actually, in this case, you will get nothing. You will get a big 0, as I said. You will get a big 0, yes. So what are some differences between what? In the computer base, I'm going to explain the differences, so don't worry. So what are some differences between, okay, the academic and general training? I'm going to spot the differences between them first, okay? So I have academic reading, sorry. I have academic reading. I have GT or general training reading, okay? So what are the differences between them? Actually, there are no fundamental differences except for one thing. The level of difficulty in academic reading is much more than the general training reading. Because in the general training reading, most passages are about everyday life themes or everyday life topics, okay? So the context of the passage itself is going to be about everyday situations or everyday topics. However, in the academic reading, they are very academic ones, okay? Good. This is a very good difference. What else? Keep in mind, I said, how many parts will you have? How many parts will you have here? 3 parts. So I'm going to have 3 parts for academic, and also I'm going to have 3 parts for GT. So I'm going to have 3 parts. Okay, no differences. Wait, the difference is going to come now. So here you have 3 parts, but these 3 parts are going to come with 3 long texts. Okay, clear? Again, so in academic, how many texts will you find? You will find 3 long texts. While in the general training, you will find 5 fairly short texts. So this is one of the main differences here. In all cases, how many parts you have? You have 3 parts. But in the academic, these 3 parts will come in the form of 3 long passages.
Okay. But in the general training test, they come in the form 5 fairly short passages. 5 fairly short passages. So how comes? Look here. Here we are going to have 3 passages. So and 3 parts. So part number 1 is going to be 14, something like 13 questions. Okay, so 13 questions. And then 13 questions. And then 14 questions. Okay, I think it's clear, right? And for the general training, it is going to be a little bit different. I mean, here you will find what? Yes, so it's going to be 14, 13, and 13. And keep in mind that the last passage, so 14 questions in 2 texts here. Okay? This is a long text. Again, this is a very long text. So in general training, the last part, this is part number 3, by the way. This is part number 3. So in the general training, part number 3 is commonly a very long passage. By the way, it is nearly academic. So it looks like the academic passages. Okay. And it commonly comes with 13 questions. 13 questions. So here you may find something like what? You may find a text with 7 questions, another one with another 7 questions, something like 6 questions and 8 questions or 9 questions. So you'll find something like that. Okay, clear? So again, keep in mind that in both academic and general training, you are going to have 3 parts, but in the academic test, you're going to have 3 parts with 3 long texts, while in the general training, you're going to have 3 parts with 5 fairly short texts, okay? And keep in mind that the last part is going to be a very long part that looks like the academic texts. I think this point is clear to you until now, right? Any questions? Any issues? Very clear. Okay. Very good. So do you have transfer time at the end of the test? Do you have transfer time? No. So you will have a question booklet, right? And also you are going to have what? You are going to have an answer sheet. So you're going to have a question booklet and you are going to have an answer sheet. Let me show you the answer sheet here. I think that it is clear to you all, right? So this is the answer sheet of the reading test, either academic, as I said, or general training. And as you can see here, by the way, the reading answer sheet and the listening answer sheet come in the same paper. Okay, I mean it's a double-faced piece of paper. Okay. Take the question paper home. No, of course. No, you cannot. You cannot. Okay. So again, here you need to write your answers. So what may happen if I fail to, as I said, to write the answers? That means you will not get, you're going to get a big 0. Yeah, that's that. Okay, I will be very grateful, dear brothers and sisters, if you make sure that your cameras are switched off. Okay, thank you so much for your understanding. Okay, let's move on. So what are some differences between the computer test? Let me give you some surprises here. Okay, so here we have the P or paper test and the CD test. CD means computer delivered test. General training is the same in UKVI? Yes, it's going to be the same, Jenna. No difference. Okay. But keep in mind that I said that if you need to check, I mean that some people may take the general training test is for the purpose of migration. Okay. I mean that if you want to take the test for the purpose of study that means you need to take which one? The academic or the general training for the purpose of study? Of course, you need to take the academic test. No, general training is for the purpose of migration, for some jobs, not all jobs, though, okay? So again, what about the computer test? Computer test is going to be the same as the CD test. So as I said, the only difference is on the way you deliver the test, okay? So here for the computer test, okay, so here for the computer test or for the paper test, you can write down notes on the question booklet. Oh, good. Okay. So you can write down notes on the question booklet. So this is of course helpful to you. Okay. What about you can underline and circle. Underline and circle specific parts. What about those who are doing the CD test? Actually, for the CD test, you are gonna do what? Okay, you are gonna get a note paper with another note paper, by the way, with your password and username, okay? So you can make use of that. You can make use of that to do what? You can make use of it as a scratch paper. You can make use of that as a scratch paper, okay? Clear? Good. Of course, I said that they are going to give you a note paper with your password and username. You can make use of this paper as a scratch paper, by the way. Okay? Here you can highlight using different colors. Okay? Right click on the word and then just choose highlight. Okay, clear? So just right click on the word itself and choose highlight like that. So double click and then right click and highlight. Done? One important point here. Yeah, I'm going to tell about that, Nitika, okay? One of the nicest points here is that you can copy and paste. So this will help you a lot to avoid typos. No, Control F is not allowed, okay? It is not allowed to control find, no. But you can copy and paste, and this is great, of course. To avoid what? This will help you avoid what? Avoid typos. Okay? Avoid typo. And one nice point is that you can locate the paragraph next to the question. Okay? You can locate the paragraph next to the question. And this will help you a lot to compare them. I mean that you can scroll up and scroll down. You know why? Because the screen is split into two parts. Okay, let me give you an example. So the screen is going to be split into two parts like that, for example. And here you will find the questions. Sorry. Here you will find the questions, while here you will find the passage. Okay, and then you can locate the questions just next to the passage. So this will help you a lot to compare the answers. Okay, to compare the answers. Okay, clear about this point? Are you clear about this point? Good. Let's move on. So I think now you got some differences between the CD test and the computer test, right? I think now the idea is extremely clear to you. Of course, these are all privileges for the computer test. You know why? In the paper test, you need to you need to do what? You need to move forward and go backward, moving from one page to another to look for the answer. Will there be links? No, of course, no links. What does it mean by link? No links. No links. Okay. Let's move on. So again, as I said, there are some basics regarding the reading part. So you're going to have 3 parts, total time of 60 minutes. Okay. And you need to manage your time wisely. So the question is, as long as we are going to have 60 minutes, how can I divide my time? Yes, you will be able to go back and forward, so don't worry about that. Okay? Yeah, how can we divide our time? Yes, what do you think about that? So, okay, actually, there are a lot of approaches here. I mean that you will find a lot of suggestions from the tutors. Okay, so which part is the easiest part? You know, we said that we're gonna have 3 parts. Which part is the easiest one? Actually, the first part is the most easiest part. Okay, so as I said, it's like a warmer to refresh your mind, to break the ice between you and the test. And which part is the hardest or the most challenging part? Actually, it's part number 3. By the way, you can start with each or with any part you like. Okay, it is not a must for you to start with, for example, part number 1. Okay. It is not important. It's not necessary to start with the parts in order, but I do not recommend that, and I'm going to tell you why. Okay. So can I go back and forth? Yes, you can do that. You can go backwards and forwards. Okay. So don't worry about this point. So as long as the first part is the easiest part, a lot of IELTS tutors suggest that if you are, according to your band score, so if you are targeting okay, or let me say, I would not want, if your target is band 6 above or 6 plus, then you need to manage your time like that. Okay, 17, 20, 23. Sorry. Again, 17, 20, 23 what minutes, of course. However, if your target is band from band 4.5 to band 5.5, okay? Good. Then you need to make it the other way around. You know, I mean what? I mean, you need to make it like that. 23, okay? And then 20, and then 17 minutes. I think that is very clear, right? Again, so depending on your band score. Why do you say that? Why do I say that? Because if your target band score is between 4.5 to 5.5, then it's extremely recommended for you to give due time to part number one, because this part is the easiest part. So if you are able to get 10 out of 10, or if you are able to get the full mark in this part, that's it. You got band 4.5 or got band 5 even. Okay, clear? Clear? Good. Never do that. Who said that? Yes, you need to give some time. Yes, you need to give some more time to the last passage. But what do you think? Is it advisable, or it is good to start with the hardest passage, for example? What do you think about? Because actually, I heard a lot of IELTS tutors on the YouTube giving pieces of advice to their students to start with the hardest part, or to start with part number 3. Okay, actually, I do not agree with them at all. You know why? Because in IELTS, we already made up the test to suit your mind mechanism, okay? Your mind system. So actually, there are many benefits for starting with the first part, okay? Number one, as I said, this is the first part, and it is the easiest part, as I said. So this will help you a lot to do what? To refresh your mind, okay? It's the easiest part. So when you find yourself doing well in this part, this will help you a lot gain confidence in yourself. This will encourage you to move on. This will encourage you to do well. However, if you start with the most challenging, this will exhaust your mind. This will tire your mind. And this is not good, of course. If you are having an exhausted mind or a tired mind, believe me, you will not be able to think clearly. And thinking clearly and carefully is one of the most important things for the reading part. Okay, clear? Good. Good. Okay, now let's move on. And as I said, actually, you are going to have something like 13 or 14 questions in each passage. Okay, great. Okay, very good, very good. Thank you so much, Ms. Mayar. Okay, so let's move on. Some tips for the reading section. Okay, so one of the most important things that you need to know regarding the reading section is that you need to what? You need to learn as many synonyms as possible. So learning synonyms is something extremely important. And I think I already shared some useful websites with you. And if you check the Telegram channel, as I said, you will find a lot of resources regarding these synonyms. Okay. So, okay. And after that, more practice. You need more practice to practice IELTS scanning and skimming. And actually, I'm going to explain these points in detail. You are going to finish the session mastering skimming and scanning. I promise that I'm going to change your concept about these two important sub-skills. Okay? And you need to notice the keywords. Okay, as I said, each question has some keywords. Okay, nouns, verbs, adjectives, and adverbs. So these are all keywords in the question. So you need to notice the keywords. And you can do what? You can underline these keywords, or even you can just highlight if you are doing the computer test. Good. After underlining and recognizing the computer test, I need to think about what? Yeah. Just tell me. Once you underline, once you recognize and put your hand on the synonyms, I give the answer. Once you put your hand okay. Yeah, you need to think of these synonyms. So actually, synonyms, as I said, because you will not find the exact language. And when you look for the answer, you will not look for the exact language. You will look for the synonyms, okay? Dear brothers, we cannot add you to the Telegram group or to the WhatsApp group. So I will be very grateful if one of our roommates here just send us the links for the Telegram channel and the WhatsApp group link, okay? Thank you so much for your understanding. Okay, let's move on. So scan for the synonyms of these keywords in the passage. So the question now is, which is to do first? To read, which is to do first? Is it to read the passage or to read the questions? What do you think? Yeah. Actually, here you are going to have also a lot of approaches, because some examiners or some tutors will tell their students to start with the passage. I do not suggest that. I do not recommend doing something like that, because reading the passage is a waste of time. You know why? Because each reading activity should have a purpose. When we teach reading to ESL learners or EFL learners, we always have a purpose behind this activity. I mean, I teach you reading, or I ask you to read the passage to gain information about something, to do research about something. So if you read the reading passage first, what's your purpose here? You have no purpose. Why? Because I have no questions to look for. I'm just reading. So in this case, it seems that you are reading for entertainment or for amusement, and you didn't do actually. So it is not logical to read the passage first. Reading the passage first is waste of time. Why? Because you're going to read the passage and then you are going to go to the questions, reading them, analyzing them, putting your hand on the keywords, thinking about their synonyms, and then going back again to the passage to read it one more time to look for answers to the questions that you have just read. So why do you follow such long and tedious process? And instead, I need to read the questions first, analyze the questions first, put my hand on the keywords in these questions, thinking about their synonyms, and then I need to go back to the passage looking for the paragraphs that may carry the answer of my questions. Okay? Okay, clear? Okay, I read your questions and I'm gonna answer them, okay? So I hope this point is clear to you all. So reading the questions, of course, is highly recommended, as I said, because reading the question will help you to think about what you are going to look for. I'm going to look for an answer to this question. And we're going to have exercises about that. Good. So after that, you need to never get stuck on a question. Yes, this is one. Okay, so never get stuck on a question. Actually, this is one of the most common mistakes regarding the IELTS reading. You know why? We call it over what? You know? Over, you know what is the term? When you read, when you spend a lot of time doing or answering one question, this is called over. It's overtime. Not overdoing. It's called overthinking. Yes, Miss Latifa, that's it. Yes, it's overthinking. You think about the question over than needed, over than required. So this will waste your time. This will waste your energy as well. So never do that. Never do that. And one important thing is that when you get stuck on a specific question, you get nervous. And if you got nervous, you wouldn't be able to think clearly. So never do that. Never do that. If you find yourself unable to find the answer of a specific question within 1 minute, forget about this question and move to another one. This is the point here. Okay. Okay, time management, as I said, is something which is extremely important. And keep in mind that you need to do a lot of things. You need to read the question, as I said, analyze them, think about their synonyms, go back to the passage, look for the paragraphs that may carry the answer. And then you need to make sure that this answer is the correct answer. And after that, you need to write down, or you need to type the answer onto the computer, or to write that in your answer sheet. So it's a longer process actually, and it requires effort, and it requires something like, let me say, to be very, very careful. Okay. So how many different types you are gonna have? I'm gonna give you the chance to have a look, and I'm gonna take just something like 2 minutes. Okay. No, handwriting is not important, but sometimes it does matter. So I said that we have, yes, I told you to wait, so I'm so sorry for that. So anyway, I said that we have different types. Do you remember how many different types we have in the listening part of the IELTS test? So we said that we have 7 different types. Okay. But here in the reading test, do you know how many different types you have? Different types of questions, of course. Yeah. Yes. How many different type of questions we have for the, not 7 actually. In the reading test, we have 12 different types of questions. Do you imagine? So we have 12 different types of questions. Oh, wow. For both, yes, for both academic and JOL training. So for both academic and JOL training. So what are these types of questions, and are these types of questions in order or not? Do you remember we said that in the listening test, all the questions are in order, right? Is it the same here? Actually, no, it is not the same. It is not logical to have them all in the same order. Okay. So what are these types of questions? Let us know. Okay, you have what? You have multiple choice MCQs. Okay, clear? And you have identifying, okay, which is identifying information, writing true, false, not given, or identifying the writer's opinion, writing yes, no, not given. And do not tell me, wow, we find them difficult and we cannot do well in the true, false, not given. Okay, we are here to learn. Okay, so don't worry about that. We are here in this session to learn. Okay, so my job here is to facilitate that to you, so don't worry about that. Okay, and you are going to learn a lot of techniques and tactics which are very useful and beneficial regarding yes, no, not given, true, false, not given. Okay, and after that you have matching information to a paragraph, matching headings to a paragraph, matching sentence endings, and this is important. And you have completion, sentence completion. I'm going to give you a sentence and you need to complete that using a box or without a box. Summary, notes, table, flowchart, diagram, okay, label, and we have short answers, okay? All the questions that I tagged are gonna come in order, are commonly come in order, okay, clear? So all the questions that I tagged commonly come in order, okay, clear? Good. So, for example, true, false, not given type of question is gonna be in order, and yes, no, not given is gonna be in order as well. So it means that you will not find the answer of, for example, question. If you find the answer of question number 1 in paragraph C, is it possible to find the answer of question number 3 in paragraph A? Okay. Of course, no. Of course, no. As I said, yes. Great. So, wonderful. What about the words that you do not know their meaning? What about the words that you do not know their meaning? A lot of people calling me or sending me text messages saying, Doctor, we suffered a lot and we got frustrated. Whenever I do exercise regarding reading, I found that I'm not able to translate each word. I'm not able to know the meaning of each word. So is it necessary for you to translate each word? Of course, no. No. You can guess the meaning from the general context. Actually, here the reading is not a test of reading loudly or a translation test. It's a test understanding the synonym language. So if you're able to understand the synonym language, this will help you a lot. Yes, you need to guess the meaning from the context itself. So this is the point. And I want you to be clever to understand the meaning from the context in which this meaning comes or appears. So keep these points in mind. By the way, you can understand the general theme of the topic. And there are some questions, okay? But of course, the more vocabulary you acquire and have, the more it's going to be easy for you to get a better understanding. So keep this point in mind as well, okay? Try to improve your words, try to improve your vocabulary. But as I said, the most important point is to understand. And let me tell you, most of you are Arabs or from any other nationality. Okay, if I ask, or from any other different background, do you get an overwhelming understanding of each word in your first and native language? So why students do not do well in the abilities test, Qudurat test, in the spoken part or lafzi, okay? It's my mother tongue. And I need to study. Wow. That's why I used to teach IELTS to native speakers. I used to teach English to native speakers. So this is the point. Yes. And that's why students study Arabic. They are Arabs, but they study Arabic to improve your language, Okay. So the IELTS test is not a translation test. So do not get frustrated if you do not find, or if you find yourself unable to translate each word or understand each word. You can get that from the general context. And I did that. I actually used to do that. I used to, when teaching in the university, I used to give this example to my students, okay? And as I said, I always said that you are Arabs, your parents are Arabs, your ancestors are Arabs,
And I'm going to tell you a very nice poem. It's called Al-Burda, okay? It was said by Ka'b ibn Zuhair in front of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And once he finished his poem, Prophet Muhammad gave him his coat or his burda. So that's why it's called Al-Burda. So I said that I'm going to tell you the poem and tell me how much do you understand from this poem? You're Arabs, so how much do you understand from this poem? And I'm going to tell you the poem and tell me how much do you understand from this poem? So Ka'b started his poem saying, بانت سعاد فقلبي اليوم متبول متيم إثرها لم يفد مكبول وما سعاد غداة البين إذ رحلت إلا أغن غضيض الطرف مكحول هيفاء مقبلة عجزاء مدبرة لا يشتكى قصر منها ولا طول تجلو عوارض ذي ظلم إذا ابتسمت كأنها منهل بالراح معلول شجت بذي شبم من ماء محنية صاف بأبطح أضحى وهو مشمول تنفو الرياح القذى عنه وأطرفه من صوب سارية بيض يعاليل أكرم بها خلة لو أنها صدقت موعودها أو لو أن النصح مقبول لكنها خلة قد دمن دمها فجع وولع وإخلاف وتبديل فلا تدوم على حال تكون به كما تلون في أثيابها الغول أمست سعاد بأرض لا يبلغها إلا العتاق النجيبات المراسيل ولا يبلغها إلا عذافرة لها على الأين إرقال وتبغيل until he said نبئت أن رسول الله أوعدني والعفو عند رسول الله مأمول فقلت خلوا سبيلي لا أبا لكم فكل ما قدر الرحمن مفعول كل ابن أنثى وإن طالت سلامته يوما على آلة حدباء محمول. So that's it. That's the point. You are Arabs. Most of you here are Arabs, and most of you are working in Arab countries. So just tell me, how much do you understand from this poem? Okay, I still remember that one of my students said that actually I just understood Su'ad. So this is the only thing that I understood from this poem. So actually you understood a lot. You can understand that this poem is said in praise of a woman. So you know that Arabs used to start their poems like that, okay? I mean that. So her name is Su'ad, and she left him and went to a far place or a remote place. So this is the point. You can understand the general theme here. Okay, so that's that. Clear? Did you get the purpose behind this example? Got it. Good. So you do not have to understand each word. As I said, it is not a translation test, so do not get frustrated. However, you need to work on your language. You need to improve your vocabulary. You need to do well. You need to acquire language. Okay? Let's move on. So simply, this is the most... Okay. So simply, and this is the most important slide here. The reading test is a test of doing two things. Or we have actually four steps, 2 prayer steps. Number 1, you are going to do what? Yes, number 1, you are going to read what? Read what? Yeah, just remind me. Read the questions and do what to the questions? Analyze them to put your hand on the key words. Good. And after that comes step number 2, which is to think about the synonyms. You need to think about these synonyms of these words. And after that, you need to, once you understand the question, you got the synonyms in your mind, you need to go back to the passage looking for the part that may carry the answer of your question. This is called finding. As I said, in which you need to locate which part of the passage may carry the answer of my question. Okay, once you put your hand, do not get happy. Do not say, oh, wow, I got the answer. Wait, why? Because look here, this point is the point in which most students make mistakes. They are able to find and locate the part that may carry the answer, but they are not able to understand this part well and match the information or compare the information mentioned in this paragraph with that in the question. and checking whether they match well or not. So after that comes a very important point, which is to understand that part of the text. To understand it well, as I said, to compare the information here in the passage with that in the question and check whether they are matching well or not. It's extremely important. And here, sometimes, and not sometimes, actually, most of the time, you need to look at the implicit meaning. You need to look for what? You need to think about what? The implicit meaning. What does it mean by implicit? Implied meaning. What is between line? Yes, or simply the indirect meaning. Okay, and I'm going to give you examples, of course, about that, so don't worry. So I want you to just understand this notion and keep it in your mind. So we have 4 steps. Number 1, analyzing the question, underlining or highlighting the keywords. Think about the synonyms of these keywords, and now go to the passage, look for the part that may carry the answer of my question. And I need to read this part well. I need to read this part. Okay, so a lot of IELTS tutors are gonna advise you to read fast. And I think that if you search the YouTube, listen to any video about reading, you are gonna find that the tutors generally give this piece of advice. You need to read fast, right? Right? It's extremely important. But if I say that, you need to read fast without completing, I mislead you, okay? Or I'm misleading you. You know why? Because if you read fast, you are gonna misunderstand, and you are gonna make mistakes if you misunderstand. So keep that in mind, okay? So again, I think it is clear, right? So again, if you read fast, okay, I'm so sorry. And as I said today, or now we're going to complete this part, okay, regarding the reading section. If you can hear me well, just leave a hand, please. I think my voice is clear to you all. Yes. Okay. So before the break, we said that to do well in the reading part, we have four steps, right? So the first step is to do what? Yeah, again. So number 1, you need to read the questions. Okay, so number 1, read questions and analyze, right? Analyze. Number 2, think of, I need to think about the synonyms. Number 3, you need to do what? So after thinking about the synonyms, you need to find the part and then understand it. Understand it. I think now it is clear, right? Okay. So these are the 4 steps that you need to follow in order to get the correct answer easily and effectively. Let's move on. So here. Okay, so we said you need to give something like 60 minutes to the reading test. This will have 3 parts, 40 questions. And by the way, the total number of words is something between 2,150 or 2,200 up to 2,750 words. And here are the sub skills. So number 1, we have skimming, scanning, and reading for detail. So what does it mean by skimming? Yeah. Reading fast. Okay. Why? Why? To mark, to go through. Okay. Again, let me help you here. So do we scan the passage or do we scan a paragraph? Sorry, skim a passage or skim the paragraph? Very good. So actually we are skimming to get the gist or the main idea of either a paragraph or a passage. Roba, this is one of, let me say, the most common misconceptions about skimming. Okay? I'm gonna clarify that. So again, what does it mean by skimming? So skimming means what? Means reading the passage, moving your eyes on the passage. Yes, as you said, you need to move your eye quickly. Why? To get the gist. What does it mean by the gist? The gist means the main idea of the passage or the main idea of a specific paragraph. The central idea. I think it is clear, right? So, what is scanning? Yeah. Scanning is searching for some specific information. Like what? Dates, names, okay, numbers, and etc. So this is simply scanning. So for scanning, in scanning, you need to read fast, right? But you need to read very carefully at the same time because you are searching for some specific information. And that's why I always do advise my students, whenever you read the passage and you find, for example, a name of a person, a date, a number, a percentage, try to underline or highlight that because 100% you're going to be asked about that. Okay, clear? What is reading for detail? Yeah, what does it mean by reading for detail? Mm-hmm.
You are all the time reading for synonyms. You are all the time reading to get understanding. Yes, to understand deeply, or let me say indirect meaning, implicit meaning, indirect meaning. Okay? By the way, I'm going to give you some examples about that, so don't worry. Okay, if you want to take a screenshot before I move to the next slide. Okay. So now we're going to practice skimming. Of course, you will not find a question like that in the test. But here we just need to practice skimming. So I want you to skim the topic here in this circular and tell me what is the best title. Is it the benefits of reading faster or how to remember more? Yeah, quickly. Actually, yes, the correct answer is A, the benefits of reading faster. I think it's very clear. Many students are surprised when the teacher tells them to read faster, but they soon find out that they understand more that way. So what is the benefit of reading faster? Yeah. What is the benefit of reading faster? They understand
More. They understand more, right? Here, they understand more that way. So this is the best title, The Benefits of Reading Faster, not how to remember more. Okay? So now let's move on. Here you are going to have a text in this box and you have 5 questions. By the way, there's no limit here. There's no word limit. So you can use a phrase or you can use a sentence. Something like that is acceptable here for discuss. By the way, this is not a test-based task. So this is just an example that will help you to practice scanning. So I want to read the 5 questions. I want to find the answers. I'm going to give you just 1 minute to do that. Okay? Go ahead. For this task, there's no word limit, but usually you have a word limit, okay? So number 1, how many words a minute do slow readers read? Yes. Yes, read slowly between 150 and 150 words per minute, right? So this is the correct answer. And what is the reason for reading less than 200 words? Okay, why? Less than 200 words, you are probably reading 1 word at a time. So this is the answer of question number 2, reading 1 word at a time. Very good. And number 3, how many words a minute do untrained native readers read? Untrained native readers, about 200 words a minute. 250, sorry, 250 words a minute. And how many words a minute do faster readers? Fast readers are called good readers, right? So the good readers read 350 words per minute. And what is the rate to aim for 70% for understanding? What is the rate? So the rate is between 250 and 350. Okay? I think it's very easy. And as I said, this would not come in the question like that. Okay, I just try to help you understand what does it mean by scanning. Scanning means looking carefully for some specific pieces of information, and this is what we did here. Okay, clear? Now, let's move on. So here are some do's and don'ts. You need to look at the title, some section headings, some special print, illustrations, graphs, and tables to understand more. One of the most important points here, because I noticed that one of our sisters here said that you need to have a look at the first and the second sentence of each paragraph to get the main idea. And as I said, this is one of the most common misconceptions regarding reading. Okay, why? Because when you get the main idea, that means you are looking for what we call a topic sentence. We're calling for what? The topic sentence. What is the topic sentence? It is the sentence that summarizes what the paragraph is about. Okay, again, it is a sentence that summarizes what the paragraph is about. So as I said, actually a lot of the IELTS tutors on the internet or on YouTube usually do advise their students to just read the first and second sentences of each paragraph to get the topic sentence, and this is commonly wrong. You know why? Because as I said, the topic sentence is the main sentence, and the other sentences just explain this main sentence. So the topic sentence is often the first and the second or last sentence. And sometimes you can find and underline the sentence in each paragraph, okay? I mean that it may be the first sentence, maybe the second sentence, maybe the last sentence, or you may understand the main idea throughout the whole paragraph, okay? So is it a must? Again, this is what I said, Ms. Dania. Actually, it is not common, okay? I mean that you may find the topic sentence at the beginning of the paragraph, in the middle of the paragraph, or sometimes at the end of the paragraph, because people who wrote these passages are professionals. They are professionals. Good. So one of the most important points is I need to look for what? I need to look for the topic sentence. So the topic sentence is something extremely important. And about the don'ts, as for the don'ts, do not read word by word, because this will slow down your performance. And do not follow the test with your finger or pencil. By the way, some people may do well when they do that, so it's no problem. Do not worry about the words you do not understand. As I said, this is not a translation test, it's a reading test. And it's a reading comprehension test. Never take longer than, not 2 minutes actually, never longer than 1 minute and a half for each question. 1 minute and a half only for each question. Okay? So simply, this slide actually, this slide summarizes what I already explained. Again, you need to analyze the question. You need to check for the keywords in each question. You need to understand the synonyms of these keywords. After that, you need to return to the text. Okay, to find which part of the text, you need to scan it. You need to go for intensive reading skill in order to get the part that may carry the answer of the question, okay? After that, you need to check your answer. I mean, you need to give yourself some time to be sure that this is the correct answer of my question. Now let's have a look at some questions. Okay, how long are the academic and general training tests? We said that they are both 60 minutes, and we said that they both have 3 parts, and they have 40 questions, and the number of the total number of words is 2,150 up to 2,750. Okay, the questions are not in order. Some of the questions are in order, while others not. Okay. So on the academic reading test, where do the reading texts come from? Actually, the reading passages are all authentic ones. You know, what I mean by authentic ones are that they come from books and journals. They come from magazines and newspapers. On the academic reading test, the texts are or have been written for a non-specialist audience. So that means you are not required to be a specialist or a doctor in order to understand medical or passages about the medicine, of course, or an educationalist in order to understand passages about education or learning. You do not need to be an engineer in order to understand passages about engineering. So it is for non-specialist audience. And they are on academic topics of general interest, and they are appropriate for test takers entering undergraduate or postgraduate courses or seeking professional registration or development. Okay. However, on the general training, the reading passages come from notices and advertisements. So it's very common, by the way, to find an advertisement as a passage or a text in general training, or a notice, or a company handout or official document. Also, do you know which text come from books, magazines, and newspapers? Which one? Especially in the general training. Martin, I know, and I got your question, and I'm going to answer that in detail, okay? Yes, the third part especially. So on the general training, texts are about everyday life, about work, about topic of general interest, and you should write your answers where? On the answer sheet directly. Here we ask you to save your time and to save your effort and to write the answers directly to the answer sheet. You know why? Because the examiner will not look at the question booklets and do not have extra time to transfer. So in this case, you need to write your answers directly. Do you have 10 minutes at the end of the reading test? We said no. Will you lose marks for spelling? Yes. Will you lose marks for punctuation? No. You can write your answers all in capital letters, all in small letters, or you can follow the punctuation rules. How many different types of questions? We said that we have from 9 to 12 different types of questions in the test. And each question receives just 1 mark. And if you do not know the answer, it's better to make a guess rather than leaving the question blank. And of course, you may get 6.5, 7.5. And if you check the Telegram channel, you will find hundreds of some promising results. Actually, I can safely say that hundreds of my students were able to get band 9 in reading. Actually, I have hundreds of results, but I do not have actually enough time to post them all. If you check the Telegram channel, you'll find a lot of these promising results. And you too, inshallah, are going to be able to get high band scores in the reading part. Can we strike the answer and write a new one in case we feel that it's strong in the answer key? How do you get in the Telegram channel? Of course, you need to get, okay. So this is a brief synopsis, okay? This is what I explained, but in steps. So you can take a screenshot of that. Okay, now I need to move to a very important part. Yeah, now we come to the most important part here, which is the practical part. Actually, we are going to have a lot of practice today. Okay. So number 1, ready? We're going to start with exercise number 1. I want to read this passage quickly and tell me what is this passage about. I'm going to skim now. Yeah. Yes, the question is, what is this passage about? What is this text about? The Thames Tunnel, perfect. So the text is about the Thames Tunnel. Okay, short tunnel, which is the Thames Tunnel. What type of question we have? Yes, this type of question, which is true, false, not given, and a lot of people actually make mistakes regarding this question, and a lot of people may find it a challenging one and misleading one, right? Am I right? Good. So, by the way, this is one of the most repetitive types of questions in the test. Okay, I mean that you may find this type, for example, twice, and the third passage, for example. So it's important to know how to do well with this question. So what does it mean by true? What does it mean by false? And what does it mean by not given? Okay. So when I say true, that means the sentence has the same information in the passage. Okay, again, when I say true, the sentence or the question and the passage, both of them have the same pieces of information. Okay? So what does it mean by false? False means the information in the question contradicts or are the opposite or is the oppository of the information in the passage. And not given, and by the way, a lot of people may get confused regarding false and not given. When I say false, I said that you will have information, but the information in the passage, okay, or is the opposite of that in the question. Something rather than that in the question. Okay. And not given, that means the information in the question is not found in the passage. I mean, you have no indication about these pieces of information in the question or in the passage. You have no reference about this piece of information in the passage. So in this case, it's called not found. Okay. Let me tell you something about that. Okay. Let's have a look at this part. Okay, so you read a passage, or imagine that you have a passage about someone whose name is Dr. Yahya, for example. And I said that Dr. Yahya is an English professor. Okay, this is number one. Number two, he has 3 sons. He is into reading science fiction most. Okay. And the passage says what? Dr. Yahya is a professor. He works at KFUPM. He's teaching English. He is married with 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. And he likes pasta, and he likes reading a lot. He likes reading a lot. Again, Dr. Yahya is a professor. He teaches English at KFUPM. He is married with 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. He likes pasta. He likes reading a lot. So number one, Dr. Yahya is an English professor. Is it true or false here? Number one. Number one is true because but we said we do not find that, that we do not find the word professor. I'm sorry, English professor, yes, but you find something like it, right? When I say he's teaching English and he's a professor, that means he's an English professor. Number two, he has 3 sons. Because this contradicts the piece of information given in the passage. In the passage, it says he is married with 3 children. 2 of them are sons, while 1 of them is a daughter, right? So the information here in the question contradicts that in the passage. He is into reading science fiction most. A lot of you are going to say yes, correct, because the passage says that he likes reading a lot. But the question is, does the passage specify what kind of genre he likes reading? Just answer my question. Does the passage specify which kind of genre he likes to read? No. So as long as the passage doesn't specify that, I cannot say yes or no. And as long as I cannot say yes or no, then it is going to be considered not given. Not given. I think now it is clear, right? I think now it is clear. Okay. So let me give you another example about this. So Qatar organized the World Cup this year, right? And a lot of people think that this version is the greatest one. A lot of people think that this version of the World Cup is the greatest one. What do you think? So this is the passage. A lot of people think that this version of the World Cup is the greatest one. And you find this question number 4. Yeah, what do you think about this one? This version of the World Cup is the greatest one. Is it true, false, not given? If you say false, that means it is not. Okay, that means it is not. If you say yes, okay, so let me clarify this point. Here we said what? Or the question here said what? A lot of people do what? Huh? A lot of people think. So this is what? This is an opinion. This is an opinion, right? And when I say this version is the greatest one, that means it takes the form, or I give it the form of what? Of fact. It is going to be a fact if we have statistics about that, right? I mean that once the World Cup finished and they brought the statistics that may give or that may verify that this version is the greatest one. So the question takes the form of what? Takes the form of fact, right? So now in this case, the question is going to be considered what? Is or are facts the same as opinion, or they are the opposite? They are the opposite, because opinions are controversial. I mean that while people say that it's the greatest one, you'll find others who say no, it is not. But facts are generally agreed on, right? So they are the opposite. So in this case, I'm going to consider this one what? This is going to be considered false. It is not correct, because actually facts contradict opinions, simply. Okay, clear? I think you got the point regarding this one. Okay? Good. I'm going to give you another example. So I'm going to say what? Look here. Yes, you need to make your mind regarding that. So, oh, okay. So let me say that Miss Summer here, the last one. So Miss Summer used to get up early. And the question says, okay, Miss Summer gets up early. What do you think about that? Is it true, false, not given? A lot of you are going to say, wow, it's true, because we have the same. You used to get up early and get up early. So it's going to be the same. Why do you say false? Actually, it's false. You know why? Because when I say used to, that means I'm talking about a habit that was in the past and it is no longer existed. That means Miss Samra quit or quitted this habit. She stopped this habit. Okay? She used to get up early because she has a job. She quitted her job. So there is no need for her to get up early. So Miss Samra gets up early. Gets up early means now. So it's her current habit. But when I say she used to get up early, that means what? I'm talking about what? About the past. Okay, clear? So are the two sentences the same? Are the two sentences the same? No, they are not the same. So in this case, they are going to be considered what? Considered false. Got it? Let's go ahead because we have a lot of questions. So let me reveal the first question. I'm going to give you some time. Okay. And I'm going to give you the chance to answer the questions. So if you answer the question, I want you to give me the justification. I mean, do not tell me true, false, or not given. Just give me where we can find that and what is the justification for that. So I'm going to start with the first question. Okay, so the first question says, the Thames Tunnel was the first tunnel ever built. So look here, what are the keywords? The first tunnel ever built where? Under a river. So this is the key phrase here. So is it true, false, or not given? So here I need to, as I said, analyze. As I analyzed the question, I understood the question. I need to go to the passage now. So if you're ready to answer this question, just raise your hand, please, to let me know that you want to participate. Okay, Miss Ghada, okay. Yeah.
It's true because the passage here in the first and second lines, it was said that the tunnel was built under the river, and this is in the second line. The first tunnel ever built, and any believed it.
Okay, just stop here. So we have the word, the first subaqueous, right?
Yes.
So you know subaqueous means what? The word sub means what here?
I think it's
under, right?
Under, yes.
Yes, so sub under, and aqueous related to aqua, which means water, right?
Yes.
So the question now is the information here in the passage the same as that in the question?
I think
yes. Yes, they are the same. The Thames Tunnel was the first tunnel to be built under a river, right? Or underwater.
Yes.
So as long as they have the same information, this question is going to be considered what?
It's true.
Yeah, that's it. And you are right. Great justification, actually. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So it's going to be true. Okay, clear? Now let's have a look at question number 2. So question number 2 says what? The Thames Tunnel was the eighth wonder of the world. Okay, Mr. Hamza.
Yes. No, it's false because it said many believed it was the eighth wonder. Here it's an opinion in the paragraph.
Yes, and we say many believed it was the eighth wonder of the world at the time it was opened. It's an opinion, right?
Yes.
And the passage, or sorry, the question takes the form of what?
As a fact.
Of a fact. So in this case, they are the opposite. And in this case, I'm going to consider this one what?
False.
False. Very good. You did a great job. I think it is clear now, right? Okay, now let's have a look at question number 3. People were drawn from all over. When I say drawn from all over, means what? The word drawn from all over means comes from many places, comes from all over the world, right? To do what? To see the Thames Tunnel. Okay, so what do you think about that drama? Miss Rama or Miss Hiba? Yes, one of you.
Okay,
Okay,
yes,
Miss Rama,
so
go ahead.
drawn all over, I just assumed it's like attracted to.
Okay, so where can we find that in the passage, you know?
I couldn't find it. I was gonna go with not given.
So what
Because
about...
they were said the tunnel was used from people of all classes, but they didn't really say they were drawn from all over to see the tunnel.
It says in the fourth line, people came from far and wide to see the marvel.
Good, Miss Hiba. So Miss Hiba said what? Uh-huh. In which line?
The fourth line.
The fourth line. And people, look here, Miss Rama, and people came from far and wide to see the marvel. Which marvel?
The Thames Tunnel.
The Thames Tunnel, simply, right?
Okay.
Okay, so Miss Rama here, when I say people came from far and wide, does this expression means the same as drawn from all over?
Yeah.
Yes. So as long as it is the same, Miss Hiba, this sentence is going to be considered what?
True.
True. That's it. Yes. It is considered true. Very good. You did a great job, actually. Yeah, thank you so much. I think now it is very clear to you, dear brothers and sisters, right? So you have a clear idea about the mechanism now. So this is the mechanism that I need to follow. Okay, I need to understand the question well. Then I need to go back, analyze the question, and go back to the passage to look for the part that may carry the answer. And then I'm gonna give the answer. Okay, so number 4, question number 4 says what? Okay, so it says, okay, people were able to travel by, so able to travel by sea or land in those days, I mean in the past. Okay, Miss Samra here. Okay. Okay, let me move to, okay, Miss Samra, yes. Hello? Seems you have a technical problem. Okay, let me move to Mr. David.
I believe it's not given.
It's not given. Good. So that means you already searched the passage, but you find nothing, right?
Yeah, I schemed like really fast. I didn't find anything that indicates.
Okay, so let me ask you some questions, and then we're gonna reach the, or make sure that it is the correct answer or not. So what does it mean to travel by sea?
Like a ship.
Or ships or boats, right?
Yeah.
And to travel by land in the past means?
Cars or like
in the past they do not have cars, or they have something like carts.
All right.
No? Yeah. Good. So I want to have a look at okay. Something from here to there. Okay. I want to skim or scan this part quickly, dear David,
yeah.
Okay?
Yes, exactly. All right, so there's the part that is saying in the age of sail and horse-drawn coaches.
Good, great. You did a great job. So it's here, okay. Right?
Yeah.
The age of sail and horse-drawn coaches, right? People traveled a long way to visit the tunnel.
Yes, so it's
let's paraphrase that, okay? Just take it step by step, okay? Sail means what?
Rowed a boat.
Using boats and ships, right? where? In the sea, right?
Yes.
Good. And where did horse-drawn coaches move?
On the land.
On the land. So in this case, I'm going to consider this question number 4 what?
True.
True. That's it. So that's why do not rush saying, oh, it's not governed. So you need to read carefully and you need to paraphrase, as I said. So one of them is going to be the paraphrase of the other. I mean, the question is going to be the paraphrase of the text or vice versa. So keep that in mind. Okay. Thank you so much. You did a great job, actually. So number 4 is going to be considered what? True. Got it? Is it clear for you all? Good. Good. So let's move on. Question number 5 says what? The aim. Aim means what? The aim means the goal. Very good. Was to turn profit. Turn profit means what? When I say to turn profit, to gain money, to make money. Very good. As a tourist attraction, you know the monuments. Okay, I mean that attractive places. Okay, good. So the main goal behind the tunnel was that it is going to be visited by people as a tourist attraction, and these people are going to pay some fees. So in this case, it might collect money or raise money, gain money, right? So I want to check that part and let me move to Mr. Muhammad. Yeah.
Yes,
okay. Okay, yes, Mr. Muhammad. Where can we find that?
I think we can find it at the beginning of how the aim had been for the tunnel to be used by wheeled vehicles to transport cargo, so that it could bring in a profit.
Profit, good. So the main goal was to be used by what?
Business, for business.
The wheeled vehicles,
yes.
Right? So this is the main goal.
And I think cargoes used to transport goods.
So forget about this part. Let me ask you one important question here. In the piece of information here, in the piece of information here in the passage, the same as that in the question?
No, it contradicts.
No. So it contradicts each other. So they contradict each other. So in this case, I'm going to consider this question what? False.
I think it's false.
It is false, and you are right. The question is false, but you're right. You did a great job. Thank you so much. A nice justification. Okay. I think it's clear now. Now let's have a look at number 6. By the way, 6 is a very tricky one. So I want you to read carefully. Do not get tricked. Statues. You know statues means what? Statues means, you know, models? A stone craft, okay, or a replica. You know replica? Miniatures, yeah, very good. So for example, when you travel to Mecca, you will buy some replicas of Al-Kaaba or a replica of Burj Al-Sa'a. If you go to Paris, you may buy a replica of the Eiffel Tower. If you go to Egypt, you may buy a replica of the Sphinx or the pyramids. So these are called replicas, and they could be bought as souvenirs. You know, souvenirs means what? Souvenirs means gifts. You know, gift? A gift that you buy to your friend when you travel for a place or something like that. Yes, like a present. Very good. So statues of the tunnel, replicas of the tunnel, could be bought as souvenirs? Could be bought as souvenirs? Yes or no? So let me move to Miss Jawahir. Okay. Hello? 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 Yeah? Are you here?
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, sir. Number 6 is not given because in the next
Line.
yeah, the next line it actually says the place is used for tourist attractions selling souvenirs. It doesn't say that it is selling the statue of the tunnel.
But we have souvenirs here, and it's gonna be, let me say that a proof that it is correct. It is true. Some people are gonna say, yes, we have the word souvenirs here. What do you think about the word souvenirs?
But the question is the statue of the tunnel.
Good. So does the passage specify what kind of souvenir?
No.
No, and as long as the passage doesn't specify what kind of souvenir, for example, souvenirs of or statues of the tunnel or not, in this case, it's going to be considered what?
False.
Not given, as you said at the beginning.
Okay.
I have no proof. I have no evidence whether the statues of tunnels were bought as souvenirs or not. And as I said, because the passage doesn't specify that, so in this case, I'm going to consider that not given. Very good. Yeah, thank you so much. You did a great job. A very nice justification. Good. I think it is clear now. Number 7 is is a question that requires a lot of concentration, by the way. That's why I said it requires a lot of concentration. The tunnel is no longer. The word no longer means what? When I say no longer, the word no longer equals not anymore. Very good. Used as a pedestrian walkway. People on walkways move. How do they move on walkways? And when I say pedestrian, they walk on their feet, right? To cross the river. So if I want to paraphrase the question, I'm gonna say what? Okay. The tunnel is not used by is not crossed. Okay, or people do not cross the river walking in the tunnel, right? Right? This is the paraphrase, right? Good. So where can we find that? Where we can find that? Let me move to Mr. Mustafa. Yes. Okay, I cannot reach you. Okay, let me move to Nasif. Yes. Yeah. Hello, dear brother. Yes. Where we can
It says here that tunnel become part of the London Underground Railway.
Yes, here, right? So the tunnel became part of the London Underground Railway system, which continues to be its use today. So can you tell me what is the paraphrase of this sentence, the last sentence that you read?
I said here a railway, so it's not with a train.
Good. So the tunnel became part of the underground.
The underground railway.
Like the metro, yeah? Right?
Yeah.
Underground. Right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
People cannot cross.
Cannot walk.
You cannot walk inside it. Cannot walk inside it. Why? What may happen if they walk inside it?
They would crash with the trains or the
Trains
metro.
moving inside the tunnel are gonna hit them, right?
Yeah.
So the most important point is: can people walk inside the tunnel?
No, they can't.
No, they can't. Is that the same paraphrase of the question here?
Yes, this is a
yes, it's the same, right? The same piece of information, but it is said in another way, right? So in this case, the sentence is going to be considered what?
True.
True, that's it. And you are perfect. You did a great job. You did a great job. Thank you so much. I think it is clear now, dear brothers and sisters, right? I think now you understood the mechanism you need to follow to do well in answering this kind of question. So again, for this type of question, yeah, I know it's difficult. It is not difficult actually, but it requires understanding. It requires concentration. Okay, so that's why it looks like mathematics. It is not only a point of language, but also you need to have a deep and careful thinking. Okay? Okay, clear? Thank you so much. And now let's move on. Let's move on. By the way, this is a very academic part. This is very academic part. You may find some, by the way, that the questions of the test were not that difficult ones. I mean that, I know that this exercise requires a lot of thinking and it is devised for that. Okay, now let's have a look at another exercise, but this time we're gonna have a full exercise. Okay, so yes, actually this exercise is great. I like it a lot. I want you just skim this passage and tell me what is this passage about, simply. What is this passage about? This passage is about what? Yes, Miss Hind, actually questions in true, false, not given commonly come in order. Commonly come in order, as you said, as you see here, okay? It is not about tikka masala, chicken. I think that you are hungry. Okay, so yes, what are these passages about? Or what is this passage, sir, about? It is about yeah, about spices. It is about spices. Okay. Good. Let's have a look at the question. Aha. This is one of the most common types of questions, and also a lot of people may struggle and suffer regarding this part. Okay, so what to do first? What do you think? Is it to read the passage or the paragraphs and then read the headings, or to read the headings and then read the paragraphs? Yeah, what do you think? Which is to be done first? Yes, actually to read the headings and then to read the passage. Okay, great, great. Actually, I have just received a message from one of my students writing me that this is Dina. I have attended your latest IELTS preparation program, which has helped me a lot in doing great in my exam last week. Your tracks helped me in scoring 9 in the reading section and above 7 in both listening and speaking. Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay, so I'm waiting for her to just complete her message and I'm gonna share her results. This is the freshest result, actually. Okay, so good. It comes in time. Good. Okay, so let's take them one by one. When I say uses of spice, that means this paragraph should be about what? Uses of spice. That means it's about Uh-huh. Yes. Uses of spices. Yeah. How we use them, right? How we use them. Good. Spices for cooking. So when I say spices for cooking, that means I'm gonna read about the spices used in cooking, right? Good. Yes. For different taste, to give taste. Very good. So spices to give taste, right? And changing leaders means what? Yes, that's it. So those who had control over this trade, okay? Not ingredients, leaders. Leaders means those who have dominated or who had dominated the trade. A strange choice, I think this one is given to us. I mean that this one is already done, so no need, no need. It is given as an example. Okay, so what else? Let's move on. Preserving flavor. What does it mean by preserving flavor here? Preserving flavor means keeping what? Preserving means keeping, and the flavor is the taste. Yeah, that's it. Famous spice roots. That means famous what? Road or ways. Famous roads or ways. Yeah, or path. Very good. The power of spice. When I say the power of a spice, that means I'm talking about what? The effect or the importance of a spice, right? It's the effect or So sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm speaking while the mic is muted. Okay. When I say some spices, that means what? Different kinds or types of them, right? Good. Medicinal spices, that means spices used as medicine or to treat some illnesses. When I say spice providers, means what? They are the producers, traders, or suppliers, right? Good. Now let me ask you, which ones are similar to each other? Which ones are very similar to each other? Which ones, which options here, which headings are very similar to each other? Number 2 and number 5. Okay. Number 8, number 9, and number 10, right? And number 1 also. When I say uses of a spice and medicinal or spices for cooking, medicinal spices, sorry, number 10 is not. Number 10 is not, okay? So these are very, very clear, very relevant to each other, right? Yes. So keep that in mind. I mean that you may read one, saying that maybe about the uses of a spice, but actually this one is mostly about how it is used in curing diseases, or how it is used to preserve the flavor, or is it used to cook food. So you need to take care about these 3 ones, okay? Now let's have a look at paragraph B, because paragraph A is done. So now I need to do what? Now you need to read for, I need to read for the gist, or I need to scan, but at the same time I need to scan, okay? Because I need to find the main idea, the topic sentence here, okay? So I need to cast my eyes from left to right, from up to down. You need to read across from left to right, and you need to read down from up to down in order to find the expressions and words that may help you find the correct answer, right? Okay. So let's have a look at that quickly. Spices are dried seeds, fruit, roots, bark, or vegetative parts of plants added to food in small amount to enhance flavor or color. Okay, so flavor here. Is that about keeping the flavor? Yes, some people are gonna say yes, it's about enhancing the flavor. I want you here to differentiate between 2 important things. I want you to differentiate between the main idea and ideas that support the main idea, okay? So please, I want you to differentiate between these 2 types of ideas, the main point and the points that support or explain, or explain the main idea, okay? So this point here, a main idea? Yes or no? No, okay. Herbs, in contrast, are only from the leaves and only used for flavoring. So here I'm making a comparison between what? We're making a comparison between herbs and spices, right? Herbs and spices. Okay, no issue. Looking at the sources of some common spices, mustard and black pepper are from seeds, cinnamon from bark, cloves from dried fall buds, ginger and turmeric from roots, while mace and saffron are from seed covers and stigmatips, respectively. In the face of such variety, it is becoming increasingly common for spices to be offered in the pre-made combinations. Chili powder is a blend of chili pepper with other spice, often common oregano, garlic powder, and salt. Mixed spice, which is often used in baking a rich blend of sweet spices with cinnamon. So what is the main idea here? What is this paragraph doing? Yes, just tell me. Don't give me the answer. Just tell me, what is this paragraph doing? It gives me what? It gives me a list of different examples or different kinds and types and sorts of spices, right? So simply, the correct answer is going to be what? Yes. The correct answer is going to be, yep, number 8. Some spices. And you are perfect. It is number 8, and you are great. Okay, you did a great job. You did a great job, actually. Okay, so now we're going to go for a break. Meaning that we're going to have a 20-minute break. So we're going to come back again at 8:30. Okay? Is it good? Okay? So forget about paragraph A. Forget about paragraph A because it is given to us and we do not have time actually. And we don't have time. We have a lot of questions. So let's concentrate on the questions given to us. Okay, see you at 8:30 after the break. Okay? Of course, it is case A timing. Thank you so much. Stay tuned and see you. With different examples of spices, or is giving a list of spices, okay? Now let's move on. But this time I will not read this, okay? Now I want to do what? I want to read the paragraph. We're going to read the paragraph carefully. We're going to analyze the paragraph, and then we're going to make a guess about the heading, the suitable heading. What is the main idea of this paragraph, okay? So although human communities were using spices tens of thousands of years ago, the trade of this commodity only began about 2000 BC around the Middle East. Okay, farley uses, uses were less connected with cooking. Wonderful. So it is start to give idea about cooking, right? And more with such diverse function as embalming medicine. Wow. So cooking and medicine, religion and food preservation. So what is the suggested title? If you read this part only, you are going to understand that this passage is about what? Yeah, can you give me some guesses about that? About the uses, right? Yes. You're going to think that this part is about the uses. Okay. Let's complete. Eventually extensive over land trade routes such as Silk Road, routes, trade routes, and maybe about trade routes. But the question is it a hint? Is it a supporting idea or the main idea? It was maritime advance in India to East Asia, which led to the most dramatic growth in commercial activities. From then on, spices were the driving force of the world economy, commanding such high prices that it pitted nation against nation and become the major impetus to exploration and conquest. It would be hard to underestimate the role spices have played in human history. Once you finish this part, you think that, what is the main idea? What is the main idea here now? Once you read the last part, you're gonna realize that the main idea is what? Again, just tell me simply, forget about the headings. What is the most striking point here? What is the leading point? The importance, right? He said that it is hard to underestimate the role that spices have played, and they were the driving force of the economy. So I'm talking about the influence, the role of the spices, right? So simply, it is about the significance of the spices. Great. Now let's have a look at paragraph D. Originally, Muslim traders dominated these rules. Seeing spices laden ships from the Orient crossing Indian Ocean to Red Sea and Persian Gulf ports, from where camel caravans transported the goods overland. However, although slow to develop, European nations using aggressive exploitation and colonization strategies eventually came to rule the Far East and consequently control of the spice trade. At first, Portugal was the dominant power. But the British and Dutch eventually gained the upper hand. So when you read that, you are going to understand that what? It is about what? What is the main idea of this paragraph? Yeah, that how those who have the upper hand changed over history, right? So simply, paragraph B, we said that paragraph B is 8. Paragraph C and D, yes. So let's have a look. Paragraph C is going to be which one? Which letter? I want you to give me the numeric number, okay? Yes, so paragraph C, yes, is going to be about the power of spice. Great, you did a great job. And paragraph D is about what? Yeah, that's it. It is about the changing leaders. I think it's clear, right? And I think that this way is very helpful to find the correct answer. So, as I said, never depend on reading the first and second lines only. You need to move your eyes quickly. Okay, clear? Now let's have a look at paragraph E. Yeah, and F. Why were spices in such demand? There are many answers. In the early days, they were thought to have strong medicinal properties. Oh wow! It may be about medicinal uses. It may be by balancing humors or excesses of emotions in the blood. Other times, they were thought to prevent maladies. You know, maladies means what? Like the plague. Maladies equals, the word malady is equivalent to the word disease, yes, which often saw prices of recommended spices sour. Okay, well, most obviously, spices flavored the bland meat-based European cuisines. Pepper historically has been in the highest demand for this reason. And even today, peppercorns dried wherever remain by monetary value. So here we have two usages. Number one as medicine, and number two to do what? To give flavor to food. The most widely traded spice in the world. However, saffron, by being produced within the small saffron flower, has always been among the world's most costly price by weight, valued mostly for its vivid color. So simply, the revolving idea here is what? Don't give me V or I, just tell me about the main idea here. What is the main idea of this paragraph here? Yeah. The uses of spice. We can use them as medicine. You can use them to give flavor to food. You can use them for their vivid color, right? If I say medical usage, that means, Mr. Mustafa, that the main idea here is revolving around the medical usage only. But here we have three different uses. Okay, number one as medicine, number two to give flavor, number three to give color. Okay. Now let's move on. No, not importance. I cannot paraphrase like that. So this is the way spices, Miss Afan, Mr. Afan. Okay, so this is the way spices are used. Okay. Predictably, the majority of the world's spices are produced in India. Good. Although specific spices are often produced in greater amounts in other countries. For example, Vietnam, the largest producer and exporter of pepper, and Indonesia, holds a clear lead in nutmeg, and Iran in saffron, Sri Lanka in cinnamon. So it is very clear that here I'm talking about what? In paragraph F. Paragraph F is about the leaders or the places which produce the spices, right? So again, paragraph E and F. Okay, paragraph E. Which one is paragraph E? It's going to be I, yes, letter I. It's uses of spice. And paragraph F. Which one is paragraph F? Yes, the last one, X, spice providers. Okay, great. Now let's move on. This is the last paragraph. However, there are disadvantages in grinding spices. What does it mean by grinding spices? When you grind spices, of course, ladies understand that well. When you grind spices, that means you change them into powder. Yes, very good. It increases their surface area many times, accelerating the rate of evaporation and oxidation of their flavor-bearing and aromatic compound. So when you grind the spices, this will accelerate the oxidation of their flavor and aroma. You know aroma? The taste and the smell. In contrast, the whole dried spices retain. The word retain means what? The word retain means keep. Keep what? Keep the aroma and keep what? The flavor. Okay? For much longer. Thus, the seed-based varieties, which can be packaged and stored well, are often purchased in this form. This allows grinding to be done at the moment of cooking or eating, maximizing the flavor and effect. So 100%, this paragraph is about what? It is about how to preserve or how to keep what? How to keep the flavor and the smell. Keep the flavor and the smell. Okay. So let's see. So which title, which heading is the best one for G? It's number 5, which is which letter? Which numerals here. You need to write numerals. Do not write 5 or do not write the heading itself. So just write the numerals. So I'm going to say yes, it's V. I think it is clear now. I think now you have a very clear idea about the mechanism that you need to apply in order to do well in this kind of questions. And I think it becomes very clear in your mind how I can do well in this type of questions, right? Okay. Of course, it's tricky. Now let's have a look at this passage. I want you to read this passage carefully, skim it, and just tell me what is this passage. Yep. Yeah, what is this passage about? Yeah, actually, not genes. Actually, it's about, as you said. Some of you said that Yeah, it's about handedness. It is about handedness. I mean, being left-handed or right-handed. You know, some people are left-handed while others are right-handed. So what kind of question we have here? Yes, no, not given. Uh-huh. So is there a difference between true, false, not given and yes, no, not given? Is there a difference between them? Yes, actually there is, or there are some differences between them. When we say yes, true, false, not given, that means we are discussing the facts mentioned in the passage. But when I say yes, no, not given, we are discussing the writer's opinion, the author's opinion, okay? Can I use true, false, not given instead of yes, no, not given, and vice versa? Can I say that sure and definitely no, you can't? Why? Because one of the main points here is to follow the instructions. The instructions tell you to write yes, no, not given, or to write true, false, not given. Which of them? It's yes, no, not given. So you need to stick to the instructions. So if I write true instead of yes, my answer is going to be considered incorrect. And if I write yes instead of true, my answer is going to be considered incorrect. So I need to stick to the instructions given to me in order to get a good score, or in order to get the mark. Okay, clear? Good, so I'm going to say yes if the statement agrees with the writer's opinion. I'm going to say no if the statement contradicts the writer's opinion. And I'm going to say not given if I have no opinion about that. Yes, you can use TN or NG. No issue, by the way. No issue. Good. So let's have a look at the question. We have, by the way, we have about 7 paragraphs. So if you do not find the answer here, do not say it is not given. Just wait or hold on, and maybe in the coming paragraphs. Okay. Can I use T or N or NG in the answer sheet? I said yes, even if yes or no. I said no, you need to write yes or no. I think it is clear. No need to write Y instead of yes and N instead of no. It is not good. Okay. You can use TF, not NG, not TN. Okay. So the study, let's have a look at the first question. We need to analyze this question now. So the study of twins shows that genetic determination is not the only factor. So there was a study, and the study was made, yes, it is commonly in order. This study was made on twins, and it showed that the genetic determination, what does it mean by genetic determination here? The word genetic determination means what? It means the genes, okay? The genes. So genes are not the only factor for left-handedness. I mean that there are many different factors rather than genes, which is DNA, as you said. And these are responsible for handedness. Okay. So can you find that here? I want to check the first paragraph, for example. Yes, Miss Nabila, it's the last line. You did a great job, mashallah. So if you go to the last line, 1 in 5 of identical twins involves one right-handed and one left-handed person, despite the fact that their genetic material is the same. Genes, therefore, are not solely responsible for handedness. So the word solely means what? Solely means only, alone. Yes, very good. So genes are not alone responsible for being left-handed. So in this case, I'm going to consider this sentence what? Yes, no, not given. What do you think about that? Of course, yes, because the information is the same. So this one is going to be yes. Good. Let's have a look. Mark Dax's report was widely accepted. When I say widely accepted, means what? The majority of people accept it, or the minority of people accept it? Very few people. Widely accepted means the majority, most experts or most scientists accept that. Okay, very good. Let's move on. Okay, did you find that? Let me check. Did you find that here? So we're gonna look for what? What is the keyword that we're gonna look for? What is the keyword? The name of Mark Dax. Do you have Mark Dax here? No, so let's move on, maybe in the next paragraph. Okay, do you have Mark Dax here? And if you did find it, where? Which paragraph? It is in paragraph D here, Mark Dax. Okay, so I need to check whether Mark Dax's report was widely accepted in his time or not. Can you find that? And if you did find that, just tell me which line. Not given. So do not, as I said, do not rush saying not given. It is in the 7th line. So I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, here. Other experts showed little interest in the Frenchman's idea. Who is that Frenchman? This Frenchman is Mark Dax. So other experts showed what? They showed little interest. So does the word little interest agree with widely accepted? Does the word little interest agree with the expression widely accepted? Of course, no, they do not match, because widely accepted means great interest. But here I have little interest. So in this case, it is going to be what? It is going to be no. No, do not write false. If you write false, your answer is going to be considered incorrect. So I need to write no. Okay, clear? Let's have a look at question number 3. John Wada based his findings on his research. So he made his research on people who had language problems. What are language problems? Something like what? Something like what? Can you give me examples of language problems? Like speech delay, okay. Stuttering, very good. Stammering, right? So stuttering and stammering. Okay, not aphasia. These are all different kinds of speech problems. Okay, if people have language problem or speech problem, does it mean that they have damage in their brain or something like that? No, they are normal people, right? But the problem is that they have some problem regarding language, and by therapy, their conditions are gonna be better, right? It's a psychological issue as well. Very good. Speech therapy. So it is not about the brain. Okay, so let's have a look here. So what we are gonna look for? We're gonna look for what? Simply and easily. We're gonna look for the name, John Wada. Great. Do you find John Wada here? Do you find John Wada here? So simply we need to move on. What about this paragraph? Do you find John Wada here? Yes, right? So okay, now let's have a look. So John Wada devised the first test to provide access to the brain's functional organization of language by injecting into the right or left carotid artery. Wada temporarily paralyzed one side of a healthy brain, enabling him to more closely study the other side of capabilities. That's it. This is all what we have about John Wada. So do you have any indication about the people on which John Wada applied his study? Where? If you say yes, or just where? Functional organization of language. We do not refer to any language problems, right? Language, we do not. We talk about functional organization of language. That's it. So can you say yes? Can we say yes? Or can we say no? Actually, no, we cannot say yes or no. So in this case, it is going to be considered what? It is going to be considered not given. Not given, because I cannot say, I do not, the passage doesn't specify, or the writer doesn't specify the people whom were subject to the study. I mean, whether they had language problems or not. Okay? Let's move on. And let's have a look at the last question. We have one more question here. Left-handed individuals are thought to have more stable and successful relationships. What does it mean by more stable and successful relationships? That means they are in harmony with their family members and they are in harmony with their friends, right? So let's have a look at paragraph F and G, and let's have a look. Page line number 3, right? Good. So line number 3, left-handed, right-brained individual thought to possess more creative skills and may be better at combining functional features emergent in both sides of the brain. So what do you think about number 4 here? What do you think about the statement in number 4? If you say no, that means they do not have stable and successful relationships. If you say no, okay? I mean that my question is, does the passage or does the writer specify that these people have stable and successful relationships? Do you have a proof? Do you have an evidence about that? Yes or no? If you do not have an evidence, that means this sentence should be considered what? The sentence should be considered not given. Yeah, that's it. So it is also not given. I think this type of question is now clear also to you, right? I think now it is clear to you. Now let's move on to another type of question. It's on the same passage, by the way. It's on the same passage. But here we need to do what? We need to match the person with his opinion or his finding. So which is better, to look for the findings or to look for the persons? To look for the names, right? So I just need to read the name, look for the name. Okay. Okay. Let's have a look. And Marianne Annette. Do you have Marianne Annette? Yes, we have it here, right? So what words may help me? I need to look for the findings, right? So as long as I'm looking for the findings, so some expressions like hypothesized, okay. Thesis, hypothesized, okay. Hypothesis, speculate, you know, speculate. Okay. Think. Suppose. Soon. Right? They may help me. So expressions like that, they may help a lot. Okay, let's have a look here. Marianne Annette. Okay, so she hypothesized that no single gene determines handedness. No single gene, you concluded also is one, predicted. No single gene determines handedness. Which one is that? It's very easy. Yes, it's B. No single biological component determines the handedness of a child. So I think that they are the same. So in this case, it's going to be B. Okay, clear? Good. Now let's have a look at Peter Hipper. Do you find Peter Hipper here? Any indication about Peter Hipper? Yes, in paragraph B. So it is here, right? So what does he thought? Yes, what did he suggest? Yeah, where you can find that. Once you move your eyes quickly on that part and try to check. Yes, the last line here, I think it is some lines above. Let's look here. Hipper speculates that fetuses, you know, fetus. The fetus is the unborn baby, the embryo, not embryos. So the fetus tend to prefer whichever side of the body is developing quicker, and that their movement in turn, sorry, let me change the color, and that their movement in turn influences the brain's development. So simply, which one is that? Yes, that's it. You are great, mashallah. The rate of development of one side of the body has influence on the hemisphere preference in fetus. I think it is clear, right? This one is simple and to the point. It is a very direct one. No tricky points here. Good, let's move on. Okay. So Brenda Milner, do you find any indication about Brenda Milner here? I have Mark Dax, and that's it. So no indication about Brenda Milner. Let's move on. Here, we have John Wada. We have Brenda Milner. Yes, it's here. Brenda Milner. So I want you to read that part carefully and just tell me what did she suggest. Look here, that confirmed the theory, and yes, this is their theory. In 96% of right-handed people, language is processed much more intensely in the left hemisphere. What does it mean by hemisphere? Hemisphere means what, you know? Hemisphere means half, yes. Half. So which one? Which finding? If you look here, language is processed much more intensely. Okay. No. Yes, it's the language process is mainly centered in the left hemisphere in the brain. Yes, I think it's easy as well, right? Now the last one, Michael. Michael, is it here in the same paragraph or not? Yes, in the fourth line. So here, okay. This is his name, okay. And he did what? He suggested what? The fifth last line, yes, very good. And he suggested, you think that the origin of human speech lies in gestures. You know, gestures, the movements of hands or body, predated words and help language emerge. If the left hemisphere began to dominate speech, it would have dominant gestures too. And because the left brain controls the right side of the body, the right hand developed more strongly. So it is simply, yeah, as you said, actually, yes, this is the correct answer. This is the correct answer. So we said that Mariana Nat takes which one? Again, let's revise the answers. Let's revise the answers. So we said that Mariana Nat is gonna, B, very good. And Peter Hipper is gonna take F, very good. Brenda Miller, D, and the last one, Michael, A, and that's all about this part. I hope you already enjoyed this part. Okay, and you found it easy. Now this, of course, in this part is very academic. If you are talking about the general training, in the general training you will find more simpler, but the same techniques, the same types of questions, but on a simple basis, okay? Now, I promised that I'm gonna provide you with a surprise at the end. Can you make a guess how many correct answers you need to get band 5, for example, in academic? Okay, Band 7 in academic. Band 7. Yep. Look here. Actually, as you see here, there's a big difference between academic and general training. By the way, the difference between academic and general training in the marking scheme is a whole band score. I mean that if you got 15 correct answers in academic, that means you're going to get band 5. However, 15 correct answers in general training are going to give you band 4. So yes, the general training is much more easier, is much more attainable, and the academic is much more tougher and challenging, but actually getting a high band score in academic is easier than in general training, and I think it is fair, right? What about total? Total what? I mean, do you mean the band 9, for example? Band 9, 39 or 40, by the way. 39 or 40 may give you band 9. Okay? Clear? Good. So we are approaching the end of our session. Maps and diagrams are not in reading. By the way, tomorrow we're gonna have the writing test. I prefer that tomorrow we're gonna have the writing task 2. By the way, it is gonna be the same for both academic and general training. So the tomorrow session is gonna start at 5:30 in its timing, from 5:30 to 9:30. Okay. So again, tomorrow session, we're gonna tomorrow. You are gonna know that tomorrow. Don't worry. By the way, tomorrow's session or the coming sessions are the most important sessions ever. If listening and reading are important, the coming ones are extremely important because they are gonna tackle I don't know, Miss Hannah, actually, what do you mean by the last exercise? So you may discuss that because it's going to be difficult for me actually to go back again to the last exercise one more time. So just you can discuss that via the WhatsApp group, okay? So let me how to solve what? Which one? I mean the whole exercise is going to be difficult, of course. It's kind of confusing. As I said, you need to look for the name of the person. You need to understand what did this person suggest, okay? And then you need to match it. I think some of our brothers and sisters took some screenshots. I think they are going to be helpful for you. Now it's time for questions. As I said, I'm going to allocate some time at the end of the session for some questions. So if you have a question, I'm all ears. Actually, are we meeting at the same time? Yes, tomorrow we're going to start at 5:30, inshallah, for writing task 2. Since the screenshots exercise 4, okay, this is for you. The diagram labeling, if anyone has taken, kindly add me. Okay. So, yes, just write down your questions, please. Write down your questions if you have a question. Okay. Okay, that's the end of our session. I hope that by the end of the session. Okay, Cambridge books harder? No, they are not harder actually. They are normal. It's normal because Cambridge books are previous tests. Okay. What stuttering in the speaking section will affect? If you have a problem like that, you can enclose or attach a medical report that you have this problem, and they are going to consider this point, by the way. Tomorrow, all writing, yes, tomorrow we're going to have writing task 2, and it's extremely important to guys with preparation. Will it be possible to get band 7? Why not?
All doing well. Can you hear me well? Just leave a hand, please, to let me know that you're all following me well. Okay, as you know, today, inshallah, we're going to handle the last session of our preparation course, which is the speaking part of the IELTS test. Let me just a while. I want to start. Okay. Get listening screenshots. I don't know actually. I hope one of our classmates here may help for this aspect. So during the past few days, we already covered listening, reading, writing task 1 and writing task 2 for both academic and general training. Today, inshallah, we're going to cover the last part of the IELTS test, which is the listening part, the speaking part. Okay. So here, we're going to handle So yes, you can see me well. You can hear me well, right? My video is clear to you all, right? Good, good. So today we're going to handle the speaking part, as I said, of the IELTS test. So as I said, also this is going to be the last session, this course. So we're going to say goodbye at the end of this session. Today, as you know, that is one of the most important parts of the IELTS test, which is the speaking part of the IELTS test. To be honest with you, a lot of people may get good band scores in listening and reading, but when it comes to writing and speaking, no, we need to stop a little bit. Why? Because writing and speaking are the productive skills of the language. I mean that you need to produce language. And as long as you're going to produce language, that means you're going to be judged. And here comes the point. You're going to be judged. So this judgment may be for you or against you. As for reading, writing, and speaking, you are going to have an examiner that's going to mark or correct your piece of writing or your speech. And you need to know what is already existed in the examiner's mind. Because if I know what you need to hear, okay, that means I'm going to give you an answer that is going to satisfy you. So this is the point here. Okay, so as for the speaking test, you know how much time is allocated for the speaking test? How much time is allocated for the speaking test? 10 minutes, 14 minutes, 10 to 14, 15 minutes. Okay, most of your answers actually are revolving around the correct answer. Anyway, the speaking test will last between 13 up to between 11 up to 14 minutes. Good. So it is going to be between these. Okay. So as I said here, you'll find that the timing of the speaking test is between 11 to 14 or 15 minutes. So it is going to be no less than 11 minutes and no more than 14 or 15 minutes. Is the speaking test the same for both academic and job training, computer test and paper test? Yes. Actually, it's going to be the same, so no differences here. So the speaking test has the same rubrics or the same criteria for both academic and job training. In the past, we used to deliver a speaking test only face-to-face, but these days, by the way, you can deliver the speaking test either face-to-face or online. It's going to be a virtual test. But in all cases, keep in mind that in all cases, you need to come to the test venue to deliver your test. I mean, either you are going to have the computer test or the paper test. You need to come to, or you are going to have the speaking test, a face-to-face one or online one. In all cases, you need to come to the test venue to deliver your test. That means you would not do the online test at home if you are going to do an online speaking test. So keep this point into consideration. We have three options for the speaking test, generally. Either to have the speaking test a day or some days, okay? A day or some days before the main session. The main session includes listening, reading, and writing in order. Okay, so again, listening, reading, and writing. By the way, it is extremely important to arrive an hour earlier before the time of your main session test. I mean, for example, if your main session is going to start at 9, then it's advisable to reach the test venue at 8 o'clock. Why? Because of the registration procedures. You're going to have some registration procedures, and this will take time. They're going to take your fingerprint, they're going to take your picture, they're going to fill in your details, they're going to scan you. Okay, so actually, it is a long procedure. Okay, and then it's a long process and includes a lot of procedures, as I said. Then it's extremely important to reach the test venue sometime earlier. What may happen if you arrive the test venue after the test starts? You will not be allowed to enter the test. So keep this point into consideration. Actually, I noticed and I witnessed a lot of incidents like that. Good. One important point. If you book the test using your ID, okay, using your ID, then it's extremely important to bring your ID with you. No, of course, not all the tests are going to start at the same time, okay? So again, because the computer test may start at 9, while the paper test may start at 7. In the computer test, you may have the speaking test before the computer test during the same time, the same day, I mean. Anyway, I forgot what I want to say. Hamza, I don't know about that, but try to reach on time and do not miss the test, okay? I think this is the best question to be asked. Okay, anyway, as I said, you need to come sometime earlier before the test. Ms. Ghada, I think that you already got an email. As I said, they are going to send, yes, the ID. So they are going to send you an email, something like 48 hours before the time of your speaking test. I mean, for example, if your speaking test is on Saturday, then you are going to receive this message today or tomorrow, something like that. Okay, so if you used your ID to book the test, then it's highly advisable to get your ID with you. I mean that if you book the test with your ID, they would not accept your passport. And if you book the test using your passport, they would not accept the ID. So it's extremely important, okay? Because also a lot of people suffered from this point. I booked the test using my ID, but I came to the test with my passport. I have no ID. Thank you so much. It is not allowed for you to enter the test. This is one point. Another point is, yes, I said that you may have the test a day before the main session or a day after the main session. Or a day after the main session. So keep that in mind. So according to the availability of the examiners. Good. How much time? We said that the speaking test is between 11 up to 14 minutes. Good, great. And how many parts are there in the IELTS speaking test? Actually, in the IELTS speaking test, you are going to find 4 parts. Okay, the first part is, I'm going to give you a brief synopsis about that. So the first part is something like an interview with the examiner. I mean, in this part, the examiner is going to ask you some general questions. These general questions about some familiar topics for you. I mean, that the examiner may ask you about your family, your hobbies, your interests, things that you like or you do not like, your work, your job, as I said, that's it. So the examiner is going to ask you some general questions about you yourself. In this part of the test, you need to give very personal answers. Yes, it's going to be something like a warmer. I mean that the examiner is going to try break the ice between you and him, or between you and the test. Okay? So you are going to be asked, as I said, about familiar topics. In this part of the test, there is no right or wrong answer. So do not say that the examiner asked me, do you like football? And I said, no. It seems that he likes football and he get annoyed because I said no. Do not think like that. Do not think like that. So in this stage of the test, in this part of the test, all answers are acceptable ones. Okay? And you need to answer giving personal answers. So you need to answer personally. Speak about yourself. And how many examiners will be? This is a very good point. How many examiners and how many examinees or test takers? Actually, there will be just one examiner and just one test taker. So it is going to be 1-to-1 test. It is going to be a 1-to-1 test. So there will be no more than one test taker and no more than one examiner. So do not be worried about that. You will not get embarrassed speaking in front of people. I know that. So don't worry about this point at all. And either, by the way, for the face-to-face test or the online one. Good. So after this part, the examiner, we come to part number 2. The examiner is going to give you, for example, a cue card. And there will be a topic written in this cue card. You're going to take the cue card. You're going to read the cue card. And the examiner is going to give you 1 minute. This minute is to do 2 things. Number 1, you are going to take time to gather your ideas together, to write down or jot down some notes, to prepare yourself for the speech. And after that, the examiner is going to ask you to speak from 1 up to 2 minutes. From 1 up to 2 minutes. So this is the long part, actually. So I'm going to speak about a specific topic for up to 2 minutes. Good. Is it allowed for me, Ms. Ghada, to change the topic? Never. Never. Okay, so do not even try to ask the examiner for something like that. As the examiner if the examiner gives you a topic, then go ahead. You may ask about some questions. You may ask about clarification. Okay. This is the preparation time? Yes. For this part only, yes. I said, and if you look here, Mr. or Miss Nedika, you can see that up to 2 minutes. You need to speak up to 2 minutes, okay? In this part also, you are going to be asked very personal questions, okay? I mean, for example, the examiner is going to, or the question may ask you to speak about the person you admire most. So you admire, or something like a trip that you once had when you were at school. Describe a gift that it was given to you. Describe a gift that you give to someone. So in this case, you need to answer according to your personal experience. Okay? In part number three actually is linked to part number 2. For example, if the examiner gave you a topic about gifts, expected that in part number 3, the examiner is going to ask you about gifts as well. But in this case, these are going to be abstract ideas, abstract ideas. I mean, for example, what does it mean for people when they are given gifts from others? So in this case, do not personalize your answer. Or why do people, or when do people give gifts to each other in your culture? When do people give gifts to each other in your culture? My voice is lagging, right? Is it right? Now, is it okay? Now, is it okay, right? Yes. Okay, no problem. So, what or when do people usually give gifts to each other in your culture? In this case, in part number 3, you need to give your opinion. And you need to speak generally. I mean, you need to speak from a general point of view. So never personalize your answer. Okay? So do not say, yeah, of course you can ask for more clarification, but do not ask for more clarification all the time. That means you are not able to follow the speaker well. Okay. So again, part 1 is something like an interview with the examiner. Part number 2 and is something like a topic given to you. Part number 3, some questions, some more questions, but this time there are going to be abstract questions about this part. I think it is clear for you all, right? You have no issues regarding this part. Okay. Are there specific rubrics for the examiners to give you your band score, or is it going to be like that? Of course, there are some rubrics. So can you just brainstorm that part? I mean, can you make a guess? What are the rubrics according to which the examiner is going to give me my band score? Fluency, very good. Grammar, yeah. What else? Vocab and grammar, very good. Way of communication, okay. Confidence, great. Pronunciation, time management, okay. Accuracy, very good. Intonation is something high. If he's gonna give you your band score according to intonation, you're gonna lose a lot. We do not have task achievement here. Using complex sentences, okay. Good. Variety of words. Speaking without hesitation, which means fluency. Being natural, very good. Will they judge my accent? So accent. Okay, great. Let's have a look at these in detail. So we have, as you said, fluency and coherence, lexical resource, and grammatical range and accuracy. Okay, and pronunciation. So these are the 4 criteria, by the way, according to which the examiner is going to give you a band score. So what does each one of these 4 criteria mean? Let's explain this part in detail, okay? So number 1, by fluency and coherence, so we have two different parts here. Number 1, fluency, number two, coherence. So fluency means speaking with normal levels, to speak at a normal level. So you do not speak that fast, okay? So the examiner may find difficulty in understanding what you said. So here, I mean, clarity is extremely important, because some people, when they speak, they go a mile a minute. So what's your favorite food? Actually, I have a lot of kinds of food that I like, but the one that I like best is caps, and the ingredients of caps are rice, chicken, meat, or something like that. But actually, here in Sudan, oh my god, it is like you are going into a race, and the examiner is just chasing you. This is not good. And do not be such boring person. Okay, saying, actually, I love a lot of kinds of food, and the one that I like best is, yes, just say it, is rice. Oh my God, the examiner is gonna die this way. Okay, so the examiner, he's gonna either fall asleep, go on, or he's gonna die, as I said. So just speak at a natural rate. Okay, this is extremely important, by the way. If you suffer from some speech or language problems like stuttering, stammering, by the way, you need to clarify that when you register for the test. It's important for you, by the way, because the examiner is going to be given this knowledge, and he is going to keep that into his or her consideration when giving you your band score. So if you have a problem like that, just clarify that to the center with which you booked your test. And so fluency means speaking, and you need to speak with the minimal hesitations. So do not hesitate a lot, because actually hesitation is not good, because some people hesitate a lot when they produce their speech, and this is not good, as I said. So try to avoid hesitation. But we make hesitations even when we use our first language. Yes, but there's a difference between hesitations that the test taker may make be naturally because he is looking for ideas, and hesitations that he may make because he is looking for language. And examiners are very well trained to differentiate between these two types of hesitations. Okay. And also you can use some kind of, we call them hesitation fillers. Okay. Mr. Azam, actually, you can ask your test center regarding this point. I said because it may differ from one center to another. No, if using hum, bum, come, no, this is not good. Okay. A lot of humming and mumming and arming, this is not good. But you need to use some fillers, useful fillers. Okay. And I'm going to tell you about them, but not now. And coherence means to connect your ideas. You need to connect your ideas using the sequences. Do you remember the sequencing expression that we talked about, or the linkers that we talked about? Something like, although, however, this is going to create very strong connection among your ideas. So actually, it's extremely important. Using linkers is important in task 1, task 2, and the speaking test as well. Okay. So it's important for you to use what? To use linkers. Okay, clear about that? Let's move on. Now we come to the lexical resource. Actually, the lexical resource means two things. Number 1, to use a variety of vocabulary. And number 2, to use them or to choose them properly. So have a good choice of your vocabulary. Let me give you an example for bad choice, or bad word choice, or incorrect word choice. If I say put yourself in my shoes, it's okay, by the way, it's an expression and we can use it, no problem. By the way, in the speaking test, you may use casual language. No issue if you use casual language. No issue if you use common language, everyday language is okay. You can use expressions, you can use proverbs, you can use idioms, it's okay here. But never use slang language. Never use that slang language. There's a difference between colloquial language and that slang language. Okay, so you can speak informally. By the way, you can make a mix of formal and informal language, no issue at all. So you need to speak naturally. And you need to use a range of vocabulary. I mean, never repeat the same question. And as I always ask you to paraphrase the question here, also you need to paraphrase the question when giving your answer. So, for example, how many countries or have you ever traveled abroad? Have you ever traveled abroad? So I'm going to say, I do not say I have traveled abroad to many countries. This is not good. You need to paraphrase. So I'm going to say, for example, actually, I love traveling a lot and I have been overseas many times. Oh, wow. This is a very nice paraphrase, a very perfect and clever paraphrase. So instead of I have traveled abroad many times, I said I have been overseas to many countries. Clear? Done? Good. Also, you need to have good word choice, as I said. So do not say, for example, my father is a success businessman. My father is a success businessman. This is not good. There's a problem in the word choice here. Where is this problem, you know? My father is a success businessman. So it should be successful. My father is a successful, or my uncle is a successful businessman. Yes, this is correct now. Unsuccessful? No, a successful. Well, let's be okay. Number 3, grammatical range and accuracy, and this is extremely important part here. And I said regarding grammatical accuracy, I mean to use grammar correctly, because this grammar may block understanding at the examiner, or may cause some kind of misunderstanding and the examiner. And let me give you a real example here. I still remember that something like maybe 5 years ago, and one of the examiners said, what are your plans for next week? Or forget about the context. Look at the sentence and tell me what you can understand. I will visit my family, or I will visit my relatives. I will visit my relatives last week. I will visit my relatives last week. What do you think about the sentence? I will visit my relatives. MashaAllah, actually, most of your answers are incorrect ones. Okay. Okay, so it seems that you need a lot of lessons in grammar, by the way. Okay. Number 1, I cannot say I have visited. Number 1, I cannot say I have visited. Look here. Although I'm not here to teach grammar, but anyway, it may be useful for you. I have bought a new car last week. Okay. I bought a new car. Okay, what do you think about these 2 sentences? What do you think about these 2 sentences? Okay. In English, we have two important points regarding language. We call them semantics and syntax. I know that this is very specific. Okay, this is very special. But let me clarify, simplify that. When we say syntax, that means we speak about the structure. Either the structure is correct or not. Here the structure is correct. But semantically, syntactically, it is correct. My voice is clear, right? Now it is okay for you. Okay, very good. So actually both sentences are wrong. Both sentences are wrong here. You know why? You know what? Both of them are wrong sentences. You know why? I cannot say I have bought a new car last week. Why? Because we use the present perfect, which is have or has, and then past participle or verb 3, to speak about an action, focusing on the action without mentioning the time. So I'm going to say, I bought a new car last week. In this case, it's okay. And the second one is wrong. Why? Because if you make the focus on the action, not the time, then you need to add have. So either to say, I have bought a new car. So here, I understand that you make the focus on the action itself. Or I bought a new car last week. In this case, you make the focus on the time of the action, not the action. Got it? So if you use have or has and then verb, never mention the time. I have bought a new car. I have visited London. I know you already visited London and came back, but here I just want to put the focus on the action itself. Did you know I have bought a new car? Oh, wow. I have bought a Lamborghini. Oh, great. It is not important for me to know that you bought the Lamborghini today or tomorrow. The most important point is the action itself. So if you use a time marker, you need to use past simple. If you say yesterday, you need to say bought a car. If you say tomorrow or next week, you are going to say, I will buy a new car. So actually the time marker is going to make the sentence completely different. I think it is understood right now, right? So using grammar correctly is one important point. So what is the point here? This guy said, I will visit my uncle, for example, last week. Here, the examiner's mind is gonna make error. Why? Because I will not be able to understand. Did you already visit your uncle, or you are gonna visit your uncle? So this is the point. Here we have a very strange mixture between present and past, or present, future and past. So it is easier to say next week, I will visit my uncle next week. In this case, it's okay. Or to say I visited my uncle last week. So now the context is okay, is correct. Got it? So this is all about grammatical range and accuracy. I think it is clear and understood right now. Also, we have grammatical range. And I said that for grammatical range, you need to produce some more compound and complex sentences. If most of your answers are simple answers, you will not get more than band 5. So keep that into your consideration. That means I need to produce some more compound and complex sentences in order to maximize my band score. Okay, so let me clarify this point. If I ask Mr. Ammar here, and I said, Ammar, do you live in a flat or a house? I'm trying to reach you, Ammar. Just raise your hand, Ammar, okay? Okay, I marked Amira. Okay, Miss Amira, do you live in a flat or a house?
I live in an apartment complex which is surrounded by many facilities and amenities, such as a grocery store, a shopping mall.
Very good. This is a very good answer. Thank you so much. You did a great job. Okay, can I say, dear brothers and sisters, I live in a house. What about this answer? And I stopped. Do you live in a flat or a house? I live in a house. Yeah. Is it a good answer? No, never. It is not a good answer at all. Why? Because when giving your answers in the speaking part, you need to do two things. Number one, support your answer with two things. Number one, more reasons, more details, and more reasons. So if I ask you a question, never give a short answer. Never give a short answer. It is not good at all. It is not good at all. Never give a short answer. Okay? So when you give an answer, never give a short answer. Because it's a speaking test. Do not make yourself Mr. Bean here. Okay? Do you live in a flat or house? Or do you like pizza? Oh my God, you're not deaf. Okay, so you need to produce language. Just help the examiner find something to give you a good band score. Okay, but using the sign language is not good here. It is not good here. So I need to support my answer with details or reasons. And it's highly recommended to use fillers. Use fillers, but ladies, I'm talking about something completely different from that has already existed in your mind. So don't go to your husband. Okay, Dr. Yahya said that we need to use fillers to get good band scores in speaking. Okay. Okay, anyway, here fillers means what? Okay. So actually you may use some suitable fillers to introduce your answer. Okay. Some expressions like as a matter of fact. Okay. Actually. Okay. In fact. Indeed. Generally speaking. Let me say that. Let me tell you that. So all these, or to be honest, it's also a good one. To be honest. Of course, each one of them should be used within a specific context. So you need to check, or you need to pick one of them according to the context that you are going to use them in. Okay. So using one of these fillers is, frankly speaking, actually, generally speaking, also all these are very good ones. So this will help you a lot to introduce and pave the way for your main discussion rather than give the answer directly. Okay. So if I ask you, do you live in a flat or a house? And you said, I live in a flat or I live in a house, this is not good. Okay. You can take a screenshot of that because actually I'm going to erase. Okay. So what is, let's have a look at this answer. I live in a house. It includes two floors. It has a small garden. I usually spend my free time reading there. I like my house a lot. It is very modern and cozy. What do you think about this answer? Yeah. I mean, how perfect is this one? Of course, it's very perfect. Why? Why it is perfect? Yes, Miss Aisha, yes, I agree with you. Actually, and Mr. I couldn't find your name. It is good, but actually, it is not too detailed, by the way. If you say that, I say, I live in a house, it includes 2 floors, it has a small garden. I usually spend my free time reading there. I like my house a lot. It's very modern and cozy. This doesn't take more than 30 seconds, so it's perfect. But actually, this answer will not give you more than band 5. Yes, Miss Yasmin, because of no linkers. No linkers. All these sentences used here are just simple sentences, are very simple sentences. You know, if you are talking to someone who's native, you are going to seem like a baby producing language. I live in a house. It includes 2 floors. Has a small garden. Oh, why aren't you using compound or complex sentences? You need to extend your sentences, okay? So I'm gonna use what? Something like, as a matter of fact, I live in a big house. Yeah, and I need to make, yes, which, very good, which includes, I'm gonna erase it. So which includes 2 floors. What else? What else? Yeah, I need another linker now. Also, it has a small garden. Okay. A small garden. What linker I can use here? Where? Perfect. Where I usually spend my free time reading. Honestly, very good. Honestly, I like my house a lot. I need to use a conjunction. Why? Because it is very modern and cozy. So let's read it. As a matter of fact, I live in a big house, which includes 2 floors. Also, it has a small garden where I spend most of my free time reading there. Honestly, I like my house a lot because it's very modern and cozy. Now you maximized your band score to at least band 7 above. I think now you noticed the difference, right? You noticed the difference. It is clear to you, isn't it? Okay, I'm gonna erase that. Good. Now we come to the fourth and last one, which is pronunciation. Pronunciation is extremely important actually here.
you know, the most important point in the speaking section is pronunciation, because if you pronounce well, that means you are not able to produce accurate speech. So actually, pronunciation is extremely important for this aspect. So what does it mean by pronunciation? Pronunciation means to produce the words correctly. Actually, one of the most prominent problems regarding speaking is mispronunciation. Okay? Because mispronunciation may lead to a lot of problems at the listener. This may cause some kind of either difficulty at the listener to follow you well, or even misunderstanding at the listener. Okay? So from where do the pronunciation problems emerge? Okay, mainly they emerge from two sources. Number one, you learn to say the word wrongly. You learn to say the word wrongly. So from the beginning, you learn to say that in a wrong way, in an incorrect way. And I still remember this person when I asked him, do you have some foreigner friends? He said, sure, I know a lot of them. I know a lot of them. Oh my God. I'm really impressed by your self-confidence. I really know a lot of them. You know them? Yes, I know a lot of them. But the problem with this person is that he learned the word, okay, wrongly. He learned to say the word wrongly. And I still remember that, I don't know whether this is a joke or what, but someone said, the teacher said that, okay, students, you need to know that when you see someone at night, you need to say, or when you see someone in the evening and you want to go to sleep, it is commonly known that you say to him, good neckhead. Yeah, so good neckhead, everyone. And oh my God. So if you come to someone and you say good neckhead, yeah, what do you mean? What do you mean here? So just mispronouncing the sentence may cause, okay, good neckhead. So that's in Arabic, I'm going to say, okay, congratulations for her. Okay, that means good succeeded. This is a girl whose name is good and good succeeded. Okay, so this is not good, of course. This is going to cause a lot of misunderstanding at the listener. So try to learn the words correctly. Try to learn how to pronounce correctly. So you need to learn silent letters. Actually, English is notorious for these silent letters. They may cause misunderstanding for you. So you need to listen to the word well to know how to pronounce it well. So, for example, this word is, can you write how we pronounce it? Just do not write, just write how we pronounce it. This is pronounced like design. Very good. Design. Great. And here, you just write how we pronounce it again. Yeah. Okay. And this one, you know, it is resign. You know, resign when someone leave or decide to quit a job. And this is going to be what? Good. Actually, design becomes designation. designation. So again, design, designation, and resign, resignation. The same as sign, you know, when you sign a contract, sign becomes what? Signature. Signature, not signature. So again, design, designation, resign, resignation, sign, signature. Signature, okay? So, and some words, for example, this is called what? And when it is a noun, it is pronounced in a specific way. So I'm going to say nature. I love nature a lot. And natural juice. I love natural juice, not natural. So you need to take care about that. Another problem regarding pronunciation, or another source of mispronunciation, is the interference of your mother tongue. The interference of first language. So the interference of your first language may do a lot. Okay. Or may cause a lot of differences, a lot of misunderstanding. Let me give you examples of that. So most Arabs actually are, and a lot of them, a lot of different cultures, or a lot of different nationalities as well, not differentiate between p sound versus b sound. P and b. So it is Pepsi. I like Pepsi, not Pepsi. Or pizza, not pizza, pizza. And I still remember that one of our brothers went to America to study there, okay? And he stopped one of the passerbys and asked him, please, he wants to find a place to leave his car. So he said, hello, sir, please, can I park here? Can I park here? The man looked at him in astonishment, thought for a while and said, sure, you can park anywhere. You're in America, so feel free and park anywhere. And we are going to park with you. Don't worry, we're going to support you here. It is America, it's the country of freedom. Okay. So this caused, or this mispronunciation caused some kind of misunderstanding. You know why? Because the word park means to leave your car in a place, but bark means to produce the sound of a dog, a how, for example. So when he said, can I bark here? The man looked to him in astonishment, thinking that he means, can I make the sound of a good? I feel that very enthusiastic that I need to bark everywhere. Okay, just go ahead, and we are going to bark with you. Don't worry about that. So just very simple mispronunciation caused huge misunderstanding at the listener. Okay, so this is one of the points here. So also, you know, the famous Egyptian trend, changing the th sound into th sound. So saying, I am thinking. You're not thinking, man. You're standing in front of me. No, believe me, I am thinking about that. Oh my God. So this is going to cause a lot of misunderstanding as well. Okay, I am thinking, you know, think. Okay. And or to say, thank you. So why do you want to thank me? Okay, thank you. Okay, so this, or the famous Pakistani or Indian trend also, I think, to change that into teh sound. Okay, or 1, 2, 3. Or some of the Filipino trends also, they are very famous as well. Okay, is this a problem in the speaking? Yes, it's a problem. In the speaking test,
if this causes some kind of misunderstanding at the examiner or at the listener in general. So that's why if you have a problem like that, if your mother tongue has its powerful impact on your English, then you need to work on yourself. You need to work on your language. This is not good at all. I do not ask you, by the way, to follow a specific accent. I mean, it is not necessary, by the way, to follow the American accent or the British accent, because the examiners actually know both of them. And they will not judge you, will not give preference to one over the other. I mean, if you speak British English, it's okay. If you speak American English, it's okay. Even if you doesn't, or if you do not follow a specific accent, it's okay. The most important point is to speak well, to produce language well, okay? To produce language neutrally without following a specific accent. So this is the most important point here. We're talking about accuracy here. We're talking about accuracy, fluency, okay? So keep that in mind. Keep that into your consideration. Good. So now we may go for a prayer break. We may go for a prayer break. And so it's prayer, not prayer, okay? And so see you at 6:55, let me say, after the prayer break. The pronunciation part of the criterion, we said that actually pronunciation is extremely important. So it is very important that you need to pronounce well. You need to avoid any mispronunciation, because this may cause some kind of misunderstanding at the listener, which may reduce your band score in turn. So keep these points in mind. And I said that this mispronunciation may emerge, may happen because of two reasons. Number one, you might learn how to pronounce the word incorrectly. Number two, the interference of your mother tongue. And as I said, if you have a problem like that, then you need to work on yourself in order to improve your performance when it comes to speak in front of others, of course. Okay. A lot of you ask me about accent. Is accent important? No, it is not that important point. It is not that important point. But you need to know both accents. You need to have at least the minimal knowledge about these two accents, American accent and British accent, of course. Okay. So there are some differences, of course, between American English and British English regarding different items. For example, regarding pronunciation. So let's have a look here. We have PE and we have AE. Okay. So one of the main differences regarding pronunciation in between American English and British English is in pronouncing the re sound. I'm talking in when we say pronunciation, we speak about sounds, but when we say spelling, we mean letters, right? So, for example, in British English, they usually drop the re sound when it comes after a vowel. You know vowels, A, I, E, O, and U. So if you have a re sound after a vowel, in this case, they drop this vowel. They drop, this re sound. They do not pronounce it. So they say father. This is my father, or my father tells my sister to ask my mother to be ready because they are going to farm and meet our brother who likes to look at the star and eat a bar of chocolate. Okay? So father,
father, mother, sister, farm, brother, star, and bar. Okay, so this is the British accent actually. In American accent, we have very clear, but it is not father. It is my father, and sister. Seems that, okay, my voice is clear. Okay, so father, sister, mother, farm, brother, star, bar. So there's a difference in pronunciation regarding this part. Okay, clear? Clear? In British accent, or let me say in American accent, we have ne or te after ne. If you have nt or ne te in the middle of the word, American accent, we tend to, we tend to skip the, I said in the middle, we tend to skip the te sound. So we use the, what? In America, in British English or in London, okay, in England, they use the internet, but in America, they use the internet. If you have an interview, but in America, they have interview. And if you are not able to do well in the test, you get disappoint. In America, it is disappoint, but in England, it is disappointed. And English is an international language in England. International. By the way, it is not international. Okay. Because some people say that it is British English. No, neither British nor American. Okay, it is your own English. Okay, it is not international. It is international, or international in America. So again, the internet and interview, disappointed, international in England, but in America they become the internet and interview, disappoint, and international. And by the way, it is not special. He is the son of the manager, so he receives special treatment. No, it is special. He receives special treatment. And do not say social media. I always hear this word actually. It is not, it is neither American nor English. It's social media, social, not social. And yeah, something like that actually should be kept in mind. Also in America, they have what we call flab. I mean that if you have te sound between two vowels, so you have vowel plus te plus vowel. In this case, we pronounce te like very light de. You know the common word. It is in British English, it's water. I need some of water. But in American English, it's water. Not war, by the way. It's water. It's have many pronunciation, by the way. It may or dialects. It's water. So it's water, and this is little in England, but in America it becomes little. And writing in England, but in America it becomes writing. Okay? And New York City or New York City. I love in New York City. Okay, so these are some very basic differences about the American English and British English regarding pronunciation. there are some differences regarding vocabulary. So for example, if you are in England, you are gonna use the left. But when you go to America, when you go to New York, you are gonna use what? Yeah, you're gonna use the elevator, yes. And in England, they throw the rubbish. In America, they throw something to the what? Trash or garbage, garbage. And in England, they move on the pavement, but in America, they move on the sidewalk. Very good. Yes, Hamza, I'm gonna say about that. In England, they use the underground, but in New York, they use subway. Very good. And in England, they usually drink some fizzy drinks, but in America, they drink soda. They're perfect, mashallah. Okay, very good. So I think now you have a very clear idea about that. So is it okay for me to mix British English and American English in the speaking test? Is it okay? Is it, or does it matter? Actually, no issue. No issue. If you are not a specialist. So it is okay as long as you pronounce the word correctly, either using or following the American English or the British English, it's going to be okay. But for writing, no, actually. For writing, we highly recommend sticking to one style. I mean that either to write using the American style or the British one. Okay? Clear? Good. In general, we have some common mistakes regarding pronouncing ed in past. So past verbs with ed. You know why? Because actually I heard a lot of inaccuracies regarding this point. So for example, you may say something like what, or you may find something like what. Okay, I played, play it. Okay, or I arrived late. I arrived late yesterday. This is not correct. And he asked me a question. He asked me a question. By the way, in British English regarding AS, in American English, they use it like open sound. But in British English, like, let me give you an example. So in American English, we say past. In British English, they say past. In American English, we say ask. In British English, it's ask. So this is one of the differences as well. Okay, so ask it. This is wrong. Why? So ed, or let me say that. ch, sh, fe, ke, fe, plus ed, this equals te sound. So we pronounce ed as te sound. So I say, ask, and I do not say ask it. This is not good. Ask. And I washed my car. I washed, not wash it. Oh my God. So I washed, or I missed, not I missed it. I missed. I missed your call. I missed your call. I missed the meeting yesterday. I missed the meeting yesterday. And she kissed her young daughter. She kissed her young daughter. Okay? Okay, so this is clear. And I stopped, not stupid. Okay, so I stopped at the traffic light, or you have, or she stopped at the traffic light. And if you have t or t plus ed, then it should be pronounced like ed. It should be pronounced like ed. So visit becomes visited, and study becomes studied. Okay. The rest of letters is pronounced like deh. So I do not say I played. It's I played. It's I played. I played football yesterday. I played, not played. And I arrived, not arrived. I arrived. So adding more sounds is something not good, of course. So this is extremely important. You can take a screenshot before I clear that. So I think you got the point regarding this part. So actually, pronunciation is the most important part here, and you need to work on your pronunciation a lot to have a very clear pronunciation. As I said, it is no issue if you use American English or British English. Both are correct and acceptable. Now let's move on. Yeah, let me reveal some questions here. How long is the IELTS test? We said that it is between something like 11 to 14 minutes. And you are going to have 3 parts. And in which part did the examiner ask about familiar topics? We said that this is part number 1. So you're going to be asked about questions or some questions about your home, studies, work, hobbies, friends. In which part did the examiner give you more abstract questions? We said that this is part number 3. And in which part did the examiner give you a topic? We said that this is part number 2. And the examiner is going to give you 1 minute to think. And by the way, the examiner also is going to give you and provide you with a note paper and a pencil in order to take down or write down some notes. And you can have a look at this note paper while giving your speech, by the way. So no issue, you can do that easily. Okay. So you're going to have 1 minute to think, and you need to speak up to 2 minutes, No, 3 minutes, actually, Miss Heaven. Up to 2 minutes only. Why are the IELTS speaking tests recorded? Keep in mind that all the IELTS speaking tests are recorded. Why? Because another examiner might need to score your test. You may ask for a reassessment. So that's why your speech should be recorded here. Is it a good idea to memorize your answer? No. What does it mean by memorizing your answer? I mean to memorize a specific expression or specific statements to say. And this is not good because this may be out of context. Like, for example, do you like travel? Yes, actually, I like travel a lot, but I prefer to stay home with my wife because my wife is my life, and I love her a lot because she cooks food for perfection. And maybe, okay. So, what's your favorite restaurant? My favorite restaurant is blah, 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 but I do not eat there a lot, and I like to stay at home with my wife because my wife is my life. And I love her a lot because she cooks food for perfection. What's wrong with this man? And what's your favorite hobby? My favorite hobby is playing football, but I do not play football a lot, and I prefer to stay home with my wife because my wife is my life, and I love her a lot because she cooks food for perfection. It seems that there's a problem with this person here. Actually, yes, this is what I mean by memorized answer. You memorize something, okay? You keep saying it a lot. So this is out of context here. This is out of context. Keep that in mind. Okay, if you wear smart clothes for the speaking test, will the examiner give you a higher band score? No. We judge your appearance. We do not judge your appearance here, okay? We do not judge your appearance. But actually, it's important to wear something good. Okay, I mean that I still remember something like 5 years ago, one of the test takers came to the speaking test wearing shorts, t-shirts, sunglasses, caps, flip-flops, flip-flops. Okay, from the first glance, you may think that he's going to go to the beach, not to an academic test like the IELTS one. So try to come wearing something comfortable because you are going to spend a lot of time. But also keep in mind that that first impressions last. Okay, first impressions last. Yes, you can wear abaya. It's okay. Wear as you like, as I said, as long as it's okay. I mean that the code of dressing here, to wear something good, to wear something okay. If the examiner agrees with your opinions, will you get higher band scores? No. The examiner is not here to agree or disagree with you. This is his not job. The examiner is paid to judge the way you express your opinion, not what is your opinion. Can I wear a watch? No, you cannot wear a watch. Why? Because all devices, even if it is a traditional watch, a mechanical watch, not digital one, it is not allowed. So when you come to the test, you will not be allowed to get your mobile phone, even your wallet. They are going to take your wallet from you and keep it in that closet, of course, and give it back again at the end of the test. If you do not like a question, can I ask the examiner for a different one? You are not at a restaurant, so do not think of that. You're not having a menu and you are picking. Okay, so actually, I do not like this question. Can you give me another one? I'm not a waiter taking your order here. I ask you a question, just give me the answer. Okay, we're not here to prefer which question you like and which one you dislike, okay? So if the examiner asks you a question, try not to ask him to change that, okay? But you may ask for more clarification, okay? Can the examiner tell me my band score at the end of the test? Of course, no. So most of the examiners are very friendly, by the way. They are not ghosties, so don't worry about that. They will treat you in a very friendly way. So do not say that, okay, this examiner is very friendly and he treats me fatherly or she treats me motherly. So, sir, please tell me my band score because I'm very, very nervous. So you are gonna make me feel comfortable. Oh, I'm gonna die. So please give me some kind of assurance. This is not good because the examiner himself or herself may not make up his or her mind regarding your band score. He need to listen again to your speech. Is it possible to? No, as I said, all the wrist watches are not allowed. It is not possible to get half. Why? Because the time is going to be projected, and during speaking, listening, reading, and writing, the time is going to be projected in a front wall in front of you, in a big wall in front of you if you are doing the paper test, and it's going to be projected at the top of the screen if you are going to do the computer test. So no need to wear a watch actually here. You're going to be asked and give answer. Okay. In some parts, there may be a discussion. Is it possible to get 9? Yes. To get half band score? Yes. You may get 6.5, 7.5. And by the way, the speaking part is one of the most important parts here. Okay. What about body language? Is body language important? Is body language important or not? Actually, the examiner will not judge you according to your body language, but keep in mind that body language is important. And facial expressions are also important. So when you use your body language, of course it is okay if you do not sit solid. So what's your favorite subject? My favorite subject is football. Oh, are you a robot? Okay. What's your favorite wherever? It's okay. I like to eat at home because eating at home. Or so try to have some kind of body language. Actually, body language helps you a lot to deliver and convey part of your message. But do not use that excessive body language. Okay, my favorite school subject is oh my God, it seems like as you are fighting with the examiner. So yes, some moderate using or usage of body language is something okay. And having let me say, make your facial expressions match with your speech. For example, do you like going shopping with your wife and family?
Yes, I like going shopping with my family a lot. I don't know how to express the level of happiness I feel from the bottom of my heart when I go shopping with them. This is the happiest time ever I spend. I'm waiting for this time from the beginning of the week until the end of the week. I feel very eager to go with them shopping. It makes me feeling extremely happy. It doesn't seem to be that. Or how do you feel when your family is away from you for a while? Actually, I feel very sad. I cannot tell you how sad I am when they are away from me and I am counting days waiting for them to come back, because I'm extremely sad. I cannot express how sad I am when I do not go out, I do not meet my friends, because I cannot leave the house. I keep waiting for them, feeling very sad. Okay, it seems the opposite. Okay, it seems the opposite. You need to make your facial expressions match with what you say. Okay, and also, and also, you need to have good eye contact. Is eye contact important? Yes. So if the examiner is speaking to you, do not look. Do you like football? Yes, I like football a lot. Football is my favorite hobby, and I like to play football with my friends. Okay, where are you looking? Is there a problem with the ceiling or something like that? Or why do you keep looking at the ground? Do you miss something? Do you lose something? Or did you lose something? So this is not good. Try to have good eye contact. Okay. Yeah. So these are important, of course. These are important. Anyway, I think you don't have that. Which I have. Yeah, this is a very good point. If the examiner asks me about something that I do not have a real experience about, okay? So, for example, he asked me a question about something that I have not done before. No need to say that it's, look here, one word, lie to him. Yes, actually, telling lies is something highly advisable and recommended in two cases: when you speak to your wife and when you speak to the IELTS examiner in the speaking test. These two situations, one word, it is highly recommended. Okay, so if the examiner, yeah, yes, it's of course by sense. If your wife asked you for your opinion, for example, about her food, keep in mind that she is not waiting for your opinion. She is sitting next to me, by the way. She is not waiting for your opinion. Me and my wife. Okay, she is not waiting for your opinion. She is waiting for you to praise her, for your comment, for you to say compliments to her. Never say it needs or lacks some salt. Okay, make your mother cook for you. Okay, so that's it. Yeah. So in this case, it's okay to tell lies. Why? Because, for example, if the examiner asks you how or have you ever been abroad before, and you have never left the city in which you live, okay, and you have never left the city where you live. Sorry. So you're gonna say what? Do not say, actually, I have not visited any countries before. This is not good. Try to say or try to use the language that is going to help you give and deliver the best answer. So you can say, as a matter of fact, I'm a very big backpacker, and a lot of all my friends know that I enjoy traveling a lot. I have visited many countries like Spain, America, England, Italy. Oh my God. Do not expect that the examiner is going to get, oh, you are a liar, get out of here. I know that you didn't even leave the city in which you live. No. So as long as your language is correct, your answer is correct. So keep this point in mind here. Okay? So it's okay to make up a story. So if you are a lady, for example, and I ask you, do you like football? If you say no, I do not, this may make you unable to deliver a good answer. So you can say, yeah, a very big fan of football. I like to play football and watch football. And by the way, I joined a club last year, and you didn't join anything. Okay, do you live in a flat or house? I'm a millionaire. I live in a villa. Oh my God, I know that you spent your salary before day number 5. Okay, so no issue to tell lies. Use your imagination. And by the way, the cleverer you are in using your imagination, the better your answer is going to be. So keep that into consideration. Okay, so what tense to use? What tense to use when giving your answer? Actually, the tense that you need to use when giving your answer is the tense of the question. I mean, if the question is given to you using present, then you need to give or to use present simple. Okay? If I give you a question using past simple, then your answer should be with past simple. Okay? If I ask you a question with future, then your answer should be using the future to express what is going to happen. So it's extremely important to follow the tense of the question itself. How long do you want to speak in part 1? No more than 30 seconds, something like 3 to 4 sentences. No more than that. Okay? No more than that. So let's no, of course, you need to use different vocabulary. Okay? You need to use a wide range of vocabulary. You need to use synonyms. Now I'm gonna give you the chance to take your turn. So if you are ready to participate, just raise your hand. I'm gonna help you participate as much as possible. And I'm gonna try to give you all the chance. Mr. Muhammad Ilwali here. Yes, Mr.
Yes,
Muhammad.
hello.
You are welcome.
Yes,
So
thank you, Dr.
ready?
Yes, can you hear me well?
I can hear you very well. So I want you to do what? Remember, we need to use fillers at the beginning to pave the way for the discussion. I want to give details, support your answer with reasons. Try to paraphrase different synonyms, take care of grammar, okay?
Yes, but actually I'm very bad with connectors and fillers. This is what make me stuck.
Learn, it's easy.
Or,
if you are bad at them, you need to learn how to use them well.
yes,
Okay?
yes, okay, inshallah.
So let me ask you about your job. Can you tell me something about your job?
Okay, I'm a community pharmacist. I work at IST Business Park at Al Maadi City. I'm a call center pharmacist. We handle calls from Saudi Arabia for Al Dawa pharmacies.
Good. So this is a commercial for Al-Dawa pharmacy. Okay. Okay. So what do you like? What things you like about your job?
Yes, I like to talk to people from different nationalities. Every day I used to talk. I used to talk to many people from India and Philippines and Saudi Arabia and Egypt as well.
Good. So let me ask you about food and cooking. What kind of food do you like to eat?
I like the Egyptian traditional foods like koshari and falafel. I find that their tastes are very beautiful. Also, they are cheap.
Cheap?
Yes, cheap, yes.
Okay, because sheep is something else.
Yes, I'm so sorry.
You did a good job. Actually, I like your answers. Your answers are precise, but they are very accurate ones. Thank you so much. You did a good job, by the way.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you so much. And now let me move to Miss Samra. Okay. So Miss Samra, right?
Hello, Dr. Yahya.
So your name is?
I don't know why Zoom when I getting in the meeting called me Samra. I know what the I am Ayman actually.
Yeah, I know, but you.
I am sorry. I am so sorry. I will named it
It's
now.
pampering you, actually. Okay.
I'm so sorry.
No
I
issue,
waiting
no
for.
issue. You can change. You can change your name, by the way. You can change your name.
I changed it.
Let me change it for you. So yes, it is already changed to Ayman in Nagar. Ayman in Nagar. You're right.
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly, Dr. Yahya.
Now
Exactly.
it is changed. Now it is changed. I change it for you.
Okay. I don't know what is the mistake.
Okay.
Every time I get in the meeting, it called me Samra. I don't know what is the why.
No issue. So, dear Mr. Ayman, let me ask you about your family. Do you have a large family or a small family?
Actually, I have a small family. It consists of my mother and my older brother only. We such a small family. We live in a small. We live in a village by name. I live in Egypt in Sharqiya government. I stay in a village in the countryside. There is a lot of fields around me. Try
Now
to expand.
You're out of topic. Look here. When you tell me about your family, then give me more details about your family. I mean that. Oh, it's okay. It's a small family. We live together in the same house in a small village. And my younger brother is blah blah blah. He studies blah blah blah. My mother is blah blah blah. So you can say something like that. Okay.
Okay, Dr. Yahya. Actually, I have a small family. It consists of my mother and my two brothers. My mother is a housewife, and my elder brother is an English teacher in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And my second brother is a gynecologist, a physician, by the way. And I am a medical researcher.
Okay, very good. So now let me ask you about the village. So what is your village like?
My village, actually, my village, like a small village in any other village. I live in a countryside, by the way, so there is a lot of fields around me, and the sight of the green area take me to feel more comfortable than the city. I would prefer in my village, but it sounds to me to I don't know I found it a little bit hard to continue a phrase. I trained a lot, but I found it too hard to complete a phrase. I'm sorry.
You are good, by the way. Your problem is that you're rushing while giving your answer. Okay.
Yes,
so in this case, my piece of advice to you is to slow down. Just take a deep breath. Okay.
I'm a little bit
let me tell
nervous.
you something. If you get nervous during the speaking test, believe me, you will not do well. So feeling nervous is gonna make you.
Actually, Dr. Yahya, I am not interrupted you. By the way, I'm sorry, but I am very nervous right now.
I know that. I can feel that in your voice. So that's why I say, just take a deep breath. Take it easy. Okay. As I said, we are not ghost tests. Take it easy and try to arrange the ideas in your mind. Your language is okay. You are doing well. You are keeping speaking, and this is extremely important, by the way. The golden key to achieve success in the IELTS speaking is to keep speaking. This is the point here. Okay.
I found the problem for me is to arrange my ideas.
To arrange your ideas, well, as I said, try to give yourself a while. So that's why I say you can start with something like, take a deep breath first and start saying something like, as a matter of fact, during this while, as a matter of fact, there should be some ideas arranged in your mind. Okay. So do not rush the answer. Just give yourself a while before you give the answer to the examiner. Okay. You did a good job. I'm gonna come back again to you. I want you just keep quiet.
Thanks.
Okay, slow down, and I'm gonna come back to you again.
I am very thankful to you, Dr. Yahya. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Yahya.
Pleasure. But keep in mind, I do not say it is consist of. So when you speak about your family, so you can say, so this is my family, it consists of. So no need to say it is consist of. Okay, now let me move to, I need a lady, Miss Mayar. Okay.
Hello.
Yes, Miss Mayar. Welcome. And now let me ask you about your, so cooking. Do you like cooking?
Yes, actually, I do. Of course, as a female first, and as a lone living girl, I cook for myself a lot. However, I'm a very basic cooker. Yeah, I cook basic things like rice and kapsa and stuff like that.
Good. So did you learn how to cook when you were a child?
No, actually, my mom is a teacher, so she didn't have that much time to cook. I learned when I lived alone by YouTube. Yeah, I learned like 3 years ago.
So if you could learn to make one type of food, what would it be?
Chinese food, because I like it the most, and I would be appreciated to learn how to cook noodles and chicken, and also I wanna very learn dynamic food.
Okay, very good. Miss Meyer, it seems that your language is advanced. You have a good language. So try to make use of that by doing what? Try to prolong your answer. Okay. So for example, do you like cooking? Actually, I have a lot of hobbies. Look here, look at this answer. You said, yeah, yes, I like cooking because of, so I can say, actually, I have a lot of hobbies, but the one that I like best is cooking. Cooking is my favorite hobby. I like it a lot. I like to learn how to cook different types of food. Okay, if you could learn how to make one type of food, what would it be? Okay, actually, I need to learn different kinds, to learn how to make different kinds of food. But the one which is much more important for me and I need to learn is to cook, blah, blah, blah. I need try to give yourself some time to pave the language. Try to use that general statement before you enter the main discussion with the examiner about your question. Okay, so
Okay, thank you, sir.
I ask you about your friends. Are your friends mostly your age or different ages?
Well, I actually have a very wide range of friends. I have friends from my age, mostly from my college mates, and I also have friends who are also my neighbors. So they actually are a bit older, but I have a good relationship with them. And due to, am I in? Okay.
You did a great job, actually. Your answer is perfect. And you have no mistakes regarding grammar. Everything is clear. It is a very well consistent answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. So if I just can ask you one question.
Yeah.
I tend to say Alhamdulillah and MashaAllah a lot during my conversation. And I'm asking if the examiner wasn't a Muslim. Is that going to be an issue? Or it's okay?
Again, the examiner as well?
They weren't Muslim. So they may not understand Alhamdulillah and MashaAllah.
No, it is not good actually to say something like in Arabic, okay? So let me tell you something. A lot of Pakistanis, Egyptians, and Saudis even say يعني, right? Or bas. So it is not good at all to insert, okay, or this kind of intrusion of this Arabic expressions is not advisable. So if you say something like that, try to avoid telling something like that. Why? As I said, because this is an English test. Okay, so let me tell you something. If you are gonna give a speech in your graduation, and this speech should be in Arabic, okay? Will you include some English vocab or some English words?
If it's not needed, no.
Okay, let me say that if the imam is giving the ceremony or khutbah in al-Jum'ah, and he said, okay, sorry, do you think it is gonna be okay?
No,
No. Why? Although the word sorry is very famous, right? And the word okay is very famous, but you are gonna feel that it is out of context, right? So that's why I say that, okay, this is an English test, so I need to stick to English only during the test. Okay?
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. My pleasure. You did a great job, actually. Thank you so much. And now let me move to, okay, I tried to take a lady or two ladies. I have a lot of ladies here and a gentleman, okay? So, Miss Jawahir, okay.
Hello, good
Hello, you're
evening.
welcome. I can hear you well. Okay, very good. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you about your work. So can you tell me something about your job?
Okay, currently I'm unemployed, but then due to this, I still do make an effort of getting certificates, getting a lot of diploma. I mean, so can we restart?
No, not that you are nervous, so don't worry.
Yes.
No issues, no issues, no issues. Just try to collect your mind and let me ask you about something which is familiar. So, do you usually see your friends during the week or at the weekend?
As a matter of fact, with this current status of how I'm living right now, I do have I do see my friends during special occasions at least once a month. We do go out in a mall or a restaurant and have a good time with each other's company.
Great. So, do you like cooking?
I don't like cooking. However, I do tend to cook for myself and for my family as well. So I do cook, but I don't like it. Is that sir acceptable?
Yes, it's acceptable. Why not? So,
Okay.
what about shopping? Do you like shopping?
Oh, shopping is one of the things that I love doing the most.
It seems that this is a part of the software at women, right?
Yes, sir. Yes. So yeah, we tend to go over the budget that we plan to buy online or at the actual shopping mall.
Good, very good. Your answers are good ones, by the way. But you are a little bit nervous, okay?
Yes,
and I'm
sir.
pretty sure that if your mind is clear, you are gonna do better, okay? So I want you to try to speak confidently. Keep in mind that the examiner is not a ghost, okay? By the way, the examiner is not looking for your mistakes. Examiners are trying to help you, by the way.
Thank you
Examiners
very much, sir.
wish you do well. So do not worry at all. And I want you to do what? Of course, we need a lot of rehearsal before, a lot of practice. So I always do advise my students to do what? To record yourself. I mean, just switch on your laptop, your mobile phone, and start to read the question and say, if you look in the mirror, you will not see yourself one more time. But when you record yourself, it's going to be easy for you to look at yourself giving the answer. And then you can look, okay, actually, I have a poor eye contact. Actually, it seems that I'm very nervous. Okay, I made a mistake in this point. So this will help you a lot. Okay, so having this kind of exercise, believe me, is gonna do miracles to you. It's gonna do wonders. I have a lot of students, okay,
Okay,
who
sir.
spent or who made a very long journey with me, changing and moving from band 4 to band 7.5 in speaking. Okay, and I know that's a very tough journey, but I want you to look at the discrepancy. So practice makes perfect. Keep that in mind. Thank you so much. You did a great job.
Thank you, sir.
And You're welcome. And let me move to Mr. Hamza here. Okay. Yes, Mr. Hamza.
Yes, hello teacher, can you hear me?
You want to bribe the examiner, right?
Maybe. If things get desperate, I might.
Okay, so Hamza, let me ask you about your job. Just tell me about your job.
Okay. Right now, I work 10 jobs. I can tell you about them. One of them, yes, 10 jobs, I know.
But jack of all trades is master of none. Okay, go ahead.
One of them is a clown for hire. People usually rent my services at parties so I can entertain children as a professional clown. Another job is a CEO. You see, I have my own company. It's a snacks company. Yes, it's a snacks company.
Yeah.
Would you like a free sample?
Good. Good. What else? Go ahead. These are two.
Okay. The third one, truck driver. You know, I smuggle stuff for the mafia.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a high-paying job.
It's okay to
demand.
tell lies, but believe me, in this case, using some lies like that are gonna send you to the jail. Okay.
the IELTS jail.
Yeah, and you may work as an IELTS trainer in the afternoon.
Yeah, sure. Why not? It's a free work.
Okay, let me ask you about your family. So, do you have a large family or a small family?
Actually, I have 3 families. I'm the father of 3 families. I have 3 wives, each a separate family. I'm close with 2 families, but the last one, I'm not very close to them. They hate me and I hate them. Life's good so far. Yeah. The rest, they love me.
Yes. Try to. I advise you to try the 4th one. This may make you much more better. Okay. So, what are some things you enjoy doing together as a family?
We like to play family games. You know, we host family nights. We usually play Monopoly or Uno, or we play PlayStation with my kids. You know, or we can go shopping. You know, we enjoy shopping. We like to go to the malls. We like,
You enjoy shopping with your family, right?
Yes, of course.
Good. Yes, actually, it is very clear that you are telling lies all the time. But anyway, your answers are good ones.
Now they call me Hamza the Truth. Yeah, thank you, teacher.
Thank you so much. Yes. Yeah. I am very impressed, actually, by your answers. You're a professional. Okay. Thank you so much, Hamza. You did a good job. Okay, now let me... Okay, Miss Alia here. I don't know whether I...
Hello.
Yes, you're welcome.
Hello, sir. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. So, Miss Alia, we're going to move to food and cooking. Okay, so can you tell me what kind of food do you like to eat?
So my favorite kind of dishes is pasta, pizza. But I love cooking anyway.
But what's your favorite kind of food?
Favorite kind of food?
Mm-hmm.
International dishes anyway.
Like?
Pizza, pasta, any kind. I prefer actually I prefer salads.
Mm-hmm.
I love eating salads.
Yeah, your language is perfect, but you are very nervous. Okay,
Yeah,
this is number 1. Try to keep quiet. Number 2, when I ask you a question like that, okay, try to look for some more details. For example, I like pizza, or a specific kind of pizza. The ingredients of pizza is blah blah blah. I like to eat it at a special restaurant because this restaurant serves this kind of pizza for perfection. Okay, so I want you to go for more details. Okay, so what do you do usually together when you meet your friends?
So we usually pick up a special cafe because I really like sweets and coffee. I prefer V60. And for the desserts, I prefer San Sebastian or anything topping with top it with chocolate. That's it.
That's it. You do not chit chat. You do not tell gossips. You do not
No.
say something else. Okay. Just give more. Tell me what you exactly do. Okay. So this is the point. Again, your language is perfect, but you need to learn the technique that you need to follow in order to maximize your band score. The point here is to keep speaking. Okay. Give more details. Okay. So can you tell me something about your job?
Okay, I'm a laboratory technician. I work in King Faisal General Hospital. I do. I'm specific. I'm a lab technician. Sorry. I work in the pre-analytic area, where we do. Sorry, I'm nervous.
Yeah, I know that. So that's why I say, okay, I'm gonna give you another chance. So I want you just collect your mind. Okay. Collect your ideas, gather your ideas together. When I ask you about something like that, so you can tell me about what you do. Just simply say what you do at your job. I think you do not like the language, but you like some kind of confidence, okay? So don't worry about that. As I said, just consider that you are speaking to yourself. You are speaking to the wall, not to the examiner. And do not worry, okay? I'm gonna go back again to you. Thank you. Let me, Mr. I need to. Okay. Mr. Bakhtoir Awan. Okay, Mr. Awan.
Actually, it's Miss Bakhtaur Awan. Yeah, it's okay since it's a gender neutral
So
name.
sorry. I'm trying to search for a gentleman, but no issue. But no issue. You're welcome.
Okay. Okay.
So originally, you are from?
I'm from Pakistan, Karachi specifically.
Yes. So this is a very famous Pakistani name, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So again, can you say your name?
It's Bakhtabar.
Bakhtabar. Okay, you are welcome. So let me ask you about shopping. Okay. So
Okay,
wait.
Yeah. Okay.
Have you used the internet to buy things?
Yes, I have been using internet to buy a lot of things since the time COVID started, because the shops were all the shops were closed. The online shopping trend was at peak at that time, and that was the time when I started shopping online, and I'm still shopping online whenever I want. It is convenient. It is easy, and I like to put things into my cart and then sometimes buy it, and sometimes when the pocket is not friendly or when it's not that easy to buy, I don't.
Did you enjoy going shopping when you were a child?
Yes, I always loved going shopping when I was a child, especially with my mother. So I always enjoyed it because you get to try new clothes, you get to see different shops, from jewelry to clothes to handbags and other accessories. And also during shopping, you get to eat a street food, which is one of my favorite thing to do during shopping.
You did a great job, actually. Your answers are very perfect, well consistent. You used a wide range of vocabulary. Your sentences are compound and complex, a lot of compound and complex sentences. Though you seem to be very nervous, your answers are perfect ones.
Sorry?
You did a great job. You did a great job, actually. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Now let me move to Mr. Azam here.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Mr. Azam, can you tell me where do you live?
I live in Jeddah, in Upper Janubiyya, near the sea. We have beautiful sea, and we have in these days we have a beautiful weather. Tomorrow, inshallah, it will be raining, and really, I love my neighborhood because we have a lot of restaurants, and they have
It's a very good
beautiful
answer.
food.
I like your answer a lot. So when I ask you about where do you live, do not say I live in Jeddah and then you stop. Just tell me what makes you love Jeddah. Okay, so this is extremely important here. So if you could change one thing regarding your city, what it is going to be?
Okay, that's a good question. Let me see. I will change maybe our weather. I love the raining weather, and unfortunately, we don't have a lot of days raining. So I hope, inshallah, in the future, we will see more raining days in our life. And I love the clouds. It's a beautiful thing to see it. And I like to see the sunset near the sea. And inshallah, in the winter, we will see more raining days.
Good. So if I ask you about your family and I said that, what do you like best about your family and why?
Okay. We are a family of 5 children, or 5. Okay. I have just one brother and 4 sisters. Oh, sorry, 3 sisters. And I love about my brother is he talked to me all the day, and he tell me everything about his life, and he always ask me what I am doing, what about my feelings, what about my day, and about my sister. They are very good to me. We always go to coffee shop, drink coffee, and eat sweets, and talk about our lives, our lives of college, and get contact, get to know each other more.
Your answers are very detailed and good ones. I want you to get rid of this excessive usage of and. Okay, you can make use of something like also, in addition, what is more, furthermore, adding to that, rather than saying and all the time. This will help you a lot to maximize your band score. But all in all, you did a great job, actually. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, Miss Athar.
Yes, sir.
Mr.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Okay, dear brother, let me ask you about English. Okay, sorry. So, do you like learning English?
Yes, sir. I like learning English because I want to speak in future fluent. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I hear you well.
Okay. Yes, please.
So, why is learning English important for you?
Because English is an international language. I hate traveling different offices and international multinational companies. They are working overall English, international English language base. It's important for English language is very important for around the world. Everywhere speak in English is very important because I speak regularly with my tutor, and English is very important now.
Okay, so what do you usually do at the weekend when you meet your friends?
Nowadays, I am jobless because Saturday and Sunday, I am not meet to friend. I am focused on study in English language for improving weaknesses and grammar and different fluency and tenses.
Good.
This
good.
is the main thing of my target and goals.
Yeah. Thank you so much. You did a good job, dear brother. Actually, you kept speaking, and this is a very good thing. Except for some grammatical issues, you are doing well. So actually, you need to improve your grammar a little bit. You have some grammar issues that need to be fixed in order to maximize your band score. But actually, I'm highly impressed by your way in keeping speaking, answering the question thoroughly, and covering it without being off the topic. Thank you so much. You did a great job.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, now let me move to Miss Amira here. Okay.
Hi.
Yeah, welcome. Okay, Miss Amira, let me ask you about your job. Can you tell me something about your job?
Well, I practice pharmacology and I held that position for a couple of years before changing my career path to work as a healthcare quality professional.
So, what do you like about your job?
Well, I like the fact that not only I help patients from all around the globe provide them with advice, but also I have a good rapport with my colleagues at work as well as my boss.
So, what about your friends? Do you only make friends with people who are the same as you?
I couldn't hear you. Excuse me.
Again, do you only make friends with people who are the same as you?
Well, I have a good relationship with I have a large circle of friends, including my close friends and casual acquaintances, and they are not only my age. I have some friends my age and other who older than me, in which I can get some knowledge and experience from them.
Great. So, what was the last meal you cooked?
Well, let me say that I am by nature a person who loves to pursue an active lifestyle and love healthy or wholesome meals. So I'd say that I ate some tuna with a green salad.
Very good. You did a great job. Actually, your answers are great. Your language is very well consistent. A lot of your vocabulary is advanced. So you did a great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The best of luck. Okay, now we are going to move to an example. Okay. I mean, I'm going to show you an example of a real IELTS speaking test. Are you ready? She's Chidi. She's from Nigeria, but as you said, actually, most of her answers are very short. She's very nervous, yes, and this may be a reason why she is performing this way. Okay. But actually, she uses simple sentences accurately. However, there are no examples of complex sentences. As I said, actually using complex sentences is something that's going to help you a lot to maximize your band score to band 5. So keep that into consideration, okay? And her pronunciation is clear. I mean, she doesn't have a lot of problems regarding pronunciation. It is very clear. But she has very minor problems regarding pronunciation. Okay, so try to avoid all the problems she made, okay? Try to avoid all the mistakes she made. This is the point. Now let me move to Mr. Mazen. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, Mr. Mazen, let me ask you about your weekend. What do you usually do at the weekend?
I usually at the weekend do many things like go away because my job is my job take all my time. So I'll wait it and I'll wait the weekend all the 7 days.
Good. So can you tell me about your job?
I graduated for 3 years ago, and I studied animal production, and I am engineering in a farm, poultry, and the job, and the job. Sorry, I'm so nervous.
Well, no problem. We are here to learn from each other, so don't worry about that. So what's your favorite sport?
My favorite sport is swimming because my brother is a coach and he learned me a lot in special occasions because he have a school of swimming and I usually go with them and started when I was young.
Good. I think now this time you give a lot of details.
Yeah.
But you did a good job. I want you to work on yourself, Mr. Madden. Keep in mind that everything is being attainable if we do the effort, if we exert the effort. So keep that in
Yeah.
mind. I want you to work on yourself a lot, especially if you are targeting a high band score. You need to work on your grammar. You need to enlarge and broaden your vocabulary scale. This will help you a lot for this target. Thank you
Sure, I
so
can
much.
ask you one question.
Yeah.
I have a lot of vocabulary, but I can't express. I took the IELTS test twice, and no more than 5.
Because you need, look here, IELTS is not the test that if you study for 1 week, you are gonna get something higher, because IELTS is a test of language. And by the way,
Yeah.
IELTS take let me say that IELTS is a prestigious test simply because it accurately measures the level of your language.
Yeah.
We say that if you want to raise your band score from band, for example, 5 to band 5.5, you need 100 training hours.
Wow.
Look here, just to
Yeah.
raise half band score, you need 100 training hours. So this is the point. You need to train yourself. You need to work on yourself. You need to practice. 100 practice hours is not something easy, okay?
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So that's it. So you need to work on yourself. You need to practice speaking. What is the benefit of having a lot of money in your pocket, but you do not go to the malls? You just keeping this money and you are staying at your home. You need to go away. You need to interact with people around you. You need to look for a way that may help you to find a community. You can search the internet. There are a lot of virtual communities where you can practice speaking English. This will help you a lot, okay?
Thank you, sir.
You are welcome. Now we can go for a break, okay? So 20 minutes is okay? 20 minutes is okay? Good. So now we're going to go for a break, and we can complete after the break. So we're going to meet at 8:35, okay? So see you at 8:35 after the break. sisters. No, yes. I think that my voice is clear to you all, right? Now let's move to part number 2. I think now we have a very clear idea about part number 1. Now we are going to move to part number 2. As I said, in part number 2, you need to understand it's going to be an individual long term. Okay, I mean that the examiner is going to give you a cue card. There will be a topic on this cue card. You need to speak from 1 up to 2 minutes. So here are some instructions, important instructions regarding this part. Number 1, you need to read the topic that the examiner gives you. You can make notes on the note paper. And as I said, you can read these notes, so you can have a look at the note paper, no issue. When the examiner tells you to talk, you need to talk up from 1 up to 2 minutes. Try to keep talking, this is the secret, until the examiner interrupts you. So which is better, to stop myself or to let the examiner, or to keep speaking until the examiner stops me? Actually, it's highly recommended to keep speaking until the examiner stops you. Okay, there may be 1 or 2 following up questions or 2 follow-up questions. Okay, by the way, you may be asked some questions like that if the examiner need or want you to produce more language. The examiner is going to say the same, by the way. I'm going to give you a topic and you will have to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes. Before you talk, you will have 1 minute to think about what you are going to say. You can make some notes if you wish. Do you understand? He is going to say that. Here is some paper and a pencil for making notes, and here is your topic. Please do not write anything on the notebook or in the booklet. Okay, it's important to do that. So, yeah, if you want to achieve success here, never write full sentences. Never write full sentences. Just write what? Just keywords. So just key words. Just write some keywords. These keywords actually will help you a lot to organize your ideas, no more than that. If you try to write full sentences, believe me, you will fail this part. So I need to write just keywords that will help me direct my speech. Okay? Just keywords, as I said. Okay? You need to write on the note paper. You need to write keywords only for each bullet point. Do not write complete sentences. Do not worry about the time. The examiner is going to tell you when to start and when to stop. So, for example, this is an example of part number 2. Describe your favorite hobby. You should say, what is this hobby? So I need to cover the bullet points thoroughly. I am going to have 3 bullet points and 1 extra question. So why you enjoy this hobby? What benefits you can get from this hobby? And explain why this hobby is important to you. Okay, clear? So you can take notes saying, well, for example, I'm going to say something like what? Okay, this hobby is swimming. Okay, so swimming. What benefits? Why you enjoy it? Okay, a nice pastime. Okay. Yes. I meet a good way to socialize. Socialize. Okay. Relaxing. Good. And how benefits? What benefits you can get? Keeping fit. Okay. Really get rid of stress. Okay, so this is what I mean by taking down some notes. Actually, this way, okay. So you are brainstorming. So this way you can organize your mind. This way you can organize your mind. You can do well. I think it is clear now, right? Right? So I'm gonna give you 1 minute, and I want you now think about that. Think about your answer, and then I'm gonna be ready to receive your contributions. Okay? I'm gonna lower all the hands. So if you are ready after that, you can raise your hand. Okay, so now let me start with Mr. Okay, Mustafa Najib. Yeah, Mustafa Najib. Yes. Okay, Mr. Mustafa, go ahead.
Okay, do you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you well. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you about one of my favorite hobbies. In fact, I have a lot of hobbies. Actually, I do. But if I gonna to speak on a specific one, I gonna to speak trading. Yeah, you know, reading is very important for us. Actually, I acquired this habit from my father. He usually brought me a lot of books during my childhood. That's encouraged me a lot to read. Actually, I read about everything, and even I read everywhere. I read during my journey to the work. I read the transportation. I read even everywhere. But if I talk about the best place where I have a best chance to read and with more focus and the deeper focus is at my room. Actually, it's cozy, comfortable one. When you find the when you find the best lightning and you feel it's very cozy and comfortable as I said. To be honest, when I get stressed, I go to my room and read a book. That's developed the reading skills for me a lot and acquired me a lot ability to explain and to imagine a lot of things. Yeah, actually, the world is begin from my room with my book. I have a lot of benefits and advantages around the reading. This is enrich our culture. It is enrich our, as you know, it is enrich our ability to communicate. Yeah, and to explain your views about different things. Yeah. The one important around that is my elder brothers because is about my hobbies and the I can say but yeah, okay, I can say that I found
I
out
think that's
reading.
that's more than enough. You did a great job, actually. You did a great job, Mr. Mustafa. Your answer is a perfect one. You covered the topic thoroughly. Your answer is well consistent. You use a wide range of vocabulary. You have a very logical order of ideas. So actually, this is great. Thank you so much. You did a great job. You did a
Thank
great
you.
job. You did a great job. Okay, now let me move to Miss, thank you so much. Let me move to Miss. Nine, two, four. Okay, look here. I have Miss Aisha.
Hi, sir. How are you doing?
Great. So yes, go ahead.
All right. Although hobbies are, no, sorry, even though hobbies are a beneficial way to spend time and rejuvenate, the one hobby that I enjoy the most is gardening. And why I particularly enjoy gardening is because I really enjoy going to the nursery to purchase different species of flora and choosing the right tools for gardening and researching about the right germinating conditions. Under which the plants are going to grow properly, researching about all the different conditions, the different requirements of the plants. All of these things, they intrigue me a lot. So I really enjoy gardening. And this helps me get close to the nature. It has helped me rejuvenate and it helps me to relax. It helps me to unwind all the stress that I deal with throughout the day. I really love to go to the nature. I really love to enjoy all of these activities. So these things, I know this is under the length. I went under the length because I need to describe about gardening the first point, right?
Yes, you did a great job. Actually, your answer is a perfect one. You covered all the bullet points thoroughly. You did a great job. Very good. Very good answer.
And
Thank you
this is
so
the
much.
first thing. When I mention about gardening, then how can I expand my answer in this part? Like if someone is mentioning about reading or if someone is mentioning about gardening,
I do not like giving or judging your answers. I'm not here to judge your answer. Actually,
No,
I'm
no,
here
I'm just asking
to
you. The
put your
first
feet on the right path, okay? To tell you what is good and what is
how
need, what
how
is
can
that
we
needs to
expand
be.
our answer for the first point? Because why we enjoy it and what benefits we get from it, that's easy to expand and give details. How can we expand the first one? Like if you're saying, I'm asking about your opinion. Like
Important. If you check the Telegram
let's
channel,
suppose I'm speaking about gardening right now. So how can I expand more about what gardening?
so if you check the Telegram channel, you will find very nice PDFs regarding speaking. Okay, these PDFs actually are perfect ones. You know why? Also, you are going to find many PDFs regarding writing. Actually, reading these PDFs regarding speaking and writing is going to provide you with two important things. Number one, it is going to provide you with a lot of ideas. It is going to broaden your mind, providing you with many ideas that you can use regarding different topics. Number two, keep in mind that 100% the topics that you are going to read about regarding writing or speaking is going to be the same topics that you are going to find in the test or something familiar to them or similar to them. So this will make you very familiar with the question. So you are not be surprised when you listen to the question or when you read the question for the writing part. So this is number one. Number two, this will help you a lot to acquire language. It will help you enrich your language because these are model answers. So the language used in them is very advanced language. So this will help you a lot also to acquire a lot of language that will broaden your language circle. That will help you a lot to enrich your language, as I said. Okay.
Okay, all right.
Great, a great job, Ms. Aisha. Thank you so much. And now let me move to another question now, okay? So, oh yes, this is one of the good things. If you want to start your speech about writing about part number 2, then it is highly recommended to use these expressions to pave the way to your expression. I can say something I'd like to talk about, I'd like to tell you about, well, I'm going to talk about as Mr. Mustafa used. So this is one of the good ways to start your speech here in part number 2. Now let's have a look at this example. Describe a teacher who has influenced you in your education. You should say where you met this teacher, what subject he or she taught, what was special about him, and explain why this person influenced you so much. I'm going to give you 1 minute as well to think about this topic, and then I'm going to give you the chance to speak. I'm going to lower the hands as well. Go ahead. Okay, I'm so sorry, Mr. Nabil Rahman, yes. Go ahead.
Hello, sir. Good evening. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. I can hear you well.
All right. I would like to talk about my physics teacher. I met him when I was studying for my A levels in Pakistan International School, Jeddah. Why he's so dear to me is because the way he taught physics to the class was just out of this world. He used to explain every single topic like it was a piece of cake, and he used to just he tried to put everything in a much simpler way than it was already written in the books. The another thing that was special about him was that I was not a very bright student in my physics class. So he used to point out some special kids like me. I wouldn't consider myself special, but I was quite dull in physics. So he used to point out those children and he used to take extra attention for them. He used to take extra classes for them. He was quite kind with them in terms of physics, not in terms of grading, of course, because that would be biased. And the thing that he used to explain things so brightly and so efficiently was thing that I admire about him. And that's all I would like to say about him.
Very good. Your answer is good, actually. But try to add more, actually. You spoke for less than 2 minutes. It is highly recommended, to be honest with you. It is highly recommended to speak for more than 1 minute. I mean, try to reach the limit, which is 2 minutes, or try to let the examiner, okay, himself or herself.
Sir, I would just like to have one question from you. Can I just ask that the same question that Ms. Aisha asked? That how can I expand? If you could explain just in one sentence or two sentence, I would not like to take much of your time. That how can I expand? Because when I'm prompted with the card,
No,
and
you
it
can
says
expand
explain.
using a lot of. Look here, I said you can. Here the problem. The problem here is not for language. The problem here is a problem of generating ideas. Okay. So I want you to generate as many ideas. Okay, so where you met this teacher? I met this teacher when I was studying at blah 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 school. It was one of the most notable, or one of the most famous schools in Jeddah at that time, and all the teachers actually who were teaching there were perfect ones. But this teacher was much more perfect. He was teaching me physics. I like physics a lot, and I consider it my favorite school subject. But this teacher actually helps me change change the way I see physics. He was a very special teacher. There are many things that make him a very unique and special one. First of all, he was, let me say that he was very clever at this subject. He was able to explain this and facilitate a lot of difficult points to us. Also, most of his lessons were interactive lessons. We were not just listening to him explaining to us, but he all the time tried to involve us in the lesson by giving us the chance to explain, to take the role of the teacher. So the problem here is the problem of generating ideas, not the problem of language. So try to generate as many ideas as possible. As I said.
Just one question more relating to this topic, but won't that be murmuring? Like if I don't have any ideas, I would just keep on saying things. How won't the examiner think that I'm just blabbering, if you could say, in front of him? I'm just speaking, and that doesn't make sense. Would you agree?
So again, to put it simply, one of the main rules here for part number 2 specifically. Part number 1 is not that big deal. Part number 2.
Part number 1.
You need to keep speaking until you reach the 2 minutes. I do not think that at the beginning you may think that the 2 minutes is a long. They are 2 hours for you while you are speaking.
Yes.
But believe me, when you read a lot, when you practice a lot, okay, when you read a lot of examples, a lot of model answers for part 2, this will help you a lot to practice. And when you practice a lot, believe me, step by step, you are going to be able to reach this time limit easily. Okay,
All right.
so this is the point.
All right.
Yeah,
All
thank
right.
you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Okay, now let me move to Miss Farah Al Harbi. Yes.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
So I would like to talk about my teacher, who I met in my junior year in high school. She was teaching me and my classmates biology. She's really special to me, and I consider her as my favorite teacher of all times because she really made science, especially biology, really fun and unique to me. And there's one word she said about me, and it really still rings a bell in my head. She once told me to solve this practice in front of all the class. It was a practice to solve. Um, Sorry, just let me think about this word. Um, she asked me to solve or make a family tree to predict the pattern of the inheritance of a certain disease through a family along 3 generations. And I did it in like 2 minutes. And she was really impressed by that. And she told me that you are a natural in science. And that word, I really like that sentence or that word. And so, yeah, I'm now a graduate of bachelor's degree in science, particularly in general biology. And I'm intending to learn more about genetics and molecular biology in the future. And I have also emailed her that uh, uh, I told her my
That's enough.
updates and
That's enough,
okay.
actually. That's enough. You reached the limit and you did a great job. Thank you so much, Farah. You did a great job, actually. Your language is well consistent as well. And you covered the bullet points thoroughly. Very good. Now let me move to let me show you an example of part 2. So this is Michael Blinkers, and he used a range of vocabulary, including some less advanced or some less common, vocabulary like legendary, background, inspired, creativity, celebrity. Okay. He used a range of complex structures with flexibility. His verb tenses are not always accurate, but error-free sentences are frequent, and this is much more important. So here are some more examples regarding this part. Here are some more examples. I mean, that describe something new you are learning to do. Talk about a person you admire. Share information about your favorite website. So these are all examples of part number 2. Now, in part number 3, let me tell you that for part number 3, the examiner is waiting for you to give answers, but in more detail than in part number 1. In this part, as I said, you need to avoid talking about yourself. If you are going to talk, just talk about what most people do in your country or in your culture, your community. So you need to speak from a general point of view. You need to speak from a general point of view. Okay? Also here, you need to explain your opinion. You need to express your opinion. What may happen if the examiner uses a word that you don't understand? Here you can ask about the meaning of this word. Is it okay? Yes, it's okay, but try to not to do something like that many times. Okay? You can use some expressions like that. I think that, in my opinion, I believe, it seems to me that, and then I can use a general statement like most people these days, a lot of people nowadays, most people in my country, okay? Generally speaking, young or old people do blah blah blah. The majority of people in my culture do so and so. So you can take a screenshot of this slide. It's extremely important, actually. Now let's have example. Let me say, if someone, okay, let me check who is ready for that. Okay, so okay, Miss Hadir, yes. I'm sorry, Ms. Hadir, yes. Mr. Mustafa.
Yes, hello.
Okay, Mr. Mustafa, no problem. Okay, Mr. Mustafa, can you tell me about gifts? If we say that you are going to talk about gifts, so what kind of gifts do people usually tend to give to each other in your culture?
Okay, I guess it depends on the type of the relationship I have with the person I'm gifting. If it's a relative, some people might take some sort of sweets, sweet food like chocolate or a cake. I guess if people are giving gifts to friends, they may try and find what are the things that they need the most, when two close friends are with each other, they might try and find what their priorities, and they try to buy it for them as a gift. Some people tend to gift flowers or chocolate, as I said. I guess it depends on the
That's more enough.
situation.
But which ones do you think are much more better?
Which type of gift is better? I guess it differs from a person to another. But in my culture, I guess the sweet food or anything sweet as chocolate is a sign of gratitude, friendship, and love. I guess it touched the person that receives this
Okay,
gift.
thank you so much. Your answer is very, very perfect, actually. Thank you so much, dear Mr. Mustafa.
Thank
Now
you,
let me
doctor.
move to Ms. Hadir. Okay, Ms. Hadir, yes. Or Miss Hadiyar. I don't know, is it a Mr. or Miss? I'm so sorry for that. But you are Hadi. Yes, this is a name of. Okay, I'm trying to reach you. Okay. Okay, Miss Ruwaida.
Yes.
Okay, Miss Ruwaida. Can you tell me something about are there certain kinds of festivals that are becoming more popular in your country?
I think there is several festivals, such as the Halloween and other festivals in town.
Okay, can you tell me something about them? Okay. Hello? It seems that I lost contact. Okay, Aaron.
Yes.
Hello? Yes. Okay, dear Mr. Aaron. Okay, let me ask you about festivals. Are there any kinds of certain kinds of festivals that are becoming more popular in your culture?
Well, in my culture, actually, I'm from the country in India, and in my country, the most allowed
were necessary and clearing all the misconceptions we had related to the IELTS examination. And yeah, thank you.
Give you the best of luck. And now let me move to Mr. Hamza Naim here. Okay, this is Mr. Mustafa.
Mustafa, yes. I would like to thank you very much, Dr. Yahya, for this excellent course. You really was the course was very well organized. You gave us confidence to speak more and to practice more. What's more, your anecdotes you keep telling us are so funny, and they made this course more and more interesting. So really, I'd like to thank you for giving us courage and confidence to go on with our journey to achieve the highest band we can get in this IELTS test. Thank you again, Doctor.
Mr. Mustafa, you did a great job actually during the course. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And now let me move to Mr. Hamza, yes. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Hamza. We can hear well.
Yeah, this session was really good. And the email for this session came out of nowhere, and I was glad that I opted for this course. And the techniques you taught us, and the ways you actually changed my overview of how IELTS work and how the marking criteria is. Overall, it was really helpful, and I hope I will achieve my desired goal by using those techniques that you taught us. Thank you.
Sure about that. Wishing you the best of luck, dear brother, and thank you so much, actually. Thank you. And now let me move to Miss Nora here. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear well.
Well, I don't actually attended all the session, but it's my first time to be here. But the way that you actually give them the information for us is so amazing and brilliant. I love the way that the tip that you give to us and everything, and the tracks, and the way that you help us to improve our skills. So thank you very much for helping us.
Thank you so much, Nora. And actually, it was an honor for us to have you here with us. Thank you so much. Wishing you the best of luck in your journey for your IELTS test. And now let me move to Carlos. Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Actually, I had a lot of courses before, but the most beneficial course which I took with you, I really admire your method to enrich my mind and to clarify and simplify your points of view and your tactics and techniques. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You too. Thank you so much for your nice and sweet feedback. Wishing you the best of luck. And now let me move to Mr. Affan. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam.
How is that?
Great. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir. MashaAllah, the way of teaching had really great impact on my results, inshallah. And the way of you teaching one by one, the method you have managed, everything was great. I would like to say only one word, great, 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 for the way of teaching. And sir, nothing more to say, but I have learned many things from you, and better grammar, better the way of communication of English, the listening, reading, writing, and speaking. And that's it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Wishing you the best of luck. Thank you so much, dear brother.
Thank you so much.
Okay, now let me move to Mr. Muhammad Fahd. Okay. You're welcome. Again, what? Yes, what do you ask about the reading section? Yes, you can highlight, sure. You can highlight using different colors. Right click on the word and choose highlight. Okay? If you find difficulty in the computer test, then shift to the paper test. That's it. That's easy. Don't worry about that. Okay. Thank you so much. Wishing you the best of luck. And now let me move to Mr. Hamza again. Hello, Mr. Hamza.
Yes, teacher, how are you?
I'm great.
Yeah, yeah. This is my first IELTS session, or not session. I mean course. I've attended all the sessions, and your work is phenomenal, teacher. I applaud you. You've helped me to get a general understanding of what's all IELTS about, like what's it about. Thank you very much. Yeah, you're a good teacher. You know how to explain. You give good examples. You do everything good. Thank you, teacher.
I think this time you are telling the truth, right?
Yes, of course. No, this time, no more lies.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dear
you very
brother.
much,
Wishing
teacher.
you the best of luck. Wishing you the best of luck. And now let me move to Mr. Ayman in the God here. Yes.
Hello, Dr. Yahya.
You're welcome.
You are welcome. I want to thank you for helping all of us in the preparation course for the IELTS exam. Actually,
Good afternoon, dear brother, or good evening. I think now we are approaching the evening. So good evening, dear brothers and sisters here, or welcome to our new session regarding the IELTS preparation test. And if you can hear me well, just leave a hand, please, to let me know. So just tell me your voice is clear, we can hear you well. Good. So it's audible. Great. So everything is great. Wonderful. Okay. So today, as I wrote here, we are going to have the first part for the academic test takers. So if you are academic, you are most welcome. If you aren't academic, then let me tell you that we are going to start the general training part from 7:30 to 9:30, and you will not benefit if you are not academic. So just keep the part that we're going to have, okay? So yesterday we already tackled the general training part, right? Sorry, we already tackled the task 2, yep, either for academic or general training, right? And we said that sorry. The task 2 is the same for both academic and general training. So in task 2, you need to write an essay. Do you remember how many words for this essay? There should be, no, there should be 250 words, okay? At least 250 words. So we said that the average of words that we need to write in task 2 is between, an average between 260 and 280. So today, as I said, we're going to tackle the academic writing task 1. Okay. Is there any differences between task 1 and academic and general training? Actually, yes. There are many differences between academic task 1 and general training task 1, because for academic task 1, you need to write a report. A report. Let me write that one more time. Okay, so I think the message is here very clear to you. Okay, so again, so this is one of the differences. Okay, for the academic writing task 1, you need to write, I think you read the message, right? Because I need to read the screen So for academic, we're going to have from 5:30 to 9:30 to 7:30, sorry, general training from 7:30 to 9:30, okay? So again, for the academic writing task 1, so here we have academic writing task 1. Good. For academic writing task 1, actually, you need to write a minimum of 150 words. Good. 150 words in minimum, okay? And we said that we need an average of 160 up to 180 or 85, something like that. Clear? I will be very grateful if you make sure that your cameras are switched off. And after that, I said that task 1 receives 1/3 of the whole mark. Let me tell you what does it mean by 1/3 of the whole mark. Okay, I think that all microphones are muted. I mute all the microphones. I mute all the microphones. Yes, they are all muted. So there will be a word counter. Yes, in the computer version, you are going to have an auto word count. So this is great, of course. Yeah, that's it. Actually, congratulations to our Saudi brothers. Yeah, actually, it was great news. And surprising at the same time. But they are very great, surprising news. Yeah, wishing you the best of luck in the coming matches. So congratulations to the Saudi national team and all our Saudi brothers and sisters here. Okay, so receives 1/3 of the whole mark. What does it mean by 1/3 of the whole mark? Okay, so actually it means that. Let me tell you a secret about that point, okay? 1/4 only. 1/3 means 1/4. I mean what? Look here, it is counted like what? Or we as examiners do what? For example, if Arian here got band 7, okay? In task 1 and 8 in task 2, okay? We are gonna add more than, so again, task 1, 7, for example, and 8, we are gonna add more, one more 8. What now? Okay. What is the total now? Yeah. Good. You're still here. Okay. So again, here. Yes. What is the total? So 7. 7 plus. Okay, 7. Sorry. So 7. I'm sorry for that. It is 23. Yes, 23. So 23 by 3 equals what? Yeah, 7.6, right? So 7.6 is going to be a round number. So it is going to be considered 7.5. Okay, so this is how we give you your band score regarding the writing test. Okay, clear? Clear? So this is how we give the band score. Okay. Again. If you get band 7 in task 1 and get band 8 in task 2, okay, we said that task 2 receives 2/3, right? So we're going to give you another 8, and the total is going to be 23. So 23 by 3 equals 7.6, and we are gonna make it a round number. Okay, if you get band 8.5, for example, here. Let me check that. And 7.5. What is the total of that? Okay, can you calculate that? Can you calculate that? 7.5 and 8.5, so the total is 25. Okay, 25 by 3 equals what? Equals what? 25 by 3 equals... No, it is not. It is not 8. Again, 25 by 3 equals 8.3, right? So it equals 8, sure, 0.3. In this case, the band score is going to be 8.5 because we need to make it a round number. So as long as it is more than 2.5, okay, I mean that it is more than, for example, 8. Let me see that. It's going to be like that, 8.35, right? As long as it is more than 8.25, it is going to be considered what? It is going to be considered half mark. We are going to make it a round number. Okay, clear for you now? Which task is more important? Of course, task is much more important than task 1. Task 2 is much more important than task 1. I think it is clear, right? Let me move to another point. 8.25, it is going to be 8.10 as well. This is going to be 8.10, 8.5, sorry, 8.5. Okay, clear? Clear? Oh, Sablash, I'm just discussing that. What about 6.5? It's still the same. I am giving you how you can calculate your, or how we calculate your band score. Okay, anyway, forget about that. Now let's move. So task 1 receives 1/3. I think now you understood what does it mean by 1/3 of the whole mark. Okay? And you need to write a report. You need to write what? A report. It is not a letter. Okay. Okay, Ms. Jawahir, you do not know that. You do not need to know that. This is for the examiners, but I'm just trying to explain. I'm just trying to demonstrate that how task 2 is much more important than task 1. How task 2 is much more important, and how we examiners calculate your band score regarding the writing test in general. Okay, so you need to write a report. Okay, you need to describe a visual diagram or something like that, and this should be done within how many minutes? How much time? Yeah, it should be done within 20 minutes, no more than that, no more than 2 minutes, because I said that task 1 receives just 1/3 of the whole mark. So keep this point into your consideration. No more than 20 minutes for task 1. Okay? Good. Yes, if it is 6.5, I said, Ms. Amira, it should be a round number. Round number means it should be a round number. Round number is a round number. Okay? So this should be done within 20 minutes, as I said. Okay, you can take a screenshot before I erase. Okay, so simply here in task 1, you are gonna do what? You are gonna summarize, and you need to use your own words, the information presented in a graph, table, chart, or diagram. Simply, you need to change the visuals into words. You are gonna change the visuals into words, okay? Good, let's move on. So what are these visuals? What are these visuals? Okay, we said that we have many different visuals actually. So let me clarify them. Let me give you a brief synopsis about them now. We have bar chart, as you can see here, and it is called bar because it looks like bars actually. And then we have the line graph going up or going down. And then we have table or column graph, table or column. We have pie chart. To be honest with you, these are the most common types of visuals to appear in the test. Okay? These are the most common ones to appear in the test. In the past, when we used to have only the paper test, it was easy for us actually, a little bit easy to predict what type may appear in the coming test because we used to have just one test a week. Okay, so for example, this week we had a bar chart. So 100% it would not be a bar chart next time. But these days actually it's completely different because we have computer test and nearly every day we have 2 computer tests and each test may be different from the other. I mean that you may set the test having a test which is different from the one next to you is having. Okay, so it is not necessary that you are having computer test, you all have the same test. No. Okay, so you may have different tests. Okay, so you have pie chart and diagram or process, map, and the last one is a combination. I mean, in this one you are going to have a mixture of 2 of the first 4 ones. 2 of the first 4 ones. I mean, you may have a bar and pie, line and bar, table and pie, table and line, bar and table, something like that. So again, which ones are the most common ones? The first 4 ones, bar, line, table, and pie. However, it's extremely important to prepare yourself well for each one of them. You need to know how to write about each one of these types. So again, we said that simply, we're going to have these types: line graph, bar chart, pie chart, table, process, diagram, and map. Is it necessary for me to know what type? Is that? Yeah, what do you think? Is it necessary for me to know the type I have here? 100% it is necessary because you need to refer to that while writing your report. Okay? Cool. What type is this one? What type is this one? It is line graph. Very good. And here we have what? Here we have, yes, this is very good. It's a bar chart. You are excellent. Yes, this is a bar chart. And here we have what? It's a table. Wonderful. And this one, yes, it's a bar chart. It is a bar chart. Very good. And here we have what? It's a map. Map. Very good. And here we have 2 maps, one before and one after, describing the same place. And this one is this one is a process. Very good. It's a process. Great. So do they all have the same technique in writing? Kinda. Actually, the first 4 ones nearly have the same technique in writing. Okay, so to be honest with you, today we are going to tackle the techniques for the first 4 ones, which are line, table, pie, and bar. It's going to be difficult to cover everything within 2 hours. Actually, I used to deliver, when I deliver the extensive course, I used to deliver and explain task 1 within 12 hours. Now I want to compress that within 2 hours only. So I will try as much as possible to help you to put your feet on the right path regarding this part, because actually it needs and requires a lot of effort. Okay, let's move on. Now the question is, will the examiner give you your band score according to specific rubrics? Yes. The examiners have specific rubrics according to which they give you your band score. They are the same as writing task 1, except for a little bit difference. Here we have task achievement, coherence and cohesion, lexical resource, and then grammatical range and accuracy. I think you have a very clear idea about these ones. But today we're gonna just tackle what is very relevant to task 1. Okay, so what does it mean by task achievement? Simply, I want you to pay attention because this part is extremely important actually. So task achievement simply means the following. When I say task achievement, that means I mean, number 1, to cover the topic thoroughly. Or to describe the image thoroughly, okay? Number 2, you need to write at least 150. We said that the average is between what? $160 up to 180, right? Great. Never copy the same question words. And instead, paraphrase. Use synonyms and paraphrase, okay? You need to write in full sentences. No bullet points. No headings, okay? No bullet points. No headings or sub-headings or subtitles. It's the same, by the way. Okay? And you need to divide, divide the report into how many paragraphs, you know? From 4 to 5, very good. From 4 to 5 was for task 2, but here, no less than 2 paragraphs and no more than 4 paragraphs. Which are, number 1, introduction. Number 2, overview. And I'm gonna explain what does it mean by overview. Number 3, body 1, and then body 2. Okay, these are how many paragraphs? These are 4 paragraphs, okay. You can include the overview to the introduction, so they become what now? Three. Or you can write just one body paragraph. I mean that you can just mix them together. So in this case, if you include the introduction with the overview and body 1 with body 2, in this case, you're gonna have 2 only. Okay, so I think now it is clear for you what this means by from 2 to 4 paragraphs. Okay, but anyway, in all cases, you need no conclusions here. No conclusions are required. Okay. By the way, you will find a lot of arrow about this point. A lot of attitudes, a lot of approaches regarding this part. And let me say that the summary, or to summarize this point, to put it simply, here you have nothing to conclude. Here you have nothing to summarize. And instead of the conclusion, we use the overview. What is the overview? The overview means the most, let me say, the most prominent changes or differences. You do not summarize here. Here, again, task 2, task 1 from 2 to 4. I think that you can read this well. Okay, so here you need to refer to the most prominent changes, okay, or differences. That's it. No, we have nothing to summarize here. You have no opinion here. Never include an opinion, because here you just because it is a factual report. I mean, that you are just describing the facts mentioned, or the facts appeared in the, okay, and the fact appeared in the diagram in front of you. Done? Okay, so I think it's all about this part. You can take a screenshot before I move to coherence and cohesion. Good. So what about coherence and cohesion? Okay, for coherence, I mean to organize your ideas in a logical order. So, by the way, you will find some tutors advising the test takers to make the overview at the end. So just write the overview at the end as a conclusion. Do you think it is good? It is acceptable? Actually, it's okay. It's acceptable. It's acceptable, okay? I mean that you can write your overview at the end. But keep in mind that if you write your overview at the end, you mustn't, I say mustn't, write anything after the overview if you write it at the end. Because if you write something after the overview, you spoiled the unity. Keep the unity of your report by following the order I give to you: introduction, overview, body 1, body 2, or introduction, body 1, body 2, and then the overview. So you have to pick one of these approaches. But as I said, actually, I highly recommend following the first approach. I mean that introduction, overview, body 1 and body 2. Why? Because if you postpone the overview till the end, you may, or the time may be over, and you finish, or the time is over without writing the overview. If you forgot to write the overview, you will get no more than band 5, even if your report is a perfect one. So again, why I highly recommend writing the overview after the introduction, because if you postpone it till the end and the time is over without writing the overview, you will not get more than band 5. So you spoiled all what you did. Number 2, if you postpone the overview till the end and you remembered something important to add and you added that after the overview, you will not get more than band 5 as well. Why? Because you spoiled the order of your reports. You spoiled the unity of your reports. Okay? Understood? Clear? So keep the order, keep the unity. Good. And you need to use a range of cohesive devices. I think you remember the cohesive devices, right? Because that I think we tackled them thoroughly yesterday. We tackled that thoroughly yesterday. So we need to use a range of cohesive devices. And these cohesive devices are extremely important actually. Why? To create a strong connection among your ideas. To create a strong connection among your ideas. Okay, clear? So that's all about what? About the coherence and cohesion part. Now let's move to lexical resource. So simply, lexical resource means what? Means to, so this is lexical resource. It means to use a wide range of vocabulary. It's going to use a wide range of vocabulary. So instead of blah, 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 increased. 2005, and then blah, 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 decreased. Okay, and then blah, 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 increased. And then it decreased. Oh, it is not good at all to use something like that. Saying increase, decreased, increase, decreased is not good. So you need to use a wide range of vocabulary if you want to maximize your band score. Also, you need to use some advanced words if you want to maximize your band score as well. Okay? And you need to avoid spelling mistakes if you want to maximize your band score. And it is important to have good word choice. It's important to have good word choice actually. To use your vocab appropriately and properly. Okay, you can read that because I'm going to move to the last one, which is grammatical range and accuracy. And as I said here, for grammatical accuracy, I mean to use grammar rules correctly. And you need, I mean that to avoid, so you need to avoid grammatical issues, okay? And you need to have good command of what? Of punctuation. So your punctuation is extremely important here. Okay? 1/4, 25% of your mark is going to go for grammar. So that's all regarding, you need to avoid grammatical issues and to have good command of grammar. And for grammatical range, I mean to use a range of sentence structures. Do you remember what I said yesterday about sentence structures? I mean, simple, compound, and complex sentences. What may happen if you write simple sentences only? What may happen if you write simple sentences only? In case you just wrote simple sentences, you will not get more than band 5. So keep that in mind. Okay? take a screenshot before I erase that part. And now let's move to the most important part of our session here. So these are the rules, actually. I said you need to create 4 distinct and purposeful paragraphs, and you must have at least 150 words. And as I said, this should be done within 20 minutes or less. So this should be done within 20 minutes or less. And you need, these are some common mistakes. If you fail to paraphrase, I mean that if you just copy the question words, you will not get more than band 5. Separate paragraphs. As I said, you need to divide your report into from 2 to 4, so 2, 3, or 4 paragraphs, including the overview, of course. Quantity over quality. This is a big mistake, actually. If you care about the quantity more than the quality, you made a fatal mistake. You know why? Because it doesn't follow here. It doesn't follow that if you write more, you are going to get more marks. Actually, instead, if you write more, you may make more mistakes. And in this case, you are going to lose more marks. Okay, so keep that in mind. So as I said, an average of 160 up to 180 words is more than enough. If you have some spare time, you can make use of this time in reviewing what you wrote, in reviewing what you already wrote. So after that, failure to be So I mean that here, no, it is not lagging. I was just muting myself. Yeah, failure to be specific. Never, never, never discuss the graph in generalities. I mean what? You are describing something, so you may say something like what? Blah, 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 okay? That increased in 1994. So how can I know that it increased? Right. So if, again, increased, how I know it increased? Okay, sorry, no, I was just muting myself. Okay, so how I know it increased? Do you have any indication that it increased? Do you refer to how it increased? Actually, no. Actually, no. Right? And you can say blah, 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 decreased greatly or remarkably in, okay, 1999. Yes, sure. You're gonna find that in the graph, okay? You're gonna find that in the graph. So here it is very general. You know why? Because you need to be very specific. How can I be very specific? You need to add values. You need to add percentage or numbers, okay? So adding values is something extremely important here. Okay? So adding these values or numbers is something extremely important here. Okay? So I'm going to say something like Y, for example, 45%. Okay? and it decreased greatly to reach, for example, 12%. Now you are very specific. Now you are very specific. When you use numbers, when you use visuals, when you use figures, when you use percentage, you are very specific. So what may happen if I do not support my answer with numbers and percentages? You will not get more than band 5. So using the percentage, using these numbers is something extremely important. Everything approach. So this is not good. It is not necessary, by the way, to describe each okay? It is not necessary to describe and discuss and refer to each single change in the diagram in front of you. No, I am gonna focus my eyes on the most prominent changes, the most important changes. And you need to use comparison. So for example, I'm gonna use what? Instead of writing something like that, although, look here, blah, 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 increased by 45% in 1984, it decreased greatly, okay? It decreased greatly to reach 12% in 1990, okay? 1990. So now it is clear, right? So now I need to use effective comparisons. If you have different countries, you need to compare. Do not list. Do not list. Never list. Listing is not good at all. So I need to make effective comparisons. So making effective comparisons is something important. Okay, clear? Okay, I think it is clear to you all. Just confirm me, please. If you are okay, if you understood, if it is clear, just give me a hand. Okay, very good. So now let's move to another point. Actually, this slide is extremely important. Now, here are some checklists that you need, okay? So you need to ask yourself, okay? And you need to be sure that you already wrote 150 words or more, and you included an overview. You are gonna learn all about that. Don't worry, we're gonna learn how to write introduction, how to write overview, how to write body paragraph, so don't worry about that. You need to select the most important information. So I shouldn't include everything. I shouldn't include everything, okay? Okay? And you need to support that with figures. You remember figures means what? I said that the word figures means numbers. Yes, numbers and percentages. Okay, so this is what I mean by figures here. Numbers and percentages. Okay. And after that, you need to make effective comparisons. Actually, having effective comparisons will add a lot to your performance in task 1. So it is extremely important to write some effective, to include some effective comparison, as I said. Good, what else? Using linking words, organizing the key points into paragraphs, and check for any mistakes in grammar or spelling. This is extremely important to be done while writing your report. Okay. Now the question is, what is the highest band score for task achievement you can get if you don't include figures? What band score you may get if you don't include figures? By the way, this is the public band descriptors for the examiners, okay? So actually you will not get more than band 5. And in the descriptors, band descriptors, there may be no data to support the description, okay? So you will not get 0 actually. You will not get more than band 5. Okay. Now, what is the highest band score you may get if you do not include an overview? I said that you will not get more than band 5. Yes, because the recount detail mechanically with no clear overview. So you will get no more than band 5. So some key points to remember here. Never give an opinion. Do not say, I think, in my opinion, from my point of view, all these points will cause your band score to decrease some marks. Never overwrite. Do not think that it's a sign of being clever if you write, for example, 300 words for writing task 1. Why? I ask you to cover that within 150 words, okay? Or let me say an average between that. So it is not, if you are clever, that means you need to, or you can manage covering the topic within this word limit. You need to use sentence variety, simple, compound, and complex sentences. And by the way, I'm going to give you a very nice way that may help you for that. And you need to develop a plan. I think that the plan is already clear for you, right? You need to write introduction and then overview. After that, I'm going to write 2 paragraphs to cover the diagram. Write sentences that do not have grammar or spelling mistakes. And now we come to the most important part of this session. I promise this session is going to change your concept about writing task 1. You are going to learn a lot of important things here. Okay? Sarah, total how many paragraphs in writing task? Mr. Saif, I think that you are informing well, because I actually confirmed this point many times, and I said that you have to write between 2 to 4 paragraphs in total, okay? So now we come to the introduction. What I need to include in my introduction. Let me make a new share, okay? I'm gonna make a new share. So let's have a look at this exercise here. Okay, I think you can see that well, right? Is it clear? Yes, it is clear. Very good. So the graph below illustrates the internet users as percentage of population in 3 countries between 1999 and 2009. So I need now to write the introduction and to write the overview. So what can I write in this introduction and overview? Okay, so let me help you. Simply in the introduction, you need to write, believe me, after this part, you are going to write the introduction and the overview naturally. It's going to be a part of your nature to write that easily and spontaneously. Okay. Number 1, I need to refer here what type of graph. Is it a line graph? Is it a bar chart, pie chart? Is it a map? And no need at all to repeat the word below. So you need to skip the word below. After that, you need to change the verb phrase. So do not use the word illustrate one more time. And instead, what can we write? Instead of illustrates, something like what? Describe, represent, show, very good. Demonstrate, delineate, depict, okay? Give information about, it provides data on. And after that, actually, I need to paraphrase the topic given to me using my own words. Okay, so I need to paraphrase that. It illustrates what? Internet users as percentage of population in 3 countries. So I need to paraphrase that using my own vocabulary. And after that, I need to paraphrase the time phrase, if you have a time phrase. Here I have between 1999 and 2009. So I need to paraphrase that. I need to use a different time phrase here. Okay, clear? Good. So how can I write that? Simply, how can I write that? Now let me give you a very nice present. It's a gift from me to you. Okay. So here is let me say that. Yeah. So I said, number one, I need to say what type of graph. So I'm going to say the provided pie chart, bar chart, line graph, table, process. And then I need to change the verb phrase. So I'm going to say something like gives information about, illustrates, explains, compares, summarizes. And after that, I need to do what? Do you remember? I need to. Those who are following well, my clever students who are following well. Yes, what I need to do after that? The provided line graph gives information about, yes, I need, very good, Maya. I need to paraphrase now the topic. So I'm going to say paraphrase about what? And then if you have a timeline, you need to indicate how long is this period. So you can write over a period of, or over a span of, and then you can change the time phrase saying, instead of from to, you can use between and vice versa. I mean, if you find between and, use from to, or from to, just use between and. When can I use during the periods? If you have two different years, I mean, if it is during the years 2015 and 2022. In this case, I cannot say from to, because I'm just comparing two different years. Okay, not a period. It's two different periods, two different years. So in this case, I can use during the periods blah and blah. Okay, clear? Understood? You may take a screenshot now. You may take a screenshot. Just take a screenshot and let's go back, because I need to finish that before we go for a prayer break. Okay, so before the prayer break. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead. So I'm gonna say what? You took the screenshot, right? Okay, let's write. I'm gonna write saying what? Look here, I want you to just listen carefully, follow carefully, because I'm gonna give you after that an example to follow. Okay, so I'm gonna write the provided line graph. So this is the kind. Okay, demonstrates. Okay, how the, I'm gonna now paraphrase. Okay, I'm gonna paraphrase how the, instead of the word percentage, we said that we can use the proportion of, instead of the internet users, I can say what? Internet users can be replaced by what? I can replace it by web servers. Very good. What else? Online activities. No, not online activities. Activities is something else. I'm talking about the users themselves. Yeah. Computer literate, internet consumers. Very good. Online users. Very good. What about netizens? You know the expression? The proportion of netizens. Okay. In 3 different, okay, nations, which are, and if the number of these countries is between 2 or 4, from 2 to 4 numbers, as you are going to write from 2 to 4 paragraphs, so just, it may help you to remember. Just write the name of these countries. So these countries are what? But please try to copy the names accurately. So they are USA, as they are written in front of you. Canada, okay, and Mexico. And this was from what to what? From what to what? From what time to what time? from 1999 to 2009, right? So how many years are they? How many years? They are 10 years, right? So I can write over a period of 10 years. What is 10 years? Yes, a decade. Very good. Very good. You are great. I can write a decade. I can write 10 years. It's okay. But decade is much more higher, of course. And I have between and. So I'm going to make it from 1999 to 2009. Sorry. And thank you so much. Now you wrote a very great, impressive, and effective introduction. I think it is very clear for you, right? Now it is very clear for you. Good, good, good. Now let's have a look at the, let me read that, and let's go back. How can I write the overview? Okay, for the overview, we simply do what? We simply look at, yes, sorry, what? Changes, yes. Changes, yes, I need to add that. I'm gonna add that. So sorry for that, okay. But let me explain this point first. In the overview, I need just to write about the highest and the lowest points, okay? The most and the least points. And you can look at the end of the period or overall, okay? So I'm gonna say what? I'm gonna follow that. I'm gonna say overall, it can be clearly seen from the graph that blah, 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 while blah, 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 blah is the least. By the end of the given period or over the whole period, as I said, as you are gonna handle that, okay? Just take a screenshot quickly, take a screenshot and let's go back again to here. So this is what we wrote, right? We wrote that. We said this is the introduction. And as I said, we're gonna leave a blank line, right? As we used. And then we're gonna move blank line and move to the overview. Now let's try the overview, okay? So the provided line graph demonstrates how the proportion of citizens in 3 countries, in 3 different nations changed, okay? And changed. Okay. Changed over a period of, okay. So now we can write what? Now we are gonna write the overall or the overview. I'm gonna say overall, it can be clearly from the graph that what can you see here? Which one had the highest? Okay, so that Canada, yes, Canada what? Had the highest percentage of the web surfers, right? While which one had the lowest? Mexico, right? Had the lowest percentage or proportion, and this is by the end of the given period. And thank you so much. Now we have a very clear, strong introduction and a very clear and strong overview. I think now it is very clear for you what does it mean by introduction and overview. The given period. What's wrong with USA? USA is not the highest. As I said, I'm looking what at the end of the given period. To make one sentence on no issue. Forget about how many sentences should be in one paragraph here. As I said, one paragraph here may be just one sentence or even 2 sentences, so no issue. Was a broad trend in the number of sentences. Okay. Miss Amira, we can write that in many different ways and they are all correct. I'm just clarifying to you how to write that. Okay? I think it is clear for you all, right? You have no issues. You have no problems. Okay, now we are gonna go for let me say a 15-minute break. I think that's enough. You can take a screenshot because it's extremely important actually. Yes, Miss Juwair. I can say what? You look here. I can make like that. So now it becomes one. Now it becomes one paragraph. So I have no issues if I write something like that. It's okay, no problem. Okay. Now let's move. So I said we're gonna go for a break. So let's see. We're gonna meet at 15. Okay, welcome back, dear brothers and sisters. It seems that tomorrow is gonna be a holiday, national holiday. So okay. Yeah, tomorrow is going to be a national holiday. Okay. Yes. Too bad for us hospital employee. Yeah, actually, it's good for you, but we had students and we have major tests. Okay, no issue. Tomorrow and the day after, I guess, I do not think, but we are having tests. I don't know. We need to issue the results. Okay, so well, how about the spinning class? Okay, we're gonna have our class normally, no issue. Because on Thursday I'm gonna go for Umrah, inshallah. So we need to finish. We need to finish tomorrow. Anyway, congratulations for those who are gonna have a holiday and enjoy. Okay, so I think now we have a very clear idea how to write an introduction. Yes, and thank you so much. Thank you all. And yes, now let's go back to take more exercises. Okay, ready? So let's take another exercise. Let's take one more exercise. I want you now just have a look at this one here. Yeah, because we actually are out of time. Yeah, so write a paragraph about what? The graph below shows changes in the number of arrivals between 1995 and 2010. Okay. So international tourist arrivals, and here how many countries do we have? You can see that we have, yes, we have 5 countries, which are Brazil, Egypt, Malaysia, France, and USA. So what kind of graph we have here? What kind of graph is it? Yeah, it's a line graph. Great. So ready? We're gonna write what? Yeah, so I'm gonna say the provided line graph. Here we have the word shows changes, right? So we can say something like what? Illustrates. Okay, how the numbers of tourist arrivals. And instead of tourist arrivals, I can say what? Yes, international or global visitors arriving in 5 countries. Is it necessary to write these countries now? Foreign visitors is okay also. 5 different countries. Okay. No, because this is a big number actually. It's going to be considered redundancy if you do something like that. So, over a period of how many years? Yeah. Yes, from 1995 to 2010, this is 15 years. Of course, you need to be very accurate and sure about that. And here we have the word between and, so it's going to be from 1995 to 2005. And thank you so much. This is the introduction. I think it is very clear to you, right? 2010, sorry. Now we are going to write what? The overview. I'm going to leave a blank line. So overall can be clearly seen from the graph that what? What can you see from the graph? Yeah. All in all is very informal. So which countries had the highest number? So I'm going to say USA and France had the highest numbers of international tourists, while what? Which one had the lowest? But if you look, you will find that Egypt and Brazil nearly follow the same trend, right? So I'm going to say Egypt and Brazil had the lowest numbers, and this is by the end of the given period. And thank you so much. I think now it is very, very clear. Right? What about Malaysia? What about Malaysia? No need to write about that. No need. Because here I just look at the highest and the lowest only. The main changes, as I said. Yeah. Now it is all clear, right? It is all clear for you. Good. Let's move to body paragraphs. Let's move. Of course, Juwairiya, there are many different things that could be wrote. I just give you an example to follow, okay? Now, what about the body paragraph? Let's learn how to write a body paragraph. And now it is very clear to you how to write an introduction and overview, right? So here is the language that you can use for the line graph. Okay, here we have different boxes, okay, from A to K. And here we have different expressions from 1 to 12. We need to place these expressions in the boxes. By the way, one box may have 1 or 2 expressions, okay? So let's have them one by one. When I say rose or increased steadily, it is the same as rose or increased gradually. So which box represents that? In which box I can say this rose? Okay, so it is G. No, G is the highest point. G is the highest point. It is C. Very good. Yeah. Because it increased, but increased gradually, as you said. So C, and what else? So C is going to take 1 and 3, right? And what else? It is J. Very good. It is J. So in J, I'm going to say 1 and 3. This rose in steadily or gradually. Okay. Now, when I say rose or increased dramatically, rose or increased dramatically, which one is that? Very good. So F is going to take number 3. What else? F and what else? Look well. F and D. Very good. So here I'm going to say D also increased dramatically. Okay. When I say plunge to means reach the lowest point, and it equals reach a trough of. So number 4 and number 9 are the same here. Which one? Which one reached the lowest point? Which one reached the lowest point? It is, yes, I, not H actually, not H. It is the lowest point here in I. So I'm going to say number 4 and number 9. Okay? But when I say reach a high of, it is the opposite. Reach the high of means reach. And by the way, it also equals. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry about that. I'm so sorry about this point. Look here. When I say plunge to equals fill or drop to. Again. Plunge to means fell or dropped dramatically to. So it is going to be H, right? Very good. So H is going to take 4 and 9. And what else? H, no, forget about I, no. It is going to be H and B at the beginning. Yes, it's going to be 4 and 9. Great. If you look here, peaked at means to reach the highest point. So which one is this one? It is G, yes, G. Stood at is going to be used only once. And by the way, the word stood at means started with. So it is very clear that stood at is going to be for A. And I can use the word stood at only once at the beginning of the line graph, and I can use it only with line graphs, by the way. I can use it only with line graphs. Fluctuated means full of ups and downs. So which one is that? Yes, it is E, very clear. Great. Look here. Reach a trough of and hit a low of, they have the same meaning, which means to reach the lowest point. So automatically it's going to be what? It's going to be I. Yeah. Okay. And number 10 and 11 have the same meaning, which is no change. No change. Remained constant, unchanged level of, which is K here. I think now it is very clear to you, right? Now let's check our answers. So I think that here are the answers, and I think that this is what we really wrote, right? Clear? Very good. Yes, these expressions should be memorized well. Yes, keep in mind that these expressions are extremely important expressions that you need to memorize well. Okay? No, Roba, because we said that Number 9 and number 12 are going to be the same, okay? Now we are going to have an example for body paragraph. Already? Okay. So what is this line graph about? It is about what? It is about the number of arrests per year for using illegal drugs, right? Let's start. Now we're going to write the body paragraph. So what can we write? Okay. So I'm going to say what? At the beginning, I'm going to say to begin with. This is called what? This is a very important what? Yeah, a linker or a transition. So to begin with, I'm going to say what now? Look here. So sorry for that. Okay. I'm going to say the number of arrests. So the number of people arrested for, the number of people arrested for, okay? Handling, okay? Drugs, illegally. Stood at. Stood at what? What is the percentage? What is the number here? $55, yes. Is it a fixed number or approximate number? Thank you so much. Now we wrote the first sentence. I think it is a very clear one, right? Now it is very clear for you how to write sentences. Now, in 1992, the number dropped. Dropped to what? In 1992, it dropped to, to 40. Very good. And in 1993, or in 1993, yes, it dropped to what? To 20. So is it necessary to write about 1992? No. So I'm going to say what? After 2 years. Okay? The number. What happened to the number? No. What happened to the number? Dropped. Very good. So the number dropped dramatically to reach what? To reach what? 20 in 1994. And thank you so much. That's it. No percent. This is number only. So it is not a percentage. Okay. Declined drastically. Okay. Declined. Decreased. Went down. Dropped. Fell down. In 1993, I think. Okay. 93. Yes. And then I can say what? However, look here. However, the number of arrests, okay, okay, increased gradually, okay, from 20 in, look here, 1993 to about what? 25, right? In 1995, look here, before, okay, it doubled to reach. I can say it doubled, or I can say it, it, what? Rose significantly. Okay, to reach 50, right? To reach 50, yes. And it surged, very good. What year? In 1996, 1996. I think now it is very clear, right? I think now writing these sentences is very clear to you. And I think this is a very good example explaining right? Very good. Great. So repeated the same idea. Where I repeated the same idea? Regarding 2003, where we didn't arrive 2003. I didn't say anything about 2003. You mean 1993, okay? Okay, but I hinted, okay. I can say what? However, the number of arrests then increased gradually. Okay, I can remove that. Okay, now there is no repetition, right? So, however, the number of arrests increased, okay, gradually to about 25 in 1995 before it rose significantly to reach 50 in 1996. I think now it is a perfect one. Isn't it? Okay. Good. And then I can say from 1996 to 1999, okay, the number witnessed or the arrests witnessed what? Fluctuation. I can say something like what? Yeah, fluctuation, witnessed clear fluctuation. Look here. Fluctuation. However, I used the however, right? Fluctuation. Okay, now we can move to another paragraph, okay? I can say, despite the number reached a high of what? A high of 80 in, what is that year? No, 2000. It, what? What happened to it now? Here. It, yes, reached a trough of, yes, it reached, or a hit a low of, it reached a trough of, what? About 15 in 2001. I think it is very clear right now. Good? Now it is good. I said we can write in two body paragraphs. I say that we can make them two body paragraphs, or you can just make them one body paragraph. Okay. The number. And despite the number, no, despite the fact that, because it is despite the fact that. I think now it is very clear to you. From then on, the number leveled off at 20. Okay? From 2003 till the end of the period. And thank you so much. This is all about the body paragraph. I think now you have a very clear idea about how to write something like that. It's easy, but you need to have a lot of practice. I'm gonna provide you with a very nice PDF. I'm gonna send it here via the chat box. By the way, this PDF will help you a lot because it does what? It divided the where it is not here. It divided the writing task 2 into chapters, and each chapter is discussing one kind of graphs. I mean that there is one chapter for, it is here. Let me stop that. I already sent it to you all. No one. Okay, I already sent it to you all. Now you are gonna see it. But by the way, it's gonna appear to those who are using their desktops. So if you cannot see it well, I'm gonna send it again via the WhatsApp group, okay? So, yes, I think now it is very clear. So let's move on to another idea we need to discuss. Okay, yes, here. I told you about the sentences, right? So I said that there are different sentences that you can use, right? So you can take a screenshot of this because it's extremely important. I think now I already sent to the box, so you can see it. So just give me a hint. Just raise your hand if you can see the box. Raise your hand if you can see the box. Okay, very good, very good. So it appeared to you. Great, thank you so much. You can stop that. Now these sentences will help you a lot. Okay, I can start saying something like there was, for example, there was a gradual rise in the number of arrests, and let me say in 1952, okay? There was, and then an adjective describing the trend, and then the thing that I'm talking about, and then the year, okay? I can change the sentence into a phrasal sentence. I can write something like what? And instead of there was, so I'm gonna delete there was, okay? And I'm gonna say a gradual rise in the number of arrests. So I'm gonna start with that. I'm gonna say the number of arrests. And I'm gonna change this one into a subject-verb sentence. So a gradual rise is gonna change to be what? To be rose gradually. Rose gradually. Okay, a gradual drop. A gradual drop. Or a sharp drop, if I change. A sharp drop is gonna change it to be what? There was a sharp drop. Yes, dropped sharply. Very good, very good, very good. A sudden increase. A sudden increase is gonna be what? Yes. A sudden increase is gonna be increased suddenly. Increased suddenly. Very good, very good, very good. Okay, I think now it is clear. If I start by the year, I can say what? There was a gradual rise in the number of arrests in 1952. If I start by the year, I can say the year saw, or I can use experienced, or I can use witnessed. Witnessed what? And I can take this part, a gradual rise in the number of arrests. Let me give you example for that. Let me give you that example for that, okay? I'm gonna say what? The number of global tourists increased, okay? Increased sharply in 2002. Yeah. If I want to start with there was, I'm going to say what? There was, yes. There was what? Increased sharply. It's going to be, I want to think. It's going to be what? Yeah, there was a sharp, very good, a sharp increase in what? The number of global tourists in 2002. If I want to start with the word 2002, I'm going to say what? 2002 witnessed a sharp increase in the number of global tourists. I think now it is very clear to you. This is the way I can use different sentences. Okay, this is the way I can use different styles to say the same thing, different structures to say the same or to tell the same information, right? I think now you have a very, very clear idea, a thorough idea about how to handle writing task 1 academic. I think now you already understood what you may write. Okay, here. I said summary is used for task 2, overview for task 1. In summary, I need to summarize what I said. In the overview, I just refer to the highest and the lowest. Yeah, today I'm gonna send it via the Telegram channel, so don't worry. Yeah. Okay, so thank you so much for your commitment and your active participation. And I hope that you already benefited from the session. It helps you to understand what does it mean by writing task 1. How can I handle writing task 1? I think that you already changed a lot of ideas about writing task 1, because a lot of people actually are afraid of writing task 1. Though it's very easy. The point is that you need to know how to handle this part. Thank you so much. Wishing you all the best of luck. I'm gonna send it to the WhatsApp group, so don't worry. Don't worry. I will be very grateful if one of you just download it and send it via the WhatsApp group, okay? I think that they already downloaded that. They already sent it via the Lucy. Thank you so much. Yes, it is really sent. Thank you so much, dear brothers and sisters. See you tomorrow. As I said, we're gonna see you tomorrow at 5:30 to 9:30 to have the last session of this nice course, which is going to be the speaking test. Actually, the speaking part is a very important part. You're going to learn a lot of in the writing test, you know? Okay. Okay, so today, as I said, we are going to handle writing task 2. I need to disable the chat box for a while because it seems very distracting, actually. Okay, so as I said, there are more than one task. So actually, there are 2 tasks in the writing part of the IELTS test, task 1 and task 2. And today we're going to cover writing task 1 for both academic and general training. Because writing task 2 is the same for both academic and general training. So before I start, let me clarify some points. Okay. So first of all, let me give a hint about the writing test. So the writing test lasts for, you know how much time? It is 60 minutes, 1 hour. Okay. And during these 60 minutes, you are going to handle or you're going to cover 2 tasks. So we have task 1. Okay. And we have task 2. So let me differentiate these 2 important tasks. So for task 1, you need to write 150 words. So for this task, you need to write 150 words. But here you need to write 250 words. So simply, it is clear that writing task 2 requires more vocabulary than writing task 1. Also, in writing task 1, as long as you are going to write 150 words, writing task 1, by the way, receives just 1/3 of the whole mark, while writing task 2 receives 2/3 of the whole mark. Okay. So again, writing task 1 receives 1/3, only 1/3 of the whole mark, while writing task 2 receives 2/3 of the whole mark. Okay, clear? Good. So when allocating the time or when dividing our time, some people may suggest allocating something as long as we are going to have 2 tasks and 60 minutes. So it is logical to divide our time like 30 minutes each, right? But this is not correct, actually. You know why? Because writing task 2 requires more vocabulary and receives more marks than writing task 1. That's why we allocate just 20 minutes, okay, for writing task 1 and 40 minutes for writing task 2 and 40 minutes for writing task 2. Okay. So can I allocate more than that? No, actually, this is the ideal division of time. So keep in mind that writing task 1 should be done within 20 minutes, no more than that, but you can finish in less than that, okay? And writing task 2 should be done within 40 minutes. So not less than that, or no more than that simply. What may happen if I finish early? Just to give or allocate some time to revise and edit your piece of writing. It's important to do that. Good. What about the writing, the paper test and the computer test? Of course, in the computer test or in the paper test, you are going to be given a question booklet and an answer sheet like that. Okay. I think that you can see the answer sheet well, right? Is it clear to you? The answer sheet, I'm talking about the answer sheet now. Okay, you cannot see it, so let me make no share. Okay, great. Okay, now it is clear, right? I think now you can see the screen, yes. So this is the answer sheet used for writing task 1. By the way, you will find different answer sheets on the internet, but this is the one, okay, approved by IDP, IELTS, British Council, and Cambridge English Language Assessment. So this is the answer sheet that you're gonna find in your paper writing test, okay? You write candidate number here, center number, and candidate number, candidate name. And here you need to shade whether academic or general training. And I say shade, right? So it's important to shade. Okay, here. So you need to shade this part, not to tick academic or general training. And then you write the date. Some people do it, to be clear. Never write on a line and skip another. This is not good. It is not good to do that. Never do something like that. Okay. So this is the answer sheet. I think that you can see it clearly. Of course, you cannot write here in this part because this is for the official use, official usage. Okay. Good. So let's go back to our presentation. So I said that in task 2, you are going to write an essay giving your opinion. So you will write an essay and you need to give your opinion. So what kind of writing you are going to handle? As I said, you are going to write an essay. Okay. So we have 2 tasks, and this should be done within, as I said, within 60 minutes. You're going to have 60 minutes, and you will do 2 tasks. And today we're going to focus on task 2. I have an important question here. Is cursive handwriting allowed? Yes. Essay in both tasks? No. Essay, Miss Hannah, in task 2 only. Okay. So is clear handwriting important? Is clear handwriting important? Yes, it is extremely important. Is neat handwriting important? Or perfect handwriting will give you more marks? No. So the most important point is that to make your handwriting readable, legible, yes, readable and legible. Good. Of course, you need to be very formal. You need to be very formal. Are you going to give me a paper or will be on a computer? Of course, if you are doing the computer test, as I said, you are gonna be given a special document, okay? And you will do your test on this document, okay? Of course, you are gonna use the pencil. Pens are not allowed. No problem if I use cursive, no problem if you use cursive. As I said, the most important point is that your handwriting should be clear and readable, okay? And the computer test graded by human, or it is by human? Yes. Yes, by people. There is an examiner. Okay. I think I answered all questions. Okay, now let me use some bullet points. Can I start with writing task 2 instead of writing task 1? But at the beginning of the test, you're going to be provided with both task 1 and task 2. And if you are doing the computer test, by the way, you are going to also be provided with both tasks, task 1 and task 2, and you can go forward and backward. Okay, so the question is, can I start with writing task 2 rather than writing task 1, or is it is a must for me to start with writing task 1? Yes, what do you think? Okay, so actually, yes, you can start with writing task 1 or writing task 2, so the option is yours. And I highly recommend starting with writing task 2 rather than writing task 1. Why? There are many reasons actually for that. Number 1, I said that writing task 2 requires more vocabulary. Number 2, writing task 2 requires or provides you with more marks and receives more marks than writing task 1. Okay? Writing task 2 should be ended in a specific way. If you didn't end your essay appropriately and correctly, that means you will lose a lot of marks. So that's why you need to start with writing task 2 rather than writing task 1. Okay, clear? Good. So the question now is, actually, we reached one of the most important parts of this session. Will you have an essay? Yes, Miss Samara, this is an essay, an article essay, a 5 or 4 paragraph essay. Okay, for both academic and journal training, as I said. So the question now is, by the way, as we started this part, let me clarify. Tomorrow, inshallah, we're going to have a divided session, okay? Tomorrow, we are going to have a divided session. Good. So tomorrow, let me clarify this point. Tomorrow will be a divided session. Let me clarify that tomorrow only. Only there will be a divided session. Okay, I mean what? Yeah. So it's gonna be like that. So from 5:30, okay, to let me say 7:30, we're gonna have academic, writing task 1, okay, and from 7:30 to 9:30, from 7:30, sorry, to 9:30, I think of making general training first. You know why? Because the academic part is longer than the general training part. So we may make it the opposite. I mean that we start. I mean the academic needs and requires more time than the general training one. 2 to 9:30. But if I start with the academic first, this will affect your timing actually, because we need a break in the middle for prayer. So Okay, as you say. So let me say here, general training. Okay. Writing task 2. Okay, I think it is clear for you all now. I would be very grateful if you take a screenshot of that and share this screenshot. It's done, خلاص. We agreed. It's done, we agreed. Thank you so much. So this is our timing regarding tomorrow. Okay, so this will be for tomorrow's session only. Again, this will be for tomorrow's session only. So I mean that the day after tomorrow, it's going to be a very normal session from 5:30 to 9:30 to both. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Now, let me ask you a question. Now we come to, or we reach one of the most important parts of this session, which is, are there specific rubrics according to which the examiner is going to give me my band score, or the examiner just gives me my band score according to his mood? I mean that if the examiner is in a good mood, he or she is going to give me a good band score. And however, if the examiner is in a bad mood, for example, if he had a fight with his partner, with her wife or his wife or her husband, they will give me a bad band score. What do you think about that? Of course, it doesn't depend on the mood. There are fixed and specific rubrics according to which the examiner is going to give me my band score. And by the way, the examiners follow these band scores very strictly. Okay, so keep that in mind. We have four criteria here, which are task response, coherence and cohesion, lexical resource, and grammatical range and accuracy. And these are very important points that you need to understand well. Okay. So just keep that in mind. I need to understand them well, and I need to respond to them well at the same time. And I'm going to explain each one of them. By the way, I'm pretty sure that you would not find something like that anywhere, even on the YouTube. You will not find someone explaining these criteria, because as I said, I brought that from the kitchen that they said. So these are some secrets that I'm going to reveal about. I'm going to reveal about how the IELTS pieces of writing are corrected and marked. So let's start from task 1, or task response, sorry. So what does it mean by task response here? So task response, or TR. So what does it mean by task response? So first of all, by task response, we mean different things. Number 1, here I'm gonna tell you about the do's and don'ts, by the way. So number 1, you need to write at least, look here, I said what? At least 250 words. Okay. So I need to write at least 250 words to cover the question. Okay. And you need to cover all parts. So just cover all parts of the question thoroughly. Okay. I need to cover all parts the question thoroughly. Yes, this is a very important point. Actually, yeah, sometimes I got distracted, so I forgot to mention some important pieces of information. I'm so sorry about that. Okay, so one of the privileges of the computer test is that you can do different things, by the way, without wasting a lot of time. So you can copy and paste, you can cut and paste. And this is important instead of running and erasing using the paper test. Also, in the computer test, you are going to be given and provided with the word count. So there will be an auto word count. informing you how many words you already reached and wrote or typed. So this, of course, will help you a lot to save your time and to save your energy counting the words that you already wrote. While in the paper test, you need to count your words manually. In the paper test, you need to count your words manually. So is there a way to count the word? Yes. Yes, I'm going to tell you about that. I'm going to explain this point. So you need to cover all parts thoroughly. I mean what? If I ask you to write about advance and disadvantage, and you cover the advantages thoroughly without referring to the disadvantages, will my answer be considered a complete one? Is my answer in this case considered a complete one or not? Of course, no. So in this case, you will not get more than band 5. Again, if you cover some parts, leaving others, in this case, you will not get more than band 5. Good. Let's go back again. We said that you need to write at least 250 words, right? What may happen if I write 145? I think that you may ask yourself this question. In this case, you will not get more than band 5. Oh, wow. Are you kidding? No, I'm not kidding. I'm very serious here, actually. So it's extremely important. The first thing that the examiner does is to be sure that you already reached the word limit. The required word limit is 250 words. So keep in mind that it's extremely important to reach this limit. Okay? Is there a maximum? Is there a maximum? No, there is no maximum. But we recommend writing an average of 260 up to 280. I think this is perfect. I think this is perfect. You know why? You know why? Because if you write more than that, you may be considered overwrite, over detailed. Okay? So again, one of the aspects is being able to cover the topic within this word limit. So this is a very important indicator that you are such a perfect person, such a perfect writer. So keep that in mind. Okay, clear? I think that the reason is clear now. So again, there's no maximum, but we highly recommend writing an average between 260, 280, 285, 90, but no more than that. This is not good, actually. This is not good, actually. Why? As I said, because this is going to be considered over detailed. In this case, you are going to be considered over detailed. Okay? So another point is that never copy the same question words. Never copy the same question words. If you copy the same question words, actually, you will not get more than band 5. Again, if you copy the same question words, you will not get more than band 5. So never write more than, or never copy the same question words. And instead, paraphrase, use synonyms. So I need to do what? Paraphrase, and I need to use synonyms. So paraphrasing and using synonyms is something important here. Of course, I'm gonna do. So never, or divide, let me say, divide your essay into 4 to 5, sorry, from 4 to 5 paragraphs. So I need to divide my essay into 4 to 5 paragraphs. Generally speaking, we write 4 paragraphs. In some cases, we may write 5 paragraphs. These 4 paragraphs are: number 1, you need to write a very clear and strong introduction. After that, you need to write 2 or 3 body paragraphs. Okay? And then you need to write a very clear and concise conclusion. Okay? Okay? So if you write 2 body paragraphs, you are going to have 4 paragraphs in total, right? If you write 3 body paragraphs, that means you are going to have 5 paragraphs in total. Okay, clear? So that's why we say we need to divide that into paragraphs. What may happen if I write more than 5 paragraphs? This will reduce your band score to band 5. Okay, what may happen if I write my piece of writing in 1 or 2 or even 3 paragraphs? You will not get more than band 5. So avoid that. As I said, it's fixed, by the way, either 4 or 5 paragraphs, no more than that and no less than that. Okay. Okay, clear? Good, let's move on. Another point is, I'm gonna disable the chat box for a while, okay? The introduction should include a clear thesis statement. I'm gonna explain that in detail, so do not ask me what does it mean by thesis statement. I'm gonna explain this part in detail, but later, okay? When it comes to explain the introduction, I'm gonna explain that in detail, okay? So the introduction should include a very clear thesis statement. Okay, good. Good, what else? I think one of you asked me a question. Yeah, about headings. You need to write in full sentences. Okay, so no, never use headings or subheadings. Okay, or lists to write using 1, 2, 3, or to write using bullet points. Never use something like that. So never use headings, never use subheadings, never use lists, never use bullet points, as I said. So you know that is the way I'm writing now is called bullet points. I'm writing in bullet points right now. So never use something like that. Never use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is not good. And never use headings. For example, the importance of tourism. And never use subheadings saying this is the introduction, body 1, body 2, conclusion. If you do that, this will reduce your band score to band 5. This will reduce your band score band 5. So do not say, okay, I noticed that a lot of people finishing that are saying, oh wow, I did a great job. I expect to get band 9. Oh my God, William Shakespeare himself, if he takes the IELTS writing test, I think that he will not be able to get band 9. So do not say something like that. Why you are doing a lot of fatal mistakes in the test. Okay? So please be notified about this point. So never use headings, never use subheadings, never use lists, never use bullet points.
One important point also is to leave. Yes, I'm going to tell you about how to count the words, so don't worry about that, okay? Leave a blank line between each two paragraphs. So before moving from one paragraph to another, you need to leave a blank line. And no need for indentation. You know indentation? You know indentation? Okay, so indentation means what? When you start to write, some people do what? I'm gonna leave 1, 2, 4, 5 spaces at the beginning of the paragraph, and then I'm gonna start to write, okay? And when I reach that, I'm gonna start from the beginning after that, right? So this is called what? This is called indentation. So no need at all to use indentation like that, okay? So no need at all to use indentation like that. Why? Because I already left a blank line between each two paragraphs. So the blank line is to show the examiner that these are distinguished paragraphs. These are separate paragraphs. Okay? Dear brothers and sisters, I swear by God, we cannot add you to the WhatsApp group because you can join just via the link. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Ammar. Thank you so much. Okay, in order not to distract each other. Okay, so again, no need at all to indent or to use indentation at the beginning of the paragraph. So I need to do what? I need to start from the very left margin to the very right margin. No need to indent at all. Indentation is the traditional method. The modern method of writing now is to leave a blank line between each two body or between each paragraphs. Between each two paragraphs, sorry. Okay? So no need to indent. I will not leave the space. Okay? I will not indent. And instead of indentation, I'm gonna do what? Okay. Instead of indentation, I'm gonna leave a blank line. Okay. So no need for indentation. No need for indentation. Okay, how can I comment my words manually? If you are doing, as I said, keep in mind, if you are doing the computer test, you are going to be given and provided with the word count. Keep in mind that there is no auto correction. There is no auto correction in the computer test. It is disabled, of course. And you cannot, you can just copy and paste, you can cut and paste, and you are going to be provided with the word count. Okay, so it's very important to be careful about typos, to be very careful about spelling. Now count yours like what? For example, I want you to count the first 4 lines. Okay, so if we say that you have 10 words per line, that means you need how many lines? That means you need how many lines? Something like 26 lines up to 28 lines as an average. Okay, clear? So this will help you a lot. Again, count the words in the first 4 lines and try to get the average. So if we say that if you have an average of 10 words per line, that means you need, in this case, you need 26 to 28 lines. I think it is very clear, right? Good. So that's all about task achievement. And one important point is to be, yeah, I forgot to do that. Be on or never be off topic. Never be off topic. Okay, I know a lot of people who lose marks because of that. Never be off topic. Never be off topic. So you need to write relevant examples and information. Write relevant examples and information. It's extremely important to do that. Okay, and I still remember. I think that you can follow well, right? Good. I always give my students this example, and I always tell them about the story. Once there was a student who was very, very studious. You know, studious means very clever. He likes to study a lot, and he always gets the full marks in all his college subjects, except for writing. He always gets 0. This student's name is Abbas. Abbas decided to make a complaint to the dean or the principal of his college, and he wrote him a message. Dear sir, I always get the full mark in all my college subjects except for writing, so I want you, or I ask for reassessment to my piece of writing. Okay, the principal or the dean asked the professors or the teachers to reassess his pieces of writing. In the first semester, the topic was about means of transport and how they developed. Abbas started writing, there is no doubt that the means of transport have been developed greatly during this era, and people became able to use trains, cars, planes, and even rockets. But people these days do not use camels, and camels are animals that move on the desert easily, and they can tolerate being without water and food for a long time. And camels are very strong and tall animals, blah, 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 explaining the rest about camels. Okay. Teacher said the topic may be confusing, so let's check the topic of the second semester. The topic was about Japan and how Japan is an advanced country. Abbas started writing, there's no doubt that Japan is one of the most advanced countries all over the world, but people in Japan do not use camels, and camels are animals that live in the desert and can tolerate being without water and food for long times. There are very large, tall, and strong animals, blah, 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 blah. Writing about what? About camels. Teachers said that Abbas doesn't deserve more than 0. If there's something less than 0, they are going to give him. So he decided to write a complaint to the Minister of Education. So he sent a letter of complaint to the Minister of Education, writing in his letter, Dear Majesty, I am Abbas, and I'm writing to you to help me get rid of the oppression that I was exposed to. As I always get the full mark in all my college subjects, except for writing. I always get 0, and I swear by God that I was as patient as camel, and camels are animals that live in the desert and can tolerate being without food and water for a long time, and they are very long and strong animals. Oh my God. Oh my God. What's wrong with this guy? What's wrong with this guy? He is always what? He is always, no, he likes camel, but he is always off topic. Yes, he is always off topic. So be on topic and never be like Abbas, never be off topic, as I said, okay? So this is one of the most important points. You know that each or sometimes, so stick, I always give this piece of advice, actually, stick to the question scopes or limits. And I want to remind me of that, okay? Stick to the question scopes. I mean, if the question is discussing the importance of using the internet at schools, okay? The importance of using the internet at schools, Do not say, for example, oh, no doubt that the internet is very useful these days and people can use the internet to chit chat with each other, to keep in touch with their families and friends when they are far away. And also they can hold some meetings virtually using the internet, so the company personnel can meet each other virtually, even if they are in different places. Is it good to write something like that about using the internet at school? Is it good to mention or to include something like that? Of course, no. You know why? Because it is irrelevant. It is irrelevant. You have scopes of the question. In this question, I need to discuss what? I need to discuss the internet in general or the internet being used at school. Here, I need to discuss the internet and how it is used at schools. So do not say virtual meetings, do not say chit chat, do not say keeping in touch with family and friends. So I need to stick to the scopes of the limit. So that's why I said one of the, you may find a lot of test takers coming out of the test saying that we did a great job actually, but you may write in the wrong direction, and this will reduce your band score, of course. Okay. No need to write etc. No need. And instead of etc., you can say something like the list is endless. Mr. Sonella, I'm going to explain that in detail. By the way, the examiner, some people may write, let me say, some general, very general, or to discuss the topic in from a general point of view, and this is not good, of course. I don't know why a line before the whole essay. I said that you need to leave a blank line between each two paragraphs in general. Okay, Artin, I'm going to explain that in detail. Okay, so that's all actually about the task response. That's all about the task response. Okay. So I want to take a screenshot before I move to the next point. Dear brothers, I noticed that actually you obsessed yourself by asking questions that I'm gonna explain later. So please, to help me and to help yourself, in order not to distract me, so I may forget some important piece of information. And in order not to distract each other, please, if you have a question, just jot down this question and we can discuss that at the end of the session. If you find I didn't discover this question, okay? I didn't want actually to disable the chat box. It's useful for you to participate. Okay. Okay, very good. Now let's move to the coherence and cohesion, and this part is also extremely important as well. So what does it mean by coherence and cohesion? Okay, I forgot. I need to say something important. So it's a reminder again, dear brothers and sisters. I said that tomorrow, inshallah, we're gonna have a divided session. So from 5:30 to 7:30, we're gonna have writing task 1, academic, and from 7:30 to 9:30, we are gonna have general training, GT. Okay, writing task 1 as well. Sorry, writing task 1. So the general training, writing task 1. I think it is clear, right? Saudi timing, yes. Saudi timing, KSA timing. KSA timing, okay? Very good. So I will be very grateful if you take a screenshot from this memo and just send it via the WhatsApp group, okay? Mr. Abdullah, I wrote writing task 1 here. Writing task 1. Okay, anyway. So what does it mean by coherence and cohesion here? So anyway, here we have two points. We have coherence and we have cohesion. So coherence means what? Okay, so coherence means to write your ideas in a logical order. Writing your ideas to write your ideas in a logical order. What does it mean by logical order? Let me give you an example of that. If you have to discuss the causes of a problem, okay, and the solutions to this problem, which is logical to start with? Again, if you are going to handle the causes and the solutions, so it is logical to start with what? The causes, right? So what may happen if I start with the solutions? I will get no more than 5. I will get, because there is no logical order here. There is no logical order. Also, if what may happen if I start with a body paragraph and then I wrote the conclusion, and after that I wrote another body paragraph and then I write the introduction. Okay, what may happen? Also, I will get no more than 5. So it's important to write your ideas in a logical order. Okay? One important point is to start each body paragraph with a topic sentence. Okay? So I need to start each body paragraph with a topic sentence. What is a topic sentence here? The topic sentence is the sentence that tells the reader what you will discuss in this paragraph. I mean, what is the idea you are going to discuss in this paragraph? Okay? So again, what is the topic sentence? So the topic sentence is the sentence that tells the reader what you are gonna discuss in this paragraph. Let me give you an example here. If I'm gonna write about the advantages of using the internet at schools, and I start my body paragraph writing one main advantage of is, so I'm gonna start my body like that. So is it good? No, it is not good. Why? Because you started to write about the topic directly. And instead, I need to include a topic sentence. Like what? So I'm going to say, to begin with, okay, to begin with, using the internet at schools may have some benefits. And then I can say one main advantage is so and so. So in this case, I did what? In this case, I included a topic sentence that tells the reader exactly what I am going to discuss in this body paragraph. I mean, when the reader reads the sentence, he's going to understand that you are going to discuss the advantages or the benefits of using the internet at schools. Okay? Clear? I think that you can hear me well right now, right? My voice is clear to you. Hello? Hello? I'm sorry. Yes, now my voice is clear to you all. I'm so sorry for that. Okay, so I hope that you already took some screenshots of that. Okay, so this is what I mean by coherence. Now let's move to cohesion. What does it mean by cohesion here? And this is extremely important, actually. Okay, so having unity in your essay. Having unity means what? One paragraph equals, okay, equals one idea. So one paragraph equals one idea. I mean what? One central idea, of course. One central idea. If you have to write about the advantages and disadvantages, okay? Or if you have to write about the causes and solutions. So which is better? To write one advantage and then one disadvantage, one advantage and then one disadvantage, or to write one cause and the solution, one cause and the solution, or to allocate one body paragraph for advantages and another body paragraph for disadvantages, to allocate one paragraph for causes and another paragraph for causes. Of course, the latter approach is the best one. The latter approach is the best one. Why? Because if you jump from one idea to another, if you jump from one advantage to one disadvantage, or from one cause to one solution, that means you spoils the unity of your essay. So again, never discuss more than one idea in the same paragraph. So one paragraph equals one central idea. Okay, clear? And also, it is extremely important. No need. No need to use anecdotes. No need to use something like that. Okay, so no need to use statistics. Some people use and include some statistics in their body paragraphs. Of course, something like a research made or a research conducted at KFUPM school suggested that 80% of students have depression before or suffer from depression before the test. From where did you get these statistics? And are you Mr. Encyclopedia that you know that you are going to be asked about this question, so you have these statistics in your mind? This is not good, actually. Okay. Good. So one paragraph equals one central idea. No, also you need to use a wide range of linkers, or what we call cohesive devices, or what we call connectors. Okay, connectors, conjunctions. Okay, so actually it's extremely important to use these conjunctions. Why? To create a strong idea, a strong connection among ideas. So to create a strong connection among your ideas, you need to use these conjunctions and these transitions. Transitions like what? Like to begin with, okay? On the one hand, okay? On the other hand, and using some first, second, okay, finally, and using some cohesive devices, for example, something like okay. My voice is clear to you? Hello? Yeah, I think my voice is very clear. Yeah, good. So we need to use something like, okay, although, however, for example, because, therefore, in addition, so something like that is extremely important. Besides a lot of that, okay? Okay, so now we are gonna go for a break for 20 minutes to do a prayer break, and then we can come back at 8 o'clock, sorry, 7 o'clock. Good. Yeah. And I said that actually you need to include connectors or cohesive devices. And I said that these cohesive devices are like, okay, I'm just trying to follow myself. Okay, very good. Yeah. So these cohesive devices are like, even though, and I'm going to talk about them in detail, by the way, so don't worry about that. Okay, let me enable the chat box. I will be very grateful if you make sure that your cameras are all switched off. I will be very grateful if you make sure that your camera is switched off, is disabled. Okay, so now let's move on. What does it mean by lexical resource? Yes, this is my question to you. You know, what does it mean by lexical resource? No pronunciation. Here in writing, we do not have pronunciation. Yes, actually it means vocabulary. So lexical resource means vocabulary, yes. So you need to use a wide range of vocabulary. So it's extremely important to keep that in mind. So I need to use a wide range of vocabulary. And as I said, never copy the same question words, especially in the introduction. And you need to use synonyms. Okay. And if you want to maximize your band score, then you need to do what? You know, you need to use some less common, or I mean, some advanced vocab, okay? Advanced vocabulary. So it is very important to use some advanced vocabulary. Okay, clear? One important point is to avoid spelling mistakes. Actually, the spelling issues will reduce your band score a lot.
this will reduce your band score a lot. So it is extremely important to reduce the spelling mistakes. And if you want to maximize your band score, actually, you need to include sentences which are free of spelling mistakes. Okay, clear? I think that it is very clear. What does it mean by some less common or advanced vocabulary? For example, instead of saying it's very famous, what can I use instead of famous? I need some advanced vocabulary rather than famous. So I can use something like popular is very basic as well. And famous is the opposite. Common is very basic. Eminent, okay, very good. What else? Prominent, great. Well known is the same. But I can use something like prominent, something like renowned, you know this expression. Renowned, okay. Celebrity is a noun, celebrated, okay. Renowned, prominent, reputable, okay, very good. And instead of, for example, the word obstacle, so obstacles equals hindrance or hurdle. You know that hurdles. So you need actually to use some less common or some advanced vocabulary like that. Celebrity, legendary, hurdles, obstacles, hindrances, all these are good words to use. So yeah, okay, clear? I'm gonna erase that so you may take a screenshot. Now let's move to the next and most important point, which is grammatical range and accuracy. And let me divide that into two parts. Okay, so I'm gonna take the grammatical accuracy first. Okay, Raymond, I would be very grateful, dear brothers and sisters, if you switch off your cameras, as I said. Switch off. Please make sure that your camera is switched off. Okay? So by grammatical accuracy, I mean what? I mean to use grammar properly and accurately. So you need to use or you need to include frequent sentences which are free of spelling mistakes and grammatical issues, because grammatical issues actually will reduce your band score a lot. And you need to have good command of punctuation. So it is extremely important to use that. Never use contractions. You know contractions? I mean short forms. So do not say isn't. It is wrong. It is wrong to say isn't. Instead, I can say what? Is not. And never say don't. Okay, instead, you can use do not. So never use contractions. Never use contractions here. Never use short forms. So punctuation, I mean, you need to start each sentence with a capital letter and to end the sentence with a full stop or a dot. So this is extremely important, actually. Okay. Good. And for grammatical accuracy, this part is extremely important. One of the things that are gonna maximize your band score a lot, if you want to maximize your band score from band 5 to band 7, then you need to use, I said that actually punctuation is extremely important here. You need to use a wide range of sentence structures. Okay, and I have what here? I have actually simple sentences. We have 3 different types of sentences. These are the main types of sentences. We have simple sentences. Okay, we have compound sentences. And we have complex sentences. Okay. Actually, if most of your sentences are simple ones, this will not give you more than band 5. Even if your piece of writing is a Shakespearean one, having no grammatical or spelling issues. If most of your sentences are simple ones, this will not give you more than band 5. So take care about that. This will not give you more than band 5. Okay, so what does it mean by a simple sentence? A simple sentence is simply a sentence that gives a full meaning, okay? And it is usually subject, right? Plus verb, plus object, right? So it is subject, verb, object. So let me give you an example for that. So I'm gonna say, for example, Dania. Studied hard. Dania got a high band score. Okay. Dania got up early. Oh, sorry. Dania studied hard. Dania got a high band score. Okay. So if you look here, you will find that these are 2 simple sentences, right? These are 2 very simple sentences. So how I change these 2 simple sentences into compound sentences, for example. Okay, so simply, compound sentence means what? Compound sentence actually is one simple sentence, okay, plus linker, okay, plus simple sentence. Simply, it is like that. So one simple sentence, linker, and commonly we use a comma here. Give me example. Okay, let's have a look at this example. We said that Dania studied hard, Dania got a high band score, right? So these are 2 simple sentences, right? What can I do in order to change them into a compound sentence? Actually, I need to use fanboys. Do not say why, do not use fangirls. I think you are biased. Okay, no, actually they should be fanboys. What does it mean by fanboys? So again, we use fanboys to make these 2 simple sentences a compound one, or to change them from 2 simple sentences to a compound one. Okay. So as I said, we use fanboys. So what does it mean by fanboys here? Yes, that's it. Actually, it's as you said exactly. So we have what? This is an acronym. We have, sorry. Oh my God. Okay. So if you look here, fanboys means what? Okay. Yeah, as you said. So F for A and N nor B but O or Y yet and S so. And keep in mind that all these linkers should be preceded by what? they should be preceded by a comma. It's extremely important here. Some of you may ask me, words like or so, or and, or a, or and, or that, are they counted one word or not? Actually, yes, they counted one word, yes. So or is a word, so is a word, it's okay, no issue. So if I want to make these two sentences, just one sentence, one compound sentence, I'm gonna say what? Dania studied hard, comma, so, and Dania got a high band score, right? I don't want to paraphrase Mr. Fanimelio or Miss Fanimelio, I don't know. But anyway, we do not need to paraphrase, okay? I need just to make them one compound sentence. But we still have inaccuracy here. We still have something that needs to be amended, which is what? Dania studied hard, so Dania got a high band score. Yes, never repeat the same noun many times. Instead, you need to use referent pronouns, something like he, she, we, they, I. It is extremely suggested to be used here. So Dania studied hard, so she got a high band score. Let me give you another example here, okay? So the internet is useful. The internet has some drawbacks. You know drawbacks? Drawbacks, yes. How can I make these two sentences? Yes, cons, I mean cons, very good. Or disadvantages, yes. So how can I make them one compound sentence? The internet is useful, it's very good, safe, but you have a problem. It's useful, hence it has no Iblis Nabil. Actually, this is a very clear example of how to misuse these linkers. However, but I need to make them compound sentence. I know that you can use however, you can use although, but now I need to make a compound sentence. That means I need to use one of these fanboys here. Okay, so I'm gonna say what? Again, I need to use one of these fanboys. I'm gonna say either yet or but. They have the same meaning. Okay, so either yet or but both have the same meaning. But if I'm gonna use something like that, I need to use what? In the middle, I need to use a comma, and I'm gonna say the internet is useful. Can I use and then I'm gonna say but the internet has some drawbacks, but I cannot use the internet again. So instead I'm gonna use what? I'm gonna use it. So it's gonna be the internet is useful, but or yet it has some drawbacks. It has some drawbacks. I think now it is very clear for you. Now it is very clear for you, right? Good. Let's move on. What does it mean now by complex sentences? Now, what does it mean by complex sentences? Okay, complex sentences simply is two sentences, okay? I'm gonna have a linker, okay? Plus, okay? Dependent sentence, comma, independent sentence. Oh my God, what does it mean by dependent sentence and independent sentence? An independent sentence is a sentence that gives a full meaning. Okay, yes, I can start with a linker, yes. And a dependent sentence is a sentence that depends on the independent sentence here to give a full meaning. Okay, let me give you example. If I say something like, if you study hard and I stop, is it a full sentence here? No. Is it a dependent or independent sentence? I mean, if it doesn't give a full sentence, that means it's a dependent sentence. I need to complete the sentence with another sentence to make it make sense. You know, that's meaningful one. So I'm gonna say, if you study hard, you will succeed. Now it becomes what? Now it becomes a full sentence. Yes. Now it becomes a complex sentence. So the complex sentence is a linker at the beginning, like F here, and then a dependent sentence, like if you study hard. So with the sentence with the linker is commonly the dependent sentence. Again, the sentence with the linker, again, I'm gonna have two sentences, okay? By the way, both of them are full sentences. But the one that comes with the linker is gonna be considered what? Is gonna be considered the dependent one, okay? Yeah, Ghada, no problem, Ghada. So now let's have an example. Here, by the way, here, this one, we need to use what? We need to use linkers. So using linkers actually will help you a lot in order to achieving two important things. Number one, you are gonna have good cohesion. Number two, you are gonna make different sentence types, especially complex sentences. So we have different types of complex sentences, okay? Like sentences that give a condition. You know, condition means what? Yeah, conditions means contrast. So what linkers can be used to give contrast? Something like what? Okay, so I can say although, okay, and it equals though, even though, okay, and I can use however. By the way, however should be mentioned at the beginning of a new sentence, or it should be followed by a comma. And what else? What else? No, actually is not. Despite, yes, very good. Despite, what else? Despite, it equals what? Undoubtedly, in spite of, great. So despite or in spite of. I said that if I use linkers at the beginning, I need to use what in the middle? I need to use a comma. But if you use these linkers in the middle, no need to use a comma. And I'm giving you an example of that. But keep in mind that I'm going to give you an example. Let's have a look here. Okay. So, for example, Sean studied hard. Sean didn't get a good score. Yes. So John studied hard. John didn't get a good score. These are two simple sentences, right? If I want to make them a compound sentence, now I want to make them a compound sentence, I'm going to say what? You can raise your hand to say the answer if you want. You can raise your hand if someone needs to give the answer. Okay, Miss Mayar. Yes, I'm going to say what?
Okay. John studied hard, yet he didn't get a good score.
Very good. So John studied hard, yet he didn't get a good band score, but he didn't get a good band score. And I need to use a comma before but or yet, right? Very good. He did a good job. Now, I need to do what? I need to make this a complex sentence. So if I want to make a complex sentence, I'm going to start with one of these. Let's use although. Okay? Let's go ahead and use although. Okay, Mr. Let me check who's ready for that. So I want to use although now. What can I say? Okay, Mr. Ahmed, yes.
Although John studied hard, John did not get a good score.
Very good. So I'm going to say that. Okay, I'm gonna say, as you said, I'm gonna say, although John studied hard, and then comma, very good. He, instead of John, he didn't get a good score. Great, you did a good job. Thank you so much. What can I do if I wanna use however? If I wanna use however. Yes, now I want to use however. Okay, Mr. Faisal, yes.
John studied hard. However, he did not get a good score.
The whole description. I mean, just tell me when I put a comma and when I put a full stop, okay? So I'm gonna say, John studied hard.
However, John did not get a good score.
Okay, but will I use a full stop or not?
Yes. No. I mean.
Okay, let me help you. I said that however should be used at the beginning of a new sentence and followed by a comma like that. So I'm gonna say John studied hard. However, and then instead of John, Mr. Faisal, we said that we need to use a referent pronoun. So I can use what?
He did not.
Yes. So again, can you say it one more time? So I'm gonna say what?
John studied hard. However, a comma, and then he did not get a good score.
Oh, very good. Thank you so much. You did a good job. Can I use however in the middle, but without a full sentence? I can, by the way. I can, and I can say what? Look here, this is another way to use however. I can say John studied hard, and then semicolon, however, comma, he did not get a high bench score. And this is one of the cases in which I can use however this way, okay? I need to use in spite of. I need to use in spite of, okay? What I'm gonna say? Yes. Now give yourself some time. I need now to use in spite of. So I'm gonna say what? You can raise your hands now. Yes. Again, I need to use in spite of. Okay, Miss Juwahir, okay. In spite of?
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
In spite of studying hard, comma, John still did not get.
Yeah, so in a certain,
or unfortunately, he did not get a good score.
Yeah, unfortunately. Okay.
Yeah.
But we are just to clarify that here. Okay, no problem. So I'm going to say in spite of, and then I'm going to use studying hard, and then comma. John didn't get a good bench score. So keep in mind that instead of, in spite of, and despite should be followed by verb, ing, or noun. Right? So in spite of should be followed by verb and despite also. So thank you so much. You did a great job. So now what can I do? Yeah, my apologies. So what can I do if I wanna use in spite of in the middle? What can I say if I wanna use in spite of in the middle? So Ms. Rama, I'm gonna say what?
So we can say John did not get a good score in spite of studying hard.
Can you give me the full description? I mean, when to put a comma and...
the comma. John did not get a good score, comma, in spite of studying hard.
Yeah, again, so I'm gonna write what again? John
did not get a good score, comma, in spite of studying hard.
Poor is John. Okay, so, comma, in spite of studying hard, everything is great about your answer except for one thing, which is, I said that when we use these conjunctions in the middle, we never put a comma.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. John didn't get a good score in spite of studying hard. And here it's going to be the same. What can I say if I want to say although in the middle, okay? So although John studied hard, he didn't get a good score.
So you say John did not get a good score, although he studied hard without a comma?
And I'm going to use that without a comma. Yes, that's it. So I'm
Okay,
gonna say,
thank you.
John, you're welcome. I'm gonna say John didn't get, okay, although he studied hard. So if you use these conjunctions in the middle, do not use a comma. Do not use a comma. I think it is clear for you. This is the opposite of what? This is the opposite of the case for fanboys. Do you remember when we say that fanboys, they should be used with a linker? They should be used with a linker. Okay, I think now it is very clear for you. I think now it is extremely clear for you, right? Good. Yes, I said this is the only case for however. This is the only case. However has a special case. Yes, we're going to get more examples, don't worry. So these are used to show what? I said that these examples are used to show confusion, right? What can I can use some of them to show reason. Yeah, what can be used to show reason? Reason. I can use what? Yes, great. I can use because, I can use as, and I can use since. Since here means because, by the way. And also I can use because of, due to, owing to, as a result of, okay? Not, whereas, look here. One of the most important, consequently, is not for reason. And thus, Ms. Jawahir is not for reason. And whereas is not for reason. And in order to is not for reason. And therefore is not for reason. And so is not for reason. And despite of is not for reason. So one of the most important points here is to use the conjunction correctly and appropriately. Okay? You need to use it correctly and you need to use it appropriately. Let me clarify this point. If I say, for example, motive here, the motive got a high score, okay, and motive studied hard, motive got a high score. If I want to make these two sentences just one complex sentence using one of these conjunctions, look here. If I say Moreb studied hard, however, he got a high score. What do you think about that? If the sentence is correct regarding grammar, again, if the sentence correct regarding grammar, yes, it is correct. I mean, syntactically, it is correct. The structure has no issues. But is the meaning a correct one? No. Why? Because you misuse the linker. You misuse. So keep in mind, I always ask you to use linkers, and you need to use different linkers, but never misuse the linker, because if you misuse the linker, you spoiled the meaning of the sentence. Mut'ab studied hard, however, he got a high score. That means you envy Mut'ab a lot. You wish him the best, the hardest luck, right? So you look to him as your enemy, that you are sad because he got a high score. Yes, I'm going to understand something like that. When you say, however, I'm going to understand something like that. So I need to use the correct conjunction, and I need to use it appropriately. Okay, so now let's use because. I'm going to say what? If I want to make this sentence a complex sentence, and I want to say because. So yes, I want you. Okay, Mr. Muhammad Al-Wali, yeah.
Yes, I have to start with Moteb got a high score because he studied hard.
Okay, very good. So I'm going to say
without comma.
Yes, if you use it in the middle, so you're going to use it without a comma. So I'm going to say Moteb studied hard. Why? Because without a comma, he got 3. Mr. Moteb got a high score. Right?
Yes.
Because he studied hard, right?
Yes, right.
So that's it. You are right. This is the correct answer, actually. If I want to make it at the beginning, Mr. Okay, you went. Okay, so if I want to make it, if I want to use that at the beginning, if I want to use because at the beginning, I'm going to say what, Ms. Manal? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. If I want to use because at the beginning, I'm going to say what?
Because of studying hard for Moteb, he got high scores.
If I want to use because and a sentence after that. And we said that because should be followed by a sentence, okay? If I want to use because only, without because of, okay? I'm going to say what? Because
of.
No, because only. No of.
Because only?
Yes, I'm going to say because
Moteb got high marks because he studied hard.
No, I'm gonna start with because. So I'm gonna say Moteb. Because Moteb did what? Studied
hard.
Hard. What happened? Comma. Okay. Comma. He got a high or a good
marks.
Score, right?
Scores. أي حاجة.
That's the point. If you use because in the middle, no need to use a comma. But if you use because at the beginning, it's important to use a comma.
Yeah.
And keep in mind that because should be followed by a reason, and after that I use a reason. Okay. So keep this in mind. So now, thank you so much, Ms. Manal. You did a great job. Now let me move to another one. I need to start with due to or owing to. Let me say I'm gonna start with owing to. If I start with owing to, I'm gonna say what? Thank you so much, Ms. Manal. I'm gonna move to another one of our brothers and sisters. Yes, what can I say? You can raise your hands. Okay, Mr. Ayman. Hello? Okay, Mr. Ali. I cannot reach that. Okay, let me move to Mr. Zuhaib here. Okay, I cannot reach you as well. Okay, anyone? Yes, okay, Mr. Muhammad, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, owing to studying hard.
Yeah, that's it. So owing to studying hard. And then I'm going to use what? A comma.
He got a high score.
I cannot say he got. Actually, you didn't refer to the noun here. You didn't refer to the subject. So in this case, it's advisable to start with the names. I'm going to say Moteb. Again, Moteb.
Yeah, Moteb got a high score.
High score. I think now it is clear for you, right? I think now we have no issue getting that. Actually, using these sentences will do wonders to your performance in the test. If you are able to master, using this variety of sentences, believe me, this will maximize your band score a lot. Okay, clear? Clear? I think now we have no issue regarding that. And let me give you another example. So what we can use to show result is fine. What expressions can we use to show result? What linkers? Like what? You can take screenshots because as I said, okay, yes. Now, Miss Jawahir, it's okay to use as a result, to use thus. Okay, so I can say that, okay, as a result, okay, therefore, okay, and consequently, By the way, all these expressions should be used at the beginning of the sentence, and they should be followed by a comma. Okay, so let's have a look at this example. Mut'ab got a high score because he studied hard. Okay, we need to use that using one of these. So I'm going to say what? I'm going to say what here? Yeah. I want to use consequently, for example. As a consequence is also another one. Okay, Mr. Nabil. Okay, go ahead.
Because of, consequently, right? By studying hard, consequently, Mutib got a high score.
Again, I need to use the word consequently only, okay? Mutib got a high score because he studied hard. Now I want to use consequently. So I'm going to say...
Mutib got a high score. Consequently, by studying hard, Mutib got a high score.
Mutib studied hard, followed up.
Consequently, he got a high score.
What happened?
Consequently, he got a high score.
Yeah, that's consequently he got a high score. I think now it is very clear to you. Okay, I think now it is. I'm so sorry about that. I think now it is clear. So Mutib studied hard. Consequently, he got a high score. Okay. Or thus, it's the same. I'm going to say thus, as a result, therefore, consequently, they are all the same. I think now you have a very clear idea about what does it mean by grammar range, right? So I said that grammar range means using a wide range of sentence structure. We can use simple sentences, but if most of your sentences are simple ones, what may happen? We said you will not get more than band. Yes, as a consequence, it's the same. It's the same. Yeah, we will not get more than band 5. So you need to use compound sentences, and we said that to make compound sentences, you need to use what? You need to use fanboys, and never forget to use a comma before these expressions. Okay, and you can use complex sentences, and the complex sentences are linkers side by side with dependent sentence and another one which is an independent sentence. And I said that the sentence that comes after the linker is always the dependent sentence. If I say to you, because he studied hard, and I stop, did you understand anything this way? Did you understand anything this way? 100% no, because the sentence that comes with the conjunction is considered a dependent sentence, as I said. I hope this part is extremely clear now. I think that I already simplified it to you. And as I said, this point is extremely important because by using these steps, by following these steps, well, you will do two things. Number one, you will have good cohesion and you will have good grammar range. So this will help you a lot to maximize your band score, actually. Okay, clear? Very good. Thank you so much. Okay, okay, now let's move on. Now, actually, we come to a very important part of our session. Let me show you an example here. Yeah. Now, this is an example of an essay. The essay was about taking a gap year before joining the university. Taking a gap year. Some students like to take a gap year before they join the university. Ms. Amira, I said that never use something like that. Never use statistics. Never refer to studies because you are not an encyclopedia. Okay? So just look at the format. Forget about the content itself. I want you to tell me about the format. What do you think about the format of this answer? Is it a good one? A good format? Why? Yes or no? Not a good one because it is 3 paragraphs. Okay, this is number 1. What else? This guy actually made fatal mistakes. Yes, Miss Amna, because of using headings. I cannot say advantages and disadvantages of taking. So that means I do not need to use a title at the beginning of my paragraph? Yes. Mr. Mishal, you need to opinion here. You need to opine. Okay, it's important to give your opinion. But using a title is something not good to use. Using subheadings like that is also something not good to use. So you never use a title, never use subtitles or subheadings. Okay, clear? What about this model answer? What about this one? Model answer C here. Is it appropriate or not? Is it good or not? The first advantage is, another advantage is, however, one disadvantage, this is not good. Why? Why it is not good? Because of using what? Because of using bullet points. Yes, very good. But this one is good, actually. The format of D is okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs. But except for what? Because this slide is very old, actually. This slide is very old. Yeah, I still remember that it may date back to 10 years ago. So yes, because of indentation. Indentation, if you indent, that, by the way, this will not reduce your mark, but no need to use that. As long as you lift a blank line here, like that. So here he used both. Leave an indentation at the beginning and leave a blank line. And as I said, actually leaving a blank line is something good. It is the modern approach, actually. What about this one? Okay, no, this one. Forget about that. So how long does the writing test is 60 minutes? And you have 2 tasks. And for task 1, you need to write a minimum of 150 words. And you should do task 1 within 20 minutes, no more than that. And in task 1, forget about question number 5. Forget about number 5. Forget about that. Because it is something that need to be explained tomorrow. How many words do you need for task 2? We said we need a minimum of, not maximum, minimum of. And how long should you spend? We said that 40 minutes. Do you have to do both tasks? Do you have to do both task 1 and task 2? 100% yes. Yes, you need to do both task 1 and task 2, actually. But do you have to do them in order? No. Okay, task 1 is weighted 1/3 and task 2 is weighted . Okay. Yes, it's the same. In task 1, what kind? Forget about question number 10. So question number 11. In task 2, what type of writing do you need? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm not offline. I'm here. So you need to write an essay. You need to write an essay. In task 2, what should you include? We said that we need to write an introduction, 2 or more body paragraphs, and a conclusion. In task 1 and 2, by the way, what may happen if I do not include a conclusion? If you do not include a conclusion, you will not get more than band 5. You will not get more than band 5 because conclusion is part and parcel of the essay. Number 2, if you do not, even if you write more than 250 words without a conclusion, you will not die, of course, but you will not get, your band score is going to die. Okay, in task 2 and task 1, how should you write your answer? We said that you need to write your answer in full sentences. Full sentences. When we come to task 1, I'm going to talk about task 1, okay? So what are the criteria? We said that we have 4 criteria. And in task 2, you will get a lower band score if the examiner disagrees with your ideas. Do you think? Yes or no? Of course, no. The examiner is not here to agree or disagree with you. The examiner is here to judge your opinion, or to judge the way you express your opinion, to be specific. Do you have to write task 1 before task 2? We said no. Do you have to use a pen or a pencil? We said that pencils are only allowed. Pencils are only allowed. Are correct spelling and punctuation important? Yes, definitely. They are extremely important. They are fundamental part of getting well. Can you get a higher score if you use a variety of vocabulary and grammatical structure? I mean, to use different vocabulary, less common vocabulary, advanced vocabulary, and to use a wide range of grammatical structures, something like simple, compound, and complex sentences? Yes, 100%. Is half a band score possible? Yes, you may get 6.5, 7.5, something like that. I think that's all clear for you. Inshallah, you are going to do that here. Okay. So let's, now we come to the most important part ever. Now we come to the most important part ever. Parts of the question. Okay. So let me show you that. Can you see this question well? So I need someone to read this question. If you are ready, just raise your hand. Okay. Okay. Let me, okay, Miss Tasneem, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now look at this essay question. Advances in technology and automation have reduced the need for manual labor. Therefore, working hours should be reduced. To what extent do you agree?
Good. Thank you so much. You did a good job. Okay. Now let me lower the hands. So I want to concentrate actually because this part is extremely important. This is an example of an essay that appeared in a previous test. Okay. And it's called opinion essay. So number 1, we need to write what? The first thing that we need to write is an introduction. Great, mashallah, you did a great job. You're very smart. Okay, so after that, I need not topic sentences here. Okay, so it is the introduction. So and after the introduction, I'm gonna write what? Body 1, very good. And after body 1, I'm gonna write body 2. And after that, I'm gonna write a conclusion. Okay. Actually, the first step that you need to do is to understand the question well. Because if you are able to understand the question well, that means you will be able to respond to the question well. So the first and most important point here is to understand what you need to handle in your body paragraphs. I mean, what will I write here? Okay. Can I partially agree or disagree? I do not like that. So either to agree or to disagree. Okay. Either to agree, because he asked me to what extent do you agree? To what extent do you agree or disagree? So what is the task you need? Okay. To respond to here, you need to either agree or to show to what extent do you agree. So I can say, I totally agree. I totally disagree. Can I partially agree? I do not like that. Actually, sitting on the fence is something that is not recommended here. I mean, being neutral, neither agree or disagree or not disagree. This is not good. So it is always being advised that you need to pick one side and support it. So just tell me what I need to write in paragraph 1. if you agree, you need to write some reasons why you agree, right? Some reasons why you agree. And in paragraph 2, some more reasons, right? Why do you agree or disagree? Of course, with examples and supporting details, right? Good. So this is called what? This is the outline. This is the outline you need to have in your mind. Okay, clear? Take a screenshot of that. Take a screenshot of that. Now let's go ahead. Okay. Now, what about the introduction? This part is extremely important part, as I said, because the explanation you're going to find here is actually, let me say I'm gonna prove my experience. Okay. No limit. I do not like saying how many words for each paragraph. This is according to the paragraph itself. Okay. So again, I need to do what? Number one, you need to write or to start with general statement. A general statement. Okay. After that, you need to paraphrase the question. Okay. You need to paraphrase the question. And then you need to answer the question. And here comes commonly your opinion. Here comes your opinion. After that, you need to write your thesis statement, and keep in mind that sometimes I mix answering the question with my thesis statement. Again, general statement, paraphrase the question, answer the question. That means you need to give your opinion because he asked me to what extent do you agree? And then I need to include my thesis statement, okay? So let's paraphrase that. Now you can use the chat box, okay? So what word I can use instead of advances? Yeah, advances equals, again, advances equals, not benefits, actually. Advances equals what? The word advances, yes, developments, progress, right? Developments or progress, okay? Technology, technology and automation. Automation equals what? Machinery, right? And technology may be used by digitalization, right? Maybe be used like that. Reduced equals decreased, okay? Need, diminished, okay? Minimized, very good. Lowers, requirement, demand, very good, demand. I like it, demand. Manual labor. Manual labor. Yeah, we need to take a break, wallah. I forgot. Yeah, okay, let me paraphrase that. Workforce. Workforce. Okay. Workforce is better. And therefore, instead of therefore, I can use what? Yeah. Workforce, manpower, all this can be used. Okay. Yes, as a result, working hours. Working hours equals duty timings. Okay, duty timings should be reduced, lessened, or minimized, right? Very good. Now we are going to go for a break for, let me say 15 minutes is enough. Okay, 15 minutes is enough. So let me say, see you Okay, welcome back, dear brothers and sisters. It seems that tomorrow is going to be a holiday, national holiday. So, okay. Yeah, tomorrow is going to be a national holiday. Okay. Yes. Too bad for us hospital employee. Yeah, actually, it's good for you, but we had students and we have major tests. Okay, no issue. Tomorrow and the day after, I guess, I do not think. But we are having tests. I don't know. We need to issue the results. Okay, so well, how about the spinning class? Okay, we're going to have our class normally, no issue. Because on Thursday, I'm going to go for Umrah, inshallah. So we need to finish. We need to finish tomorrow. Anyway, congratulations for those who are going to have a holiday and enjoy. Okay, so I think now we have a very clear idea how to write an introduction. Yes, and thank you so much. Thank you all. And yes, now let's go back to take more exercises. Okay, ready? So let's take another exercise. Let's take one more exercise. I want to now just have a look at this one here. Yeah, because we actually are out of time. Yeah, so write a paragraph about what? The graph below shows changes in the number of arrivals between 1995 and 2010. Okay. So international tourist arrivals, and here how many countries do we have? You can see that we have, yes, we have 5 countries, which are Brazil, Egypt, Malaysia, France, and USA. So what kind of graph we have here? What kind of graph is it? Yeah, it's the line graph. Great. So ready? We're gonna write what? Yeah, so I'm gonna say the provided line graph. Here we have the word shows changes, right? So we can say something like what? Illustrates. Okay, how the numbers of tourist arrivals. And instead of tourist arrivals, I can say what? Yes, international or global visitors arriving in 5 countries. Is it necessary to write these countries now? Foreign visitors is okay also. 5 different countries. Okay. No, because this is a big number actually. It's going to be considered redundancy if you do something like that. So, over a period of how many years? Yeah. Yes, from 1995 to 2010, this is 15 years. Of course, you need to be very accurate and sure about that. And here we have the word between and, so it's going to be from 1995 to 2005. And thank you so much. This is the introduction. I think it is very clear to you, right? 2010, sorry. Now we are going to write what? The overview. I'm going to leave a blank line. So overall, can be clearly seen from the graph that what? What can you see from the graph? Yeah. All in all is very informal. So which countries had the highest number? So I'm going to say USA and France had the highest numbers of international tourists, while what? Which one had the lowest? But if you look, you will find that Egypt and Brazil nearly follow the same trend, right? So I'm going to say Egypt and Brazil had the lowest numbers, and this is by the end of the given period. And thank you so much. I think now it is very, very clear. Right? What about Malaysia? What about Malaysia? No need to write about that. No need. Because here I just look at the highest and the lowest only. The main changes, as I said. Yeah. Now it is all clear, right? It is all clear for you. Good. Let's move to body paragraphs. Let's move. Of course, Juwairiya, there are many different things that could be wrote. I just give you an example to follow, okay? Now, what about the body paragraph? Let's learn how to write a body paragraph. And now it is very clear to you how to write an introduction and overview, right? So here is the language that you can use for the line graph. Okay, here we have different boxes, okay, from A to K. And here we have different expressions from 1 to 12. We need to place these expressions in the boxes. By the way, one box may have 1 or 2 expressions, okay? So let's have them one by one. When I say rose or increased steadily, it is the same as rose or increased gradually. So which box represents that? In which box I can say this rose? Okay, so it is G. No, G is the highest point. G is the highest point. It is C. Very good. Yeah. Because it increased, but increased gradually, as you said. So C, and what else? So C is going to take 1 and 3, right? And what else? It is J. Very good. It is J. So in J, I'm going to say 1 and 3. This rose in steadily or gradually. Okay. Now, when I say rose or increased dramatically, which one is that? Very good. So F is going to take number 3. What else? F and what else? Look well. F and D. Very good. So here I'm going to say D also increased dramatically. Okay. When I say plunge to means reach it, reach the lowest point, and it equals reach a trough of. So number 4 and number 9 are the same here. Which one? Which one reached the lowest point? Which one reached the lowest point? It is, yes, I, not H actually, not H. It is the lowest point here in I. So I'm gonna say number 4 and number 9, okay? But when I say reach a high of, it is the opposite. Reach the high of means reach. And by the way, it also equals, oh, sorry. I'm so sorry about that. I'm so sorry about this point. Look here. When I say plunge to equals fill or drop to. Again. Plunge to means fell or dropped dramatically to. So it is gonna be H, right? Very good. So H is gonna take 4 and 9. And what else? H, no, forget about I now. It is gonna be H and B at the beginning. Yes, it's gonna be 4 and 9. Great. If you look here, peaked at means to reach the highest point. So which one is this one? It is G, yes, G. Stood at is gonna be used only once. And by the way, the word stood at means started with. So it is very clear that stood at is gonna be for A. And I can use the word stood at only once at the beginning of the line graph, and I can use it only with line graphs, by the way. I can use it only with line graphs. Fluctuated means full of ups and downs. So which one is that? Yes, it is E, very clear. Great. Look here. Reach a trough of and hit a low of, they have the same meaning, which means to reach the lowest point. So automatically it's gonna be what? It's gonna be I. Yeah. Okay. And number 10 and 11 have the same meaning, which is no change. No change. Remained constant, unchanged level of, which is K here. I think now it is very clear to you, right? Now let's check our answers. So I think that here are the answers, and I think that this is what we really wrote, right? Clear? Very good. Yes, these expressions should be memorized well. Yes, keep in mind that these expressions are extremely important expressions that you need to memorize well. Okay? No, Roba, because we said that number 9 and number 12 are going to be the same, okay? Now we are going to have an example for body paragraph. Already? Okay, so what is this line graph about? It is about what? It is about the number of arrests per year for using illegal drugs, right? Let's start. Now we're going to write the body paragraph. So what can we write? Okay, so I'm going to say what? At the beginning, I'm going to say to begin with. This is called what? This is a very important what? Yeah, a linker or a transition. So to begin with, I'm going to say what now? Look here. So sorry for that. Okay. I'm going to say the number of arrests. So the number of people arrested for, the number of people arrested for, okay? Handling, okay? Drugs, illegally. Stood at. Stood at what? What is the percentage? What is the number here? $55, yes. Is it a fixed number or approximate number? Thank you so much. Now we wrote the first sentence. I think it is a very clear one, right? Now it is very clear for you how to write sentences. Now, in 1992, the number dropped. Dropped to what? In 1992, it dropped to, to 40. Very good. And in 1993, or in 1993, yes, it dropped to what? To 20. So is it necessary to write about 1992? No. So I'm going to say what? After 2 years. Okay? The number. What happened to the number? No. What happened to the number? Dropped. Very good. So the number dropped dramatically to reach what? To reach what? 20 in 1994. And thank you so much. That's it. No percent. This is number only. So it is not a percentage. Okay. Declined drastically. Okay. Declined. Decreased. Went down. Dropped. Fell down. In 1993, I think. Okay. 93. Yes. And then I can say what? However, look here. However, the number of arrests, okay, okay, increased gradually, okay, from 20 in, look here, 1993 to about what? 25, right? In 1995, look here, before, okay, it doubled to reach. I can say it doubled, or I can say it, it, what? Rose significantly. Okay, to reach 50, right? To reach 50, yes. And it surged, very good. What year? In 1996. 1996. I think now it is very clear, right? I think now writing these sentences is very clear to you. And I think this is a very good example explaining right? Very good. Great. So repeated the same idea. Where I repeated the same idea? Regarding 2003, where we didn't arrive 2003. I didn't say anything about 2003. You mean 1993, okay? Okay, but I hinted, okay. I can say what? However, the number of arrests then increased gradually. Okay, I can remove that. Okay, now there is no repetition, right? So, however, the number of arrests increased, okay, gradually to about 25 in 1995 before it rose significantly to reach 50 in 1996. I think now it is a perfect one. Isn't it? Okay. Good. And then I can say from 1996 to 1999, okay, the number witnessed or the arrests witnessed what? Fluctuation. I can say something like what? Yeah, fluctuation, witnessed clear fluctuation. Look here. Fluctuation. However, I used the however, right? Fluctuation. Okay, now we can move to another paragraph, okay? I can say, despite the number reached a high of what? A high of 80 in what is that year? 2000. It what? What happened to it now? Here. It yes reached a trough of yes. It reached or a hit a low of. It reached a trough of what? About 15 in 2001. I think it is very clear right now. Good. Now it is good. I said we can write in two body paragraphs. I say that we can make them two body paragraphs, or you can just make them one body paragraph. Okay. The number. And despite the number, no, despite the fact that, because it is despite the fact that. I think now it is very clear to you. From then on, the number leveled off at 20. Okay. From 2003 till the end of the period. And thank you so much. This is all about the body paragraph. I think now you have a very clear idea about how to write something like that. It's easy, but you need to have a lot of practice. I'm gonna provide you with a very nice PDF. I'm gonna send it here via the chat box. By the way, this PDF will help you a lot because it does what? It divided the where it is not here. It divided the writing task 2 into chapters, and each chapter is discussing one kind of graphs. I mean that there is one chapter for it is here. Let me stop that. I already sent it to you all. No one. Okay, I already sent it to you all. Now you are gonna see it. But by the way, it's gonna appear to those who are using their desktops. So if you cannot see it well, I'm gonna send it again via the WhatsApp group, okay? So, yes, I think now it is very clear. So let's move on to another idea we need to discuss. Okay, yes, here. I told you about the sentences, right? So I said that there are different sentences that you can use, right? So you can take a screenshot of this because it's extremely important. I think now I already sent to the box, so you can see it. So just give me a hint. Just raise your hand if you can see the box. Raise your hand if you can see the box. Okay, very good, very good. So it appeared to you. Great, thank you so much. You can stop that. Now these sentences will help you a lot. Okay, I can start saying something like there was, for example, there was a gradual rise in the number of arrests, and let me say in 1952, okay? There was, and then an adjective describing the trend, and then the thing that I'm talking about, and then the year, okay? I can change the sentence into a phrasal sentence. I can write something like what? And instead of there was, so I'm gonna delete there was, okay? And I'm gonna say a gradual rise in the number of arrests. So I'm gonna start with that. I'm gonna say the number of arrests. And I'm gonna change this one into a subject verb sentence. So a gradual rise is gonna change to be what? To be rose gradually. Rose gradually. Okay, a gradual drop. A gradual drop. Or a sharp drop, if I change. A sharp drop is gonna change it to be what? There was a sharp drop. Yes, dropped sharply. Very good, very good, very good. A sudden increase. A sudden increase is gonna be what? Yes. A sudden increase. is going to be increased suddenly. Increased suddenly. Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay. I think now it is clear. If I start by the year, I can say what? There was a gradual rise in the number of arrests in 1952. If I start by the year, I can say the year so, or I can use experienced, or I can use witnessed. Witnessed what? And I can take this part, a gradual rise in the number of arrests. Let me give you example for that. Let me give you that example for that, okay? I'm gonna say what? The number of global tourists increased, okay? Increased sharply in 2002. Yeah. If I want to start with there was, I'm going to say what? Huh? There was, yes. There was what? Increased sharply. It's going to be, I want you to think. It's going to be what? Yeah, there was a sharp, very good, a sharp increase in what? The number of global tourists in 2002. If I want to start with the word 2002, I'm going to say what? 2002 witnessed a sharp increase in the number of global tourists. I think now it is very clear to you. This is the way I can use different sentences. Okay, this is the way I can use different styles to say the same thing, different structures to say the same or to tell the same information, right? I think now you have a very, very clear idea, a thorough idea about how to handle writing task 1 academic. I think now you already understood what you may write. Okay, here. I said summary is used for task 2, overview for task 1. In summary, I need to summarize what I said. In the overview, I just refer to the highest and the lowest. Yeah, today I'm gonna send it via the Telegram channel, so don't worry. Yeah. Okay, so thank you so much for your commitment and your active participation. And I hope that you already benefited from the session. It helps you to understand what does it mean by writing task 1. How can I handle writing task 1? I think that you already changed a lot of ideas about writing task 1, because a lot of people actually are afraid of writing task 1. Though it's very easy. The point is that you need to know how to handle this part. Thank you so much. Wishing you all the best of luck. I'm gonna send it to the WhatsApp group, so don't worry. Don't worry. I will be very grateful if one of you just download it and send it via the WhatsApp group, okay? I think that they already downloaded that. They already sent it via the Lucy. Thank you so much. Yes, it is already sent. Thank you so much, dear brothers and sisters. See you tomorrow. As I said, we're gonna see you tomorrow at 5:30 to 9:30 to have the last session of this nice course, which is gonna be the speaking test. Actually, the speaking part is a very important part. You're gonna learn a lot of useful techniques and tactics to maximize your band score regarding listening. Thank you so much. Wishing you all the best of luck, and see you tomorrow, inshallah, from 5:30 to 9:30 for both academic and general training. And now we're gonna start the session for the general training. So if you are academic, it's over. If you are general training, you're most welcome. Okay. So now let me move to writing task 1, general training. So we are gonna start. I want you just give me some something like okay, let me say 5 minutes. So we are gonna start. Or 10 minutes after. Let me say 5 minutes is okay. 5 minutes, okay? I just need to take a short break. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wishing you all the best of luck.
Okay, welcome back, dear brothers and sisters. Now we're going to start our session regarding writing task 1 general training. I hope that you can all hear me well. You can follow me well. Very good. So, as I said, today we're going to handle the writing task 1. So be noted that tomorrow we're going to have a session from 5:30 to 9:30 regarding the speaking section. Actually, it's going to be one of the most important sessions, and it's going to be the last session. I mean that we're going to say goodbye tomorrow. We're going to finish this nice course in which we accompanied each other for 5 days regarding the IELTS test. What about listening? We are done about the listening test. Was the first day on Saturday. So what is the writing test? We said that in the writing test is divided in 2 parts, right? And we said that the first part is task 2. We handled task 2 thoroughly yesterday, and we said that in writing task 2, do you remember how many words you need to write in writing task 2? Yeah, we said that we need to write. Yeah. Yes, very good. And yes, an average of an average of, so you need to write an average of 260 up to 280. Very good. And how much time would be allocated for writing task 2? Yeah, 40 minutes. Very good. 40 minutes. And we said that writing task 1 task receives 2/3 of the whole mark, right? Writing task 2 is receives 2/3 of the whole mark. See, Miss Nashwa, no, it's a paid service. I mean that I think that, and I didn't do that actually right now, but it was a paid service that was. I think that correcting one essay may cost something like 50 riyals for IDP IELTS. Okay. So the general training writing task 1, you are gonna write what? Write a letter. So it is not an email, it is not an essay. And you need to write a minimum of 150 words. But to speak practically, you need to write between or an average 160 up to 180 words. Right? So you need to write an average of 160 up to 180 words. And this should be done within 20 minutes or less. 20 minutes or less. And I clarified that this is because general training writing task 1 receives only 1/3 of the mark. So most of the mark goes to writing task 2. So which is better, to start with writing task 1 or writing task 2? I clarified that you need to start with writing task 2 because writing task 2 requires more vocabulary, it requires more time, it receives more marks. So that's why you need to give priority to writing task 2 over than writing task 1. Okay? So what type of letters we need to write? We have 2 main types actually. We have formal or informal, and we have one between, which is semi-formal. Semi-formal. And by the way, the semi-formal is still formal. Yes, you need to write just one letter. You need to write just one letter for task 1 and just one essay for task 2. So only one letter for task 1 and one letter for task 2. So okay, so is it important for me to know whether that letter is formal or not? Yes, this is actually extremely important. So it's extremely important for you to know what kind of letter you are going to write. Is it a formal one or informal one? Because if you do not respond to that well, you are going to lose marks. Now let's move on. So we are going to write a letter, okay? In response to a situation. You may engage in personal correspondence, elicit and provide general factual information, to express needs, wants, likes, and dislikes, to express opinions. The letter may be personal or semi-formal or formal, as I said, and you need to write at least 150 words, okay? So what are the rubrics according to which you are going to be given your band score? Actually, the same rubrics for writing task 2 are going to be here for writing task 1. I mean, we are going to have task achievement, coherence and cohesion, lexical resource, grammatical range, and accuracy. So by task achievement, I mean different things actually. Here by task achievement, I mean to cover the topic thoroughly. Okay, so never leave one part uncovered. You commonly are gonna have 3 bullet points. Okay, you're gonna have 3 bullet points. So if you discuss just two bullet points, what may happen to you? What may happen? You just discuss 3 bullet points. What may happen to you? Yes, in the letter, I mean, you will not get more than band 5. So keep that in mind. I need to cover the 3 bullet points thoroughly. Okay? Cover the bullet points. Okay? And how many paragraphs you need to divide? Of course, you need to write in full sentences. You need to write in full sentences. Okay? And you need to divide your letter. You know how many paragraphs? Yeah. Anyone can guess how many paragraphs? Good. 3, 2. Yesterday we said we need to write how many paragraphs for writing task 2?
Yeah, we need to write 5 paragraphs. Great. 4 or 5, yeah, to be specific. But here, it is fixed that you need to write only 5 paragraphs. No less than that, and no more than that. Again, no less than 5 and no more than 5. What are these paragraphs? Number 1, intro. Number 2, body 1 equals bullet 1. Okay? Body 2 equals, what? Equals bullet 2. And body 3 equals bullet number 3. And at the end, you are going to have the conclusion, right? So how many paragraphs are here? We have 5 paragraphs in total. We have 5 paragraphs in total. So never write less than 5 or more than 5. Okay? One very important point. Yeah, no solution here. What does it mean by solution? You mean salutation, right? Yeah. Salutation is included in the introduction, okay? And I'm gonna talk about this in detail. Okay, let me tell that. In the introduction, you need to start with greeting, or as you said, salutation. Okay, here in the introduction, we have a salutation. Salutation plus purpose. What does it mean by purpose? You need to say the purpose. Why are you writing this letter? For example, I'm writing this letter to tell you some information about. I'm writing this letter to inform you about. I'm writing this letter to complain about. I'm writing this letter to draw your attention to. So it is extremely important to write the purpose, why you are writing this letter, okay? Clear? Good. Now you can take a screenshot. What about coherence and cohesion? For coherence, I said you need to organize your ideas logically. So it is highly recommended to discuss the bullet points in order. Okay? It is highly recommended to do what? To discuss these bullet points in order. Okay? Good. Number 2, you need to keep the unity of the letter. And it is very important, by the way. It is a very important point. Why? I mean, you need to maintain the tone. What does it mean by maintain the tone? If you write a formal letter, then you need to write in a formal style, right? So never skip or never jump from formal to informal. You need to stay formal throughout. And vice versa, if you are writing informally to a friend or personally, so you need to maintain the informal style, never jump from informal to formal. What may happen if you do so, you will lose marks as you will not get more than band 5. So keep these points in mind, okay? Also, you need to use cohesive devices. Do you remember we said that they are linkers, right? Why? To create a strong connection among the ideas. Okay? I think now it is very clear, right? Good. Now let's move to the lexical resource. So for the lexical resource, we said that this is vocabulary. So you need to use a wide range of vocab. And you need to avoid spelling mistakes. You need to use some advanced words if you want to maximize your band score. Okay. So if you want to maximize your band score from band 5 to band 7, for example, you need to use some advanced vocabulary here. Advanced vocabulary. Okay, clear? Now let's move to the last one, which is grammatical range and accuracy. And I explained that in detail yesterday. And I said that you need to use grammar correctly. So it's important to avoid the medical issues. Okay? And avoid grammatical issues. You need to have good command. Punctuation. Okay? I'll also need to use a range of sentence structure. I said you need to use simple, compound, and complex structures. Okay? Clear? Now let's move on. Okay. Now let's move on. Yeah. I said we have 3 rules for writing, okay? Number 1, you need to state the purpose. And where do we state the purpose? Remember, we said that we need to state the purpose in the introduction of our essay, of our letter, sorry. And after that, you need to cover the bullet points. You need to cover all the bullet points thoroughly. And you need to maintain an appropriate tone throughout, as I said, either to start and end formally or informally. Clear? If you miss one of these, you will not get more than band 5, even if your piece of writing is a perfect one. But these are very important criteria here. They are part and parcel of writing an effective and strong letter. Okay? Yes, which are these bullet points? The bullet points are the question, and this is what we're going to have, but later. Just hold on. Okay, done. Here is an example. You're asking me about the bullet points. So this is an example of a previous test. You should spend about 20 minutes on this task. Your local public library wants to make improvements to their services and facilities. In order to get ideas from the public, they have asked the library users to send them suggestions in writing. Write a letter to the library. In your letter, number 1, this is the first bullet point here. This is the first bullet point here. So number 1, describe what you like about the library. Number 2, say what you do not like.
And number 3, make suggestion for improvements. So these are the bullet points. So these are the 3 points that I need to discuss and cover in the 3 body paragraphs in my letter. Okay? Write at least 150 words, and you do not need to write any addresses. So do I need to write the place where someone lives? No addresses are required here. And you need to begin your letter as follows: Dear sir or madam. So the salutation here should be what? It should be the same. You need to start the same words, dear sir or madam at the beginning, or madam at the beginning of your letter. Okay, no change here. You need to follow the instructions carefully, strictly. You need to adhere to them. Clear? So let's have a look. What is done here? I'm going to show you some model answers, and just tell me, what do you think about these model answers? I mean, that are they good model answers or not? But before I show you the model answers, let me show you a very nice and important slide here. So this is the outline of writing task 1. Okay, so this is what this is what the introduction, and this is body 1, body 2, body 3, and then I have the conclusion. Okay, so this is the structure of my essay, or my letter, sorry. Introduction includes the salutation, and then the opening and the purpose. After that, bullet 1, bullet 2, bullet number 3, concluding sentence, plus the close, or the closing. So I need to write a closing here. Okay, clear? Let's go back to the model answers. Okay, so I'm going to show you some model answers to the topic that we have. I want you to tell me just about the format. Is the structure good or not? Yeah, just have a look at model answer A. What do you think about the structure here? Is it a good one or not? Yeah, what do you think? Actually, no, it is not good. You know what? It lacks what? It needs, and forget about indentation. Forget about that. It lacks, yes, it lacks the salutation. What else? It lacks something important. It lacks what? Look well, yes, the conclusion. There is no conclusion here. So it lacks the salutation that should be included here. And also it lacks the conclusion that should be included here. Okay? Now let's move on. What about model answer B? I think everything here is clear. We have a salutation, dear sir or madam, and we have a conclusion. Yeah, what do you think about that? It's not good. Why? Yeah, because of using bullet points. Never use bullet points while writing. Never write like that. Okay? Never use bullet points while writing your letter. And now let's have a look at paragraph or letter C. What do you think about this one? We have an introduction, reason, salutation, reason. We have a conclusion, and each bullet point is discussed in. So yes, the format is perfect. Actually, the structure is perfect here. It has no need to include addresses, as I said. Yes. Good. What about the last one here? Yes, this one seems to be more organized, right? No, it is not good. You know why? Because of using what? Because of using subheadings. Using subheadings is something wrong here. No need at all to use subheadings. Okay?
Good. So I said this is the structure, right? So this is the introduction, salutation, and opening and purpose. Bullet 1, 2, 3, and then the conclusion. So what can I write in the opening and what can I write in the ending or the closing? Let's check here. For the opening, you have formal opening and informal opening. So for the formal opening, I can say, of course, it is going to be as it is given to you. Okay. So no need to indentation. No need to leave 2-finger space need at the beginning. No need. Just leave a line, as I said. So, dear sir or madam, dear doctor, dear sir, dear madam, dear Mr. Jones, dear Miss Smith, dear Dr. Davidson, dear Nadia, this is formal. Or informal, you can write a name. By the way, it's going to be given to you like that. I mean, you can know that it is informal by if you find something like that, like dear, and then da 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 da. So in these dots, you can use just a comma. You can invent a name here. You can invent a name. Okay. In this case, you can just invent a name, any name, dear whatever. As for the formal closing, you can end your essay, your letter essay, writing something like yours faithfully, yours sincerely. And as for yours truly, it's okay. And for the informal ones, you can say best wishes, best regards, kind regards, love. So you can take a screenshot of that because they are important actually. Got done? Let's move on. Done. Good. And now, yeah, here are some nice openings. Okay, you can say so. And they're formal and informal. For example, it was great seeing you last week. So this is informal, of course. I'm writing to explain how concerned I am about. This is formal. I'm writing in connection with. It has been ages since I last saw you. This is informal. I'm writing in regard to. This is formal. Thanks very much for the newsy letter and sorry for not being able to or being in touch for a while. This is informal. Okay, so here are some examples of formal and informal openings that can be used in different letters. And here you can find some concluding sentences. Okay, so just memorize one for the formal and one for the informal easily. Hope to hear from you soon. This is a very informal one. I trust the situation will be resolved shortly. This may be used if you are describing what, you know? I can use an expression like that or a sentence like that if I'm describing what, or if I am explaining what. Yes, a complaint. If I'm making a complaint and explaining a problem. Very good. Thank you very much for attention. This is the same, by the way. I'm looking forward to hear from you. It's the same also. Okay. So simply, this is the framework or this is the outline of your letter. The introduction, and I said that in the introduction, you need to include what? You need to include an appropriate opening and then to state the purpose. And then bullet 1. In bullet 1, you need to begin with a topic sentence. You remember the topic sentence that we discussed yesterday. And then you need to explain the bullet point fully and clearly and give examples. It's going to be the same for bullet 2 and the same for bullet number 3. As for the conclusion, you need to write a concluding sentence and end with an appropriate closing, something like yours sincerely, best regards, yours faithfully. This slide is a very important one, actually. It's a very important one. Okay. So as I said, semi-formal is still formal. It's still formal. But you know, the only difference is that you know the name of the person that you are addressing. Okay.
Amin, you know my name, right? What is my name? Dr. Whom? Dr. Yahya. Very good. Okay. So if you when we write dear sir or madam, why we write dear sir or madam here? Because we do not know the gender of the person we are addressing. I mean, we do not know whether he is a lady or a gentleman, right? And even if you know his dear sir, if you know that he is a gentleman, dear madam is if you know that he is a lady or she is a lady. But if you know the person you are addressing, then you need to write his name. And you know my name. In this case, you are going to write a formal letter or informal letter. You know my name, and we do not have a relationship, okay? Friendship, for example. So you are going to write in a formal way, but it is not that formal. It is going to be semi-formal because you know who I am, okay? That's it. I hope it is clear now. I hope it is clear now. Okay. Now let's have a look. Again, Mr. Afan, I said that we use formal and informal. Semi-formal is in semi-formal letters, you know the name of the person you are addressing or writing to. Okay. So if you have a look at this one, there have been some problems with the public transport in your area recently. Write a letter to the manager of the public transport in your company. In your letter, describe the problems, explain how